promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay,
I'ma go hard for the win.
win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. partners in eSports, Stoned & Co., Grand Pride, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim LUNATIX dan Tim HOMEBOIS memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikira burst down pun.
Manakala HOMEBOIS dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange eSports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, TODAK menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Chiku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa TODAK masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. TODAK akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang HOMEBOIS. Adakah Orange eSports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim HOMEBOIS? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan tim LUNATIX? Dan adakah Red eSports ataupun tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
8 pasukan terkuat di Malaysia akan bertanding tahta MPL Champion dan juga peluang untuk wakil Malaysia di pentas dunia. Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 Playoffs.
Selama 2 minggu kita berehat, ini waktu yang ditunggu-tunggu untuk kesemua pasukan untuk merebut gelaran juara. Dan sekarang ni anda bersama saya Sid dan juga Lafel sebagai host anda untuk kali ini.
Dekat sini saya nak menjemput cameraman untuk tunjuk kita punya stage di playoff, betapa cantiknya stage ni, dan juga banner ke semua pasukan, 88 pasukan di atas, dan juga kepada penonton, fans, keluarga dan kawan-kawan semua pasukan yang hadir pada hari ini. Saya nak dengar suara anda semua yang datang pada playoff hari pertama. Kuat lagi. Come on.
Terima kasih diucapkan atas sokongan anda daripada minggu yang pertama sehinggalah minggu yang ke-8. Dan kita tidak lupa juga kepada penonton-penonton yang tak kisah lihat daripada mana yang tengah menyaksikan live stream ini di Facebook maupun di YouTube dan juga TikTok. Terima kasih sekali lagi ingin kami ucapkan, tanpa anda semua, termasuklah fans-fans yang berada bersama-sama dengan kita, tanpa anda semua, tiadalah kita dekat sini.
Tapi betapa semangatnya kita perlu ingat, ini adalah competition shift. 2 pasukan yang akan tersingkir pada hari ini. Jadi kita harapkan sokongan daripada semua orang, menang atau kalah, cheer kepada pasukan favourite anda.
Ya, kalau bercakap tentang cheer, Quill City Mall, make some noise!
Ini yang kita mahukan. Ini yang kita mahukan adalah lagi game permulaan kita. Kita boleh nampak RSG dekat sini, mereka sangat-sangat semangat. Tapi macam mana sekalipun, saya sebagai wakil MPL caster dan production team, kita akan mulakan secara rasmi MPL playoff kita dengan opening video yang disediakan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita.
Pandai masih lagi tu bonus kita disebabkan dari bonus triple kill. Maniac juga berjaya untuk dapatkan oleh balance.
There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Good afternoon, Malaysia. Welcome to the MPL Malaysia Season 10 playoffs. 8 weeks have gone by to get to this very moment here at Quill City Mall. Here at the concourse, entry is free, by the way. My name is Gideon Q, as well as Adine here at the caster's desk for day number 1.
Wow, I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling pumped to see these matches on hand. Remember, Gideon, all those hard work, all those blood, sweat, tears, and pain all come down to this. Not only to be crowned champions of Malaysia, but as well a ticket to Jakarta M4 World Championship.
Before we move on, we want to appreciate everybody who's tuned into the English broadcast, who have come down here live for the playoffs to look at our beautiful stage here. I mean, everything is going well for Season 10, and I have to show you guys what is up. Let's look at our schedule today.
All right, we shall begin with the first match of the lower bracket, RSG up against Team LUNATIX. On to 3 p.m. match number 2, another lower bracket match, Red eSports against SMG. And to wrap things up, the upper bracket match, TODAK versus HOMEBOIS. Gideon, what are you looking for today?
Honestly, I am looking towards that upper bracket match. Every single match that has TODAK in it, a big question comes up. Are they finally going to get defeated? Are they finally not going to get into M4 this time? Because we have so many good teams.
I mean, not only that, in terms of lineup as well, who's going to be playing, who's going to be on the bench, on the substitution. So everything is going to be answered today at Quill City Mall. Again, we have to remind you guys, come down onto the venue. We have a lot of amazing prizes to be won, a lot of cosplayers. You guys can take photo, autograph of the pro player. Again, Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur is the venue to be.
You guys made this happen, and with all your support, MPL is now recognized as the longest running esports league in Malaysia. But you know, it's RSG versus Team LUNATIX. Only one of these teams will get eliminated. Let's bring them both up onto the stage.
Team LUNATIX.
Team LUNATIX, the rookies of this season, making it into the playoffs and also securing their spot for next season.
Looking strong, looking swag, looking confidence up onto the playoff stage right now. The rookies' dreams do come true in MPL Malaysia season number 10.
Now, LUNATIX, they've had inconsistent performances, but recently they have been looking so good, and they're going up against
RSG MY.
RSG right now, the experienced team looking fresh with those jackets right now. And obviously, the backbone of their team, the fans, is here to cheer them on.
Looks like the main lineup is going to include Lexia this time, and they want to show their absolute best. Remember, this is a lower bracket match, a best of 3 to predetermine who moves on and who gets eliminated.
It's do or die for both of them. But before even we begin into the drafting stage, we gotta introduce the backbone, the mastermind of both of these teams. On RSG, we have Kuja. On LUNATIX, we have Coach Aiman.
This is going to be an epic battle to kick things off for the playoffs. I'm so excited for this to already begin, and hopefully these players are excited as well, because can you imagine the nerves coming up onto a stage like this with so many fans?
I mean, the atmosphere right now is heating with pack, but we gotta move on to our keys to victory right now. We've mentioned packing up heat. But what else? EXP laner Impact is gonna be bringing on the hit for RSG Iris, performing really well. Although did not play the entire regular season, but the amount of times he played, he performed outstandingly.
Yeah, and the fact that we're not seeing email on the side of the LUNATIX begs to question who exactly is going to be playing in the jungle this time. How are they going to kind of have that jungler dominance? Because we've seen Link Eza, when he is ahead, he stays ahead for a very long time. And the recent plays that Team LUNATIX and the style that they've adopted is based around disciplined team fights.
Yeah, I feel like this is quite a risky movement by Team LUNATIX. As we mentioned, it's going to be a do or die match. But hey, maybe they have some tricks up their sleeves right now.
Well, I don't know, because RSGMY is opting to go for Lexia instead of their traditional support. And I don't know, I thought Hawk was doing a really good job, but I think Lexia brings something else to the table.
Hey, to be fair, there was a 2 weeks break between regular season and playoffs, so a lot of things changed, a lot of things happened. But right now, we gotta look at the audience prediction right now. RSG, I must say, dominating right now on all of the platforms.
3/4 majority vote going over to RSG. I think this is to be expected here. Team LUNATIX, they're very fresh into the league. This is their very first playoffs, and I don't know, in the lower brackets, was it to be expected? Of course, but if they could upset against RSGMY, what a statement that would make.
A biggest statement of all, to be fair. Knocking ex-champion out of playoffs is gonna be a very confidence gameplay by Team LUNATIX. But speaking of confidence, if you guys watching at home or on the venue right now, if you guys have the confidence, why don't you predict who's going to win this particular match? As well as give your prediction in terms of the score. Is it going to be a 2-0 or 2-1? Don't forget to mention or to put in your game ID and server ID, because the prizes is going to be deposited onto your account automatically.
Yep, and you could be earning skins worth up to 749 diamonds. So don't miss the opportunity to use that one more time, that hashtag MPL predictor. But the draft is about to begin here, and I'm a little worried. You did mention, yes, 2 weeks. Lexia comes on in. Maybe he could be the MVP.
Hey, if that's your choice, we gotta listen to the audience choice as well, because you guys can vote your choice of MVP. It's so easy. Just scan the QR code that you guys can see right now and just vote whoever you think might be able to get that title of MVP of this particular match. But going back to the draft, for LUNATIX, who's gonna be the jungler right now? I'm guessing it's Flint.
I would assume so. We could have Rain go into it. It really depends on the draft and what they're looking like. If we're seeing Julian, both Flint and as well as Rain are very capable of doing so. They have the mechanical skill, but do they have that initiation that we're looking for? Or are they just resting it all on Goldie Look and Zeph's shoulders?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, LUNATIX ending of the season really strong. They won against Team Heart, they won against SMG. How did they win those matches? By going all in terms of damaging. They don't care about frontliner as much. They just want to pack a lot of damage onto their lineup. And I'm wondering, are they going to go for the similar strategy for this game number 1?
Well, let's find out here in the drafting phase. RSGMY has kicked things off on the blue side with Valentina ban. I think that is to be expected. Team LUNATIX on the red side. And this does bring attention to the 2 new revamped heroes who are now playable this playoffs.
I'm predicting Leslie is going to be played at least once throughout this playoff. Maybe Gushin, I'm not too sure about it, but Leslie is definitely going to be picked up. She's super strong. Late game wise, if you have a good early game stages, you can snowball out of control. But it all depends on the early stages, of course.
Of course. Naturally, the early stages where, RSG has really had time to shine. I mean, they've got such strong laners. Loliel's great laner. Iris, another great laner. Lexia and Izanami, we've seen once before. They kind of work together, but the question is whether Lexia is ready for this roamer role like we so suspect.
Ooh, speaking of the revamped heroes, one of it has been banned out by RSGMY, which is Gushin. Surprisingly, do they know something that we don't know? As if LUNATIX have a very strong player on the Gushin, and I'm guessing it's gonna be Rain, but hey, we don't know yet right now.
Hey, I'm looking at Flint here. I'm like, I've seen Flint play previously before he was with Team LUNATIX on his previous teams in the MPL MY, and I mean, Gushin was kind of popular then. I'm gonna save it until it actually does happen. Hopefully we get to see it. Akai is the follow-up ban here, and so far a lot of the strong first picks aren't there anymore. But
what happened to the natural ones, where I'm expecting to see a Farmis at some point here. It hasn't been touched just yet. Julian as well hasn't been touched.
Fanny is also there. I mean, Link Aza, if he gets onto that Fanny, I feel like he's going to really dominate in this first game to just boost up his confidence, getting a very comfortable hero for RSGMY. And speaking of Lexia, the biggest question I have about him in terms of roaming capability is the hero pool. We've seen a lot of Grok. We've never seen other than that yet. So, is this the right time for him to show that he can play other heroes as good as his Grok right now?
Yeah, I really hope that he does have more options here. Fanny is the follow-up ban. RCMY decide to get rid of 1-1, and now they get first pick. And it looks like they're going to go off with a Claude pick, denying Tomtify his signature hero.
Denying Tomtify as well, giving a very comfortable hero for Lolios to use. Just gonna farm up his lane, getting those stacks, getting those power spike, and relying on Izanami to actually control the the early mid to stages for Izanami. So it's quite a risky move, but I think RSGMY has perfected that combo already.
Now, here's what's worrisome, right? The fact that Claude is gone, not exactly the strongest first pick in the world, but it's safe. Team LUNATIX could respond with a Diggy Farmis. We've seen this before many times during the regular season. Great early game. Decent, honestly, really powerful in team fights as well, especially when you have strong laners. But the denial, it feels like both RSGMY and Team LUNATIX are just stealing each other's tools.
Yeah, I mean, like the Grok pick is very strong right now. As you mentioned, stealing a pick from Lexia. And I'm wondering how this Grok as well as the Faramis is gonna counter-react with each other. You have the pull from Faramis, you have the damage from Grok, but as a frontliner, a bit squishy right now, a bit squishy. Yes, you have the cut altar to prolong the team fight, but you're gonna need some more right now.
I think it's all about rotating fast, making these plays. And speaking of plays, Team LUNATIX locking in the Lancelot. Lancelot has been kind of risky here in specifically MY. I was about to say MYSG again. I was recently watching their grand finals, so
I understand. Our neighboring country just finished their playoff, so I do understand right there.
We'll meet them in M4 and laugh. But until then, we're close. Yeah, we'll throw some quick shade. We love those guys.
All right.
But the fact is, they already have a composition that scales inside of RSGMY. So how are they supposed to stop Team LUNATIX from getting to that, you know, that early game phase, move through the laning, have that mid lane dominance, mid lane control like we were expecting to see?
Yeah, I feel like, again, as you mentioned, it's going to depend on the rotation and who or which lane are they going to be focusing on for Team LUNATIX. I'm looking at Lancelot right now. I like the pick, but looking at RSG, they have so much mobility right now. Cloud can just dash out immediately just using the battle meter image. If it's not enough, don't worry, Matilda is there for you. The guiding wing is going to help you out. So the punches, the phantom execution coming up from Lancelot is going to be super on point right now.
Yeah, it's got to be sharp, it's got to be clean, he has to hit those abilities. There is no in-between. Although I will say that Team LUNATIX, although we've been talking a lot about team fights, yes, Farmis is great at team fighting, but the fact that they pick Grok means that they kind of want to push out that mid lane and then look to rotate for the side. So I'm expecting to see maybe a 4-1 comp here for the side Team LUNATIX. The fact that they're banning out both Ling and as well as Balmon does tell me that they don't want to deal with split push, and they want to be able to secure at least the neutral objective or two.
You've mentioned the 4-1 combination. I'm looking at Team LUNATIX. One of the EX laner that could have been used is Goldilocks Khalid. He can prolong the team fight really well, but right now it's going to be denied by RSGMY. A very good face-off banning from Kuja right now, reading the game really well. So, LUNATIX, the ball is in their court right now. What hero? I feel like EXP laner should be picked up here. Not Esmeralda, because you do have the counter of Deroth, but Irital is going to be picked up. So packing another damage dealer right now.
Yeah, I mean, their composition is already really good when it comes down to disengaging, re-engaging into fights. The Cult Altar is definitely going to give that Irithel a little bit of a safety net to jump on into the middle of fights. But more importantly, it gives Goldilocks the option of having a winning lane. Now, RSGMY, for all we know, they could decide to give Iris Dairoth blinding Dairoth into this, to be fair. And I think that wouldn't be a bad option, other than the fact that it does ruin their team fighting capabilities. It forces them to play a 4-1.
Yeah, I feel like the Dairoth for Iris is not a bad pickup. You can just decimate the crowd really well. You can jump onto Irital as well, just eliminating him really fast. So I feel like it's not a bad idea, but we gotta see right now, RSGMY is gonna go for a more... I mean, if you have mobility already, why not pump it up even more with Benedetta right now? And Iris, on the Benedetta, this is something to behold. His Benedetta is super aggressive, super annoying, I must say as well. It's going to be quite hard for LUNATIX to catch on onto Iris.
We'll see what emblems he decides to take, and especially with the battle spells, that'll give us a little bit of an idea of how he wants to play that lane. But Linkeza, he gets the Karina, he's going to feel super comfortable here. I think this is a very standard lineup from RSG MY. I'm a little worried about Team LUNATIX, and I think Goldilocks easily can go for Esmeralda. It's not a bad pick. Great peel, great options to make sure that Karina may not necessarily get on top of Tomtify once he gets the Ice Queen wand.
Yeah, I feel like if this is going to be an Esmeralda Benedetta matchup, it's just going to be about clearing the lane. But speaking of mobility, another counter to it is going to be Forvius and is going to be picked up by Team LUNATIX. The only question I have right now, Forvius is definitely going to pop up the Demonic Force, forcing him to go in front, to go on to RSGMY. Whereas Team LUNATIX, they don't have the mobility as much. Irital might need to sacrifice the sprint in order to catch up to Forvius right now.
I suppose. I don't think Irital necessarily needs to sacrifice the sprint. I do think Forvius can buy more than enough time in this situation. I feel... Honestly, I'm surprised that Team LUNATIX didn't double down on an early game composition. They want to play for the later stages. RSGMY, on the other hand, they have to win their lane, but they don't have as much control in the mid lane as they want to. Team LUNATIX are going to push out that mid lane, play for the sides, because their side laners are very, very weak. So we'll see how the mid game comes around for Team LUNATIX, and as well as RSG, as we jump on in towards the Land of Dawn.
Land of Dawn is going to be the name of the place. Game number 1, lower bracket match. RSGMY up against Team LUNATIX. Only one can march on, and the other, we're gonna bid farewell to them.
Oh, instantly, invades coming out. Iris is going to proxy the wave and as well as try to steal away the orange buff.
Looking at Linkeza right now, very, very sneaky. Just gonna steal away this orange buff, and I don't think Team LUNATIX can do anything about this. Iris is gonna help even more, furthering the lead for Linkeza, who manages to steal that orange buff.
Yep, very easily done. Goldilocks can't really participate in any of these fights so far. Mid lane at level 1 should have been pushed out earlier, but looks like Izanami and Lexia are doing a good job. Rain! Oh, has to flicker out of there so he doesn't give over first blood. RSG control the tempo.
Oh, sacrificing the flicker. It's okay as long as you don't sacrifice your own life onto RSGMY, who has a very, very good early lead right now, a very good map control. Looking at the bot side right now, Lolias and Izanami, Tomtify gotta be careful right now.
He's gonna get chunked out here. Tomtify, he needs to get out right now, but Lolios, no, it's gonna go over to Izanami. They should have given that over to Lolios, but it's fine. Lexia is here to make sure that Flint doesn't get too much out of the lane, but more importantly so, RSGMY are playing because of their side lanes being so strong. Mid lane, as long as it's generally controlled and when the waves clash, they can go to make these side lane plays. They've already punished Goldilocks, they've already punished Flint, and they've already punished Tomtify within the first minute of the game.
Not only that, Gideon, moreover, as we can see, Tomtify right now, the choice of spell is Flicker. It's not the most ideal. I would say this is gonna help RSG even more, furthering their lead onto the side lane, because only one rotation coming on from Tomtify. He can't run away that far away using the Flicker. I would prefer for him to use Sprint, as he can invade or evade even better. So I'm not sure about the Flicker right now.
I agree with you. Right now, Iris in the middle of the fight, gonna get pulled by the Shadow Stampede. Lexia does see Zep, forcing out the Feathered Airstrike, instantly catching with a Petrify combo. Goldilocks in the middle of the fight, but it's too late. Linkeza has secured the turtle, and now Goldilocks has no way to get on out. He has to commit to this fight unless he has some support. Rain is able to save him for the time being, but now, I mean, RSG clearly in the lead.
Yeah, Team LUNATIX right now gotta be patient a bit. Gotta be patient, gotta focus on farming for Lancelot as well as Irital. But RSGMY, they know this. They know the power spike of Team LUNATIX in the late game stages. So RSGMY is not giving any chances, any room of breathing for Team LUNATIX. Just gonna be trying rotating onto the mid lane, onto the top lane, securing all objectives. 1.5k gold lead up until the 3rd minute mark is a very, very good start for RSGMY.
So when exactly is Team LUNATIX going to fight back? I'm expecting first towers to be destroyed soon. Oh, Goldilocks actually getting very, very low here. Again, Iris a full level lead ahead, but Tomtify getting punished on the bottom side as Izanami is rotated. Immediately game pause. Can't be MPL MY without a game pause during playoffs, right?
I mean, cannot be. This is the first day. We're gonna start off with the pause, but you asked the timing for Team LUNATIX. I feel like in terms of the minute mark, it's like somewhere between 10-minute mark above.
Oh, 10 minutes?
Yeah, it's a far stretch, I must say. But even if they prolong the game up until 10 minutes, and if RSG has a very snowball-ish early game, it doesn't look too pretty for our LUNATIX, to be fair. I mean, I don't think they can come back if, let's say, 5 to 6k goal lead already being taken by RSG.
I suppose coming back might be a bit difficult. I think the scaling on Team LUNATIX is all right. But then comes the big question of what exactly is going on with the mid lane, right? I would have expected both Grok as well as with the help of Farmers should have been able to clear the waves relatively quick and support the side lanes. But so far, it seems that RSG, again, just controlling the mid lane somehow. Side lanes are expected to win. So what exactly is going wrong?
I mean, like RSG MY, looking at their own gameplay, they just read the game really, really well. They know what LUNATIX needs to do, as you mentioned. Clear the mid lane as fast as they can, rotate onto Tom T5's lane and help him out because boy, oh boy, he needs help a lot. And RSG MY noticed that and they even question themselves why LUNATIX are not doing this. If they're not doing this, we can take advantage of this over and over again. Hence why you see how Izanami keep on rotating against Tom T5, trying to get that kill. At least just forcing Tom T5 out, as we can see here right now.
Yep, they've done it again, but Lancel actually finding a kill onto Iris on the top side. Looks like Iris has finally overextended. A good read for the side of Team LUNATIX. Goldilocks could potentially actually make it to that 10-minute mark with decent items.
I feel like AoE team fight, LUNATIX have the upper hand right now with the cut altar, with the wild charge, but it's just how they're gonna try to engage those team fight for LUNATIX. But on the bot side, again, the immense pressure that's being given upon LUNATIX is just too much for Tom T5. Level 5 up against Lolia's level 6, 1 level difference right now.
Yep, Rain holding on very, very closely. I'm a little scared for him. He still has his Cult Altar to make it work, but they're trying to steal the purple buff so far. Alexia is going to get jumped on by Goldilocks as well. Manages to pull Ligeza out, going to proc a Demonic Force one more time, getting on top of Ligeza. It ain't enough. Ligeza actually dashes back, but manages to survive. Where did the Flame Shot go? Where did the What? The Phantoms weren't behind him. He's dealing with ghosts of the past or something.
I don't know what's the problem with Malaysian players and Flame Shot. We've seen this multiple of times from SMG, from Team Hawk as well, and now from Team LUNATIX. I feel like there's a curse with the Flame Shot. I don't know what it is, but that's just a curse right now because they don't know where the enemies are.
A bit sad. There was definitely a lot of kill potential that had that Flame Shot actually hit, but now with the turtle already falling in the hands of RSG, Iris, oh my goodness, that is a very weird position to jump on into as Goldilocks now using the Demonic Force to get on top of Iris. Don't dash no more, brother! Don't dash! Oh no! He has to now with the eye for an eye! One more pulls him under the turret, and now Goldilocks is stuck by himself with Izanami getting cancelled off. One more Demonic Force to dodge the last Feathered Airstrike. He should make it out of here. Zeph here to support him, and he manages to walk away.
Hey, Goldilocks just trying to sacrifice his life, but ending up killing Iris and managing to get away. What a play by that guy right there. The EXP laner proving a point. As we mentioned, the keys to victory, how the EXP laner is going to give an impact onto this game. But impact upon impact, it doesn't seem a bit difficult for RSG MY. Still holding that goal lead, and Tom T5. Control, alternate, delete right there.
Absolutely destroyed, and now Zeph might be in some trouble. He needs to clear off this minion as quickly as possible. It's too late. Zeph will be falling as well, and RSG MY don't mind sacrificing Iris if they get double kills on the opposite side of the map.
I've mentioned 2k goal lead. Right now it's bumped up until 3.6k goal lead, but it doesn't end there right now. Izanami gonna get caught out by Goldilocks, but just gonna run away by the Guiding Wings.
Yep, and so far, that's the Demonic Force already used. Mid lane is already down. Call Altar has popped, and Ligeza all by himself, looking to run away. As now, with so much pressure, RSG MY continue to press the advantage.
That short amount of period team fight right for RSG MY. They dove under the tower. Yes, there was a couple of minions, but they did not even sacrifice one single life from RSG MY. And LUNATIX sacrificed the cut altar. Didn't even manage to get a kill. Loliaut right now.
He's dead. He's dead. He has to take back that Battle Mirror image. Two of them are low, and Lexia, maybe Izanami might be able to catch two. But no, it's too late. Feathered Airstrike already being used to try and clear that wave. Goldilocks getting in front of Izanami's face, but it's too late. Lexia, can he secure this kill onto Flint so far? Thorn Rose able to dodge the Soul Bloom. But now Goldilocks has to go back into his lane. Turtle lost once again for Team LUNATIX.
A 3 turtle, a hat trick for Link Eza right now is gonna get farmed up really well. The Guardian helmet has been purchased by Link Eza. So a very standard build, a Karina tank is gonna produce a lot of trouble for Team LUNATIX right now. And speaking of which, Link Eza, the frontliner right now, is just gonna take this particular turret down.
Yep, Goldilocks, he is just using that demonic force off of cooldown every single time. He's trying to get in front of RSG MY's faces, but they don't care. Izanami now going straight in for this kill as Loliels pops down the blades into way. Izanami still secures it with a passive, and now TL are in trouble. It's going to be the wild charge onto Loliels, but it really doesn't matter at the end of the day as Lexia takes aggro. Rain in the middle of that fight. Flint jumps on in with a perfect execution as Izanami, wings by wings, ain't gonna save him as Flint secures the kill. Backline though, Link Eza and Lexia want to get on top of him. That's going to be the guiding winds used already. Flint in trouble, can't get away as Link Eza secures the kill.
Wow, and on the run right now, Zap, Link Eza, do he want more? He's not, he's just gonna farm out the jungle right there. Again, a very good initiation, a very good disengagement by RSG MY right there. Izanami got caught out by the Shadow Stampede while using the wings by wings, hence why he couldn't run away from that particular team fight. But LUNATIX, at least they tried to react, at least they tried to do something, although it didn't turn out really well. But I feel like they have to do something right now. They cannot just sit and wait for RSG to just have all this advantage right now.
Yeah, and I messed up earlier by saying guiding winds and circling eagle, but it's a good way to actually lock down on the targets that they want to go for, like specifically Toptify and arguably even Flint. Flint may not necessarily be the most ideal target in the world, but if they do land that stun, they can have full commitment from Izanami. More importantly, for Link Eza to actually get a clean combo off.
Yeah, looking at the position right now, these three guys, Lexia, Lolias, and Izanami, just standing by each other. One popping off the ultimate, one is gonna help them out with the guiding wings, with the circling eagle as well. And I feel like RSGMI right now, if they even starting the lore right now, LUNATIX cannot do anything. LUNATIX cannot react anything, but right now, Goldilocks.
Yep, he jumps into the middle of the demonic force, but it's too late. It doesn't do enough damage to really threaten the lines of RSGMY, blowing him out of the water. That feathered airstrike is doing so much.
But why? Why at that time? The law has been taken care of, but right now Lexia is just gonna dash away Link Eza. He doesn't care. He wants the kill right now.
Oh, he gets pulled over the wall and reinforces the call altar out of him. Circling Eel gets on top, and it's too late. They can't do much. They're running them down one by one. Wild charge to try and get on out of there as Zeph does survive. How does Loliels get to live?
Loliels right there, the mastermind, the trickery, using the battle mirror image, using the sprint to get away from those Shadow Stampede, and RGMY having all their life on their hand with the Lord as well. This is gonna be the first inhibitor for RGMY.
8,000 gold ahead. One inhibitor could be falling here. Iris in the middle of the pact. They drop down the feathered airstrike to zone them off, sieging them continuously. They secure mid inhibitor, and Goldilocks, he's trying to get on out of there, forced to use the demonic force to buy some time with invulnerability. He's still going, and it's too late. He's down, but they finally take down the Lord for the side of Team LUNATIX. One for Lord, no more inhibitors for the mid lane, and now power items coming in from Team LUNATIX.
Hey, to be fair, Goldilocks did buy a lot of time right there. Only one inhibitor being taken down by RSGMI. They're not gonna stop. They know they have this amount of advantage right now.
It's just too big. They can't do anything. With 8,000 gold in their hand, they are looking to walk into Team LUNATIX's face, tell them, hey, come at me right now, fight me while I'm ahead.
They gotta be careful. Remember the third keys to victory. Discipline in team fight. One mistake from RSGMY, the game is gonna be changed onto Team LUNATIX's hands. But although I do say that, but 9.6k gold lead, 9 kills over 4 kills, damage dealt by Loliels and Izanami, both standing tall. 38,000 right now. LUNATIX hoping for a miracle right now, hoping one good team fight, one good wild charge, and a combination of demonic force for them to crawl back into this game.
I think even if they do get one really good team fight, that's going to be a 5k gold lead swing into Team LUNATIX's favor. That only puts them at 33,000, and by then RSG has hit the 42,000 mark. If you look at the items, they've already got 3 main items, and Loliels so very strong right now. Izanami really pushing his advantage. Instead of going for a Holy Crystal or even going for utility items, he wants to go for the Glaive.
Yeah, the Glaive is very, very much important. The penetration is super strong right now. I feel like he still is going to go for the Holy Crystal, or why not just Blood Wings right now? Just pour onto magical damage. Looking at the Lord push advantage, 4k gold lead earned, 6k EXP, and turret damage 25,000. I feel like that's a very, very good Lord push. It was the first Lord. It was not a Luminous Lord, but still RSGMY having the most benefit out of that Lord.
I feel for Linkeza right there, because when the wall comes up, it's like, yeah, there's a little bit of a gap. I should be able to walk through that gap, and your hitbox tells you no, tells you otherwise. But for the time being, Zeph, he cannot get anywhere close. Nobody can really contest for this Lord. And I think this is it. RSGMY should be able to secure this game off of that. Flint dashes away with his punctures, manages to get out just in time before the situation gets even worse.
They can get it. LUNATIX, what they need to do right now is build that great wall. Build that great wall and try their best to clear the minions, clear the Lord, and do not die. It's quite simple, right?
Well,
quite simple.
I don't know. Maybe if Tomtify had sprint, Zeph has to land like a 3-man knockup on 3 of their damage dealers for the side of RSGMY. Maybe they have a chance.
Okay,
here we go. Lord walking into the base. Inhibitors already falling on that top side with Iris using the Electro final blow to clear the wave. Goldilocks is going to try and buy as much time as possible, but there's too much damage on board. He cannot get another Demonic Force down, but to clear the first wave of Lord Empowered minions. The second one is about to follow up, and this is where RSG is going to drop down the hammer to look to end the base. Flint jumping on in, clearing as much as he can for the time being. Iris walking up, Feathered Airstrike already being used. Tomtify and Rain take 1 each. Zeph, even himself, using that wall charge as best as possible, but right now, RSGMY, they have no fear whatsoever. They jump on in, call Altar already popped in the middle of the fight. Electro final blow with the patch of fire off the Tomtify, putting him out of his misery, forcing him back, and now this is the end. Game 1 falling into the hands RSGMY.
Very, very disciplined, very, very patient coming up from RSGMY, using that call altar as a bait technically, and Lolias with the battle mirror image, with the blazing duet to just clear all of the minions, all of the heroes of LUNATIX, and get that first win.
Clinical victory for the side of RSGMY. Not a mistake being made. I think the most that they made out of it was, hey, you know, Benedetta died. That's all they could say. And even then, there was value in Iris's death.
On top of that, Linkeza couldn't jump over the wall. That was a mistake.
That too. But with that being said, hopefully LUNATIX are going to come back stronger. Let's throw it over to the mic check to see what they've been talking about.
Gua lagi. Jo. Mantap. No flicker. Ni boleh ni. Boleh serious stock. Serious stock. Zep. Alright, kita dapat tahu mid dah. Okey, mantap guys. Ni kiting ni mati ni. Bunuh dulu. Okey, mantap. Boleh ambil betul tak betul? Boleh. Mantap guys. Macam itulah guys.
Few words exchanged between the members of RSGMY, and with a lead like that, you don't really need to do too much to get away with the game.
Hey, to be fair, I mean, I've seen a lot of games that one team had a 9k advantage and they still lost.
We don't talk about that.
Hey.
Pretend like it didn't happen.
But to be fair, RJ played their cards really, really well. The drafting was good for them. They had a very strong idea. The early game stages was really good. The rotation was on point. And LUNATIX just didn't pack enough firepower right there.
I think there was no way for LUNATIX to really come back from that situation, right? I think a lot of the early game moves done by RSGMY, especially on the top side of the map, instant invade coming in from both Iris as well as Linkeza, taking away the orange buff, proxying the wave at the same time, almost killing Rain in the process down by the mid lane, getting out an early flicker within the first minute.
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of goal lead that RSG had, looking at the itemization right now, looking at Izanami did opt for the Holy Crystal later on, but the early stages, Lightning Truncheon, Divine Glaive was enough for him to just decimate Team LUNATIX members. And looking at Linkeza, he knows that Izanami has the damage, Lolias has the damage, Iris somewhat has the damage as well. So Linkeza is just going to focus on just buffing himself up, absorbing all the damage. If that's not enough, Immortality is there, Winter Truncheon is there as well. So all in all, everything went in place for RSGMY.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's great because RSGMY, the mid lane was not supposed to get a strong push like that, especially at level 1. Like, Farmis as well as Grok are willing to sacrifice a bit of HP to make this happen.
It should have been different. Grok Farmis combo should have cleared really early on, and then the rotation should be focused on Eritel, should be focused on Tom T5, but they did not do that. It's like they were unsure what they wanted to do, but we're sure of one thing. For the MVP of this game is gonna be nominated for RSGMY Lolias with the Cloud. Almost 800 gold per minute, 3k damage per minute, but the kill participation, every team fight, he's gonna be there to end it all.
I mean, look at the smile on his face. That's a person who knows his team is playing for his side of the map. I'm an EXP laner. I don't get that benefit at all. Gold laners like Lolios, not only did he get a winning matchup, but he got a lot of support to actually help press his advantage. And ending the game with basically full items at this point of time really kind of says it all.
I mean, we're gonna look more into the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. As you mentioned, getting help from Izanami. Lolias is a happy boy right there, getting the kill or at least killing off Tom T5. It doesn't stop there. Looking at RJMY just trying to dominate the whole game. But Goldie, look, I feel like if there was an MVP on the losing team, I'll give to Goldie. Look, he did so much. He did everything he could, but all in all, it wasn't enough.
I mean, the worst part was the fact that he was playing Phoveus. Give him Khalid, give him Thamos. He probably could have done a lot more in the earlier stages of the game. It's a simple matter of draft, right? Phoveus, unfortunately, needs his items to be more relevant to actually pose a threat against RSGMY's lineup. And I think overall throughout this game, the fact that RSGMY, they won the early game, and mid-game Team LUNATIX were just a little too far behind. They missed their item power spike. They never had a chance to really come back.
Looking at all those team fight right here, the most happiest guy I'll feel like is Izanami. No one is gonna touch him. No one is gonna stop that Feather Airstrike. Yes, Flynn might dash onto him, might use the puncture, but on the way to Izanami, he's gonna take a lot of damage. And in fact, even if he reached onto Izanami, he's already dead.
that is true. I think it was supposed to be Zev's job because we saw it many times where he would walk up, one Feather Airstrike, two Feather Airstrike, and then you would see the wall actually deny and actually break him out of the Feathered Airstriker area. So generally, I think there was a good idea coming out from the side of Team LUNATIX. I think the early game could have been played a little bit better. Instead of, hey, we have to go and try and protect the orange buff, why not just clear the mid lane, help your jungler go into the enemy territory, push that out, or maybe look for an early gank?
I feel like it's still okay for LUNATIX. They're still game number 2. This is a learning process, a learning experience for them. This is the first time they're stepped onto the stage of playoffs. But again, you gotta bring your A game onto this stage, and RSG right now looking very dominant. If they continue to perform like this, I feel like it's going to be a 2-0 for them. But hey, anything can happen in the world of Mobile Legends.
I mean, this is the lower brackets. And if they lose this, they get eliminated, right? It's not like they're playing for, don't worry, we're just going to drop down into the lower brackets and have another best of 3. Right now, it's a pretty stressful situation for the LUNATIX. And especially since it really came down to, we just played the early phase slightly bad. And we never had a chance to really come back from this.
Just a bit of tweak for LUNATIX right now. In terms of drafting, nothing much to change. I feel like both have a very good idea. It's just about execution. Who execute their game plan really well. And as we can see, RSG having the clear idea. They know what they need to do. They know where to rotate. They know who to help. Lolias is gonna give a very good amount of help. And look how he performed right there.
Oh, what's that? Do you hear that? I heard that there's a special gift up on screen, so claim it while you still can. You guys know what to do. We're not going to have to talk about it too much. Just go to the website, type that code, and you got some free in-game rewards. But now, as the teams and players are coming back up onto stage here, right? RSGMY, I feel like they're extremely prepared. When it comes down to the draft, everything, it feels like Team LUNATIX at this point of time still feel a little disorientated.
Yeah, I feel like disorientated is a very good word right there. And LUNATIX just gotta go back to those moments of week 8. I feel like LUNATIX week 8 was very outstanding. So they just gotta go back onto that mode, onto that system of theirs, and just go all out right now for game number 2. But we gotta recap first for game number 1. Looking at the damage dealt by RSGMY. Izanami 49k, Lolias 50k. I mean, what are the chances? I mean, what a time to live in right now that jungler is not the main damage dealer right now.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
I mean, we don't play jungler.
That's exactly why I think it's taking away some of the power from the jungler enables the side laners to feel like they are impactful. It feels like knowing your matchup is extremely important, and I think for RSG MY, they knew their matchups really, really well. Huja, with the good blind pick call of the Benedetto, was a great way to deal with whatever that Team LUNATIX wanted to actually throw at them. It could have been the Esmeralda, it could have been a Thamos, honestly it could have been a Dyroth even, but they decided to go for a scaling EXP laner. I thought it was very, very risky to begin with because now you have two losing lanes, but I don't know. Team LUNATIX, they have their own style of play.
Yeah, speaking of style, why don't we compare the style of these two regions right now between Iris and R7? What a comparison, to be fair. Looking at the KDA, yes, R7 is gonna win a little bit more. I feel like because R7 played the entire regular season as compared to Iris played a couple of games. But gold per minute and average damage per minute. I mean, this boy, bright future?
Possible bright future. I don't know. Hey, maybe, you know, RRQ should hit him up. Be like, oh, hey, Iris, R7's getting a little old here.
You wanna come here? I mean, Iris, you have an R in your name, so, you know. Gonna be a connection right there.
I can't imagine that's their screening process. Do you have R in your IGN?
Yeah, Iris 7. That's a good ring to it. But a very good comparison, to be fair. I mean, because we have this debate a lot, you know, which is the better region, Malaysia or Indonesia. But looking at the comparison, we're quite similar, to be fair, in terms of the EXP laner right now.
I think we're just looking in terms of stats here, right? I mean, the fact is, R7 is a phenomenal EXP laner, one of the best in the world, I would argue. And every single time I see him play, he plays the EXP lane as if it has a lot more impact than I would have played it. Which to me is surprising because I think I'm a pretty good EXP laner. When I look at R7, I'm like, I am bad. I am bad compared to this man.
You have to be a talented player to make a dead roll really exciting.
Yeah, and the fact is, R7 is generally playing these tank roles. So I'm surprised that Iris is actually catching up to him pretty fast. But let's jump into the drafting phase and see whether Iris is going to get a damage-oriented hero again.
Okay, we shall see it right now. I'm looking at the, what do you call the new hero?
Gushin. Fredrin.
My guy, don't do me like that. Don't do me dirty right now. I almost mentioned, oh yeah, Gushin for Iris, why not? I'm looking at the Fredrin right now for Iris because he did a very, very good moment in the regular season. 3v1 doesn't matter for him. So I'm looking at maybe giving him again to showcase his ability. But on the banning phase right now, LUNATIX is going to ban out the Paquito, sorry Sith, Akai as well. So banning out those jungler objective orientated right now.
Yeah, so far I think the draft is pretty standard. It feels like LUNATIX are still following their same habits here. They always go for the same usual bans, unless, and usually it's the third one which they start switching it up. They know that Farmus is good, so they ban it out themselves. But the first two, Akai and as well as Paquito, both of which we've seen in the previous game when they were on red side. RGMY following the Claude, as well as the Valentina. I'm surprised that they banned out the Claude this time round instead of trying to let it through.
I mean, they want to go for something different. Maybe the Popolo Koopa right now, just go for objective again, getting the turrets, and just trying to snowball in terms of gold lead. I like the banning from IRCMY. They did not ban out the Fanny because why? I'm not sure LUNATIX. I was gonna say I'm not sure LUNATIX has a Fanny player because Amal is not playing. But hey, I mean LUNATIX, Adin, we got some surprise coming up for you.
Well,
Gold Dilo is gonna play Fanny. Okay. Fanny XP lane, why not?
Imagine if that actually happened. But I think RSGMY is kind of showing who they are prioritizing, right? They're saying that Tomtify usually carries games on his comfort heroes.
True.
So let's make him feel as uncomfortable as possible. Let's give him a very long timeline to which he can actually impact the game and try to punish him as much as possible. Until then, I think RSG isn't really going to change that strategy here. So the big question comes from Team LUNATIX, right? Fanny, how much impact is it going to give to the game? Because we saw Lancelot, we're expecting early game pressure. We didn't get to see it. RSGMY, on the other hand, lock in the Ruby. They want to make sure they can have a way to catch, maybe slow down, or at least cancel some abilities or the steel cables coming out from Fanny.
I understand the Ruby, as you mentioned right there, but the Farsa is quite a risky pick because Fanny can just easily cable onto Farsa and then just use his cutthroat to just kill off the Farsa. because Forza is not going to move away. Yes, she still has wings by wings, can run away, but still a very, very confident pick by Kuja for Izanami. But hey, maybe they have a game plan on their own. And LUNATIX, on top of a mobile hero like Fanny, give her a Matilda, she's going to move even much more. And for Tom T5, I feel like another Irrital is going to be picked up, but Khalid is going to be given to Goldie. Look, you got what you wished for, Khalid's Goldie look right now.
Yup, 13 picks, 15 bans, it's still a 54% win rate overall. The crazy part is that a large majority of those games are done by Goldie Luck himself, which is pretty crazy in and of itself because nobody else really wants to touch the Khalid for the most part unless EXP laners are banned. Now, I'm surprised that we did see the Matilda pick up for the side of Team LUNATIX. Yes, the Circling Eagle is a good way to cancel the Feather Airstrike, but how much time do you really have? RSG MY, Linkeza, playing farm-heavy heroes. The Balmont gets locked in this time, and again, I don't know how Team LUNATIX are looking to contest these neutral objectives.
It's going to be quite difficult. I feel like the game plan for LUNATIX is just try to win those side lanes again. Don't focus too much on objective. If you can't contest, let it be, because RSGMY have it locked down right now with the Balmont, with the crop control from Ruby, and the AoE from Farsa. They have a very strong composition onto the Turtle teamfight or Lot teamfight right now. But hey, we gotta look at LUNATIC's third and fourth pick later on. RSGMY, Yves is gonna be banned out. I feel like it's a very good ban. Gonna disrupt a lot, gonna slow down the Balma, gonna slow down the Ruby, and if she's not gonna be taken care of, the RWM is just gonna disrupt them overall.
I think this is genius, right? They're banning out the Yves. My guess is their next ban is going to be I want to say
Julian?
The Julian? I think that Julian, they can leave it up. I don't think Julian is enough in a lot of situations to actually get them out of it. I do think the Lapu Lapu from the side of Team LUNATIX kind of preemptive here. I would imagine, there we go. They're already going to ban it. Need I say anything more? Because again, it's about mid lane control. Lilia is good at pushing waves. Yves is good at pushing waves. And more importantly, it stops any kind of hard engages for the side of RSGMY.
I'm going to throw you a question for on the side of LUNATIX right now. What about Kadita right now? I feel like Kadita is not that bad. I mean, relieve the pressure from Fanny so that Kadita can just focus on the Farsa. Then Fanny can like, I'm not sure right now if she cannot one-shot Balmont. I'm pretty sure she cannot do that, but she can just disrupt the gold laner of RSGMY.
I don't think it's a good option because the fact is they've already locked in the Matilda, so therefore they're not going to be able to outpush the Farsa to begin with. If Ruby is going as a support, they have even more pushing power, so no matter what, RSGMY will be able to rotate first in 9 out of 10 situations. Now Team LUNATIX, they ban out... Interesting that they ban out the Phoveus, but what for?
Just because. Just because, I guess. I mean, okay, to be fair, there's some form of mobility from LUNATIX, but it's not enough to pop the Demonic Fast, and now they're in deep trouble right now. I mean, RSGMY looking at the ban, okay, Phoveus is not in the game. I mean, this is a pretty good game for Iris using the Benedetta again, so why not? Rinse and repeat. Without the Phoveus, Benedetta can just dashes infinitely right now.
Yeah, I mean...
Kadita, bro, come on. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, Kadita, if it really comes down to it, I think Kagura is probably good here as well. Irithel gets locked in for the side of Team LUNATIX. I think that is just pure comfort. They could have arguably gone for Beatrix. She may not necessarily be the best in the world, but it's something. But RSGMY now looking like they have a significantly better comp at this point of time. Hopefully Team LUNATIX, they're not touching hands together to say, hey, GG, well played, boys, let's give it our best shot. They really need to try here. Lunox, very good option here, but it does fall under the same exact problem as Kadita.
Which is clearing capability is quite slow in comparison with Farsa and Ruby, who's gonna clear a lot faster and rotate a lot faster onto the gold lane side. So I feel like LUNATIX, they know this particular disadvantage that they have. It's about how they overcome it. Are they gonna change it up a bit? Maybe putting Matilda on the get-go with Tom T5 to just at least secure the first 3 waves, at least.
I think that is a good option. I think they kind of don't have any control over the mid lane, and the fact that Popo and Koopa get secured in for RSGMY gives more reason for Team LUNATIX to double down on top Defy. Let Flint attack the side lanes wherever he can, help Rain actually clear out that mid lane whenever necessary, because at the end of the day, if Rain is able to get his max items, Balmond is not going to stand a chance. Nobody on the side of RSG MY can really deal with the Chaos Assault.
I feel I agree with you right there. It's about time management for LUNATIX right now. Try their best to secure farming for Tomtify and let Rain just farm up the mid lane. But again, both teams has done their draft. Both teams have the clear idea on how they're going to win this second match, and it's down to this particular moment. LUNATIX, if they lose, they're going to get knocked out and RSG moves forward. But if they can somehow turn this thing around, we're going to go on to game number 3 later on.
Well, here we go. Game number 2 is about to begin as we enter the land of Dawn. Welcome, everybody. It's going to be Team LUNATIX on the blue side with RSG MY on the red side. Purple starts on both sides for both teams here. This side lane, I'm praying that Goldilocks is able to make miracles happen, because he is going to be on the gold side of the map.
Yes, I was about to mention that, but yeah, Goldilocks is on the gold side right now. I feel like he should be able to do some amount of damage onto the Popol and Koopa because his playstyle is very, very aggressive. But looking at Tomtify is going to have a bit of a hard time up against the Benedetta Goose. Just going to clear the wave and then rotate out of those lanes.
Yep, and so far, I mean, Irithel, she's got to play careful as well, because Iris, to him, he's able to get on top of Tomtify really, really quickly. And Tomtify, although he does have the Queen's Call, yes, it does slow him down, but that dash already closes the distance, so he can't kite as effectively as he wants to.
I feel like the rotation is going to come out right now onto Goldilocks, but Loliel's managed to escape those trouble, not a problem at all. But looking at RSG MY rotating as well, but Goldilocks is maintaining the position really, really good. LUNATIX, I feel like they just need to focus on Tomtify. Let Goldilocks farm on his own because he still has those regeneration, the quicksand guard. But Tomtify does need the help right now, and Iris just looking on. They're just gonna clear much, much more faster.
Oh, Iris, he actually whiffs his entire combo just to focus down onto the wave, but here it comes. Link Aza jumps into the middle of fight, but Flint is there as well. Good moves coming in from Link Aza to deny the gank. Now, Lexia and Zeph are going to trade forever, basically, at this point in time, but as soon as Link Aza shows up, Zeph doesn't want to walk close. Now, Flint has to be very, very careful with this next engagement, because so far Balmond is almost guaranteed to get this turtle unless Team LUNATIX decide to push him off.
No, you shouldn't contest. For LUNATIX, you shouldn't contest.
He tries. Rain is petrified, gets locked in by Iris before he can finish off the kill. On towards Balmond as the rest of RSG collapses on top of him, forcing out the flicker. Eye for an eye to secure a double for the side of Iris. Very good call from Iris.
I did mention shouldn't contest because it's quite hard, but it became harder that Flint did not land those steel cable, and then Rain got petrified and just got annihilated by the feather airstrike. So what could have been worse became much, much more of a nightmare for Team LUNATIX early on right there.
Well, to be fair, Lexia did kind of slow him down, did get a little bit of a taunt going, and he's even going to disrespect the space. He's going to walk into the enemy jungle here, and I think they should do this, but they realize that mid lane is not under their control. The fact that Lexia is actually missing from the mid lane means that Team LUNATIX can actually make these moves. Look, on the top side of the map, they've already rotated. Goldilocks is going to start this engagement onto Loliels. It might be a bad mistake here, and Goldilocks is going to use the quicksand guard to survive. Loliels in trouble, 1 HP. He finally dies to Lexia. It's going to be a double here for RSG MY. Almost a miracle play coming out from the LUNATIX.
How did Loliels escape the death? He cheated death right there because Goldilocks had to execute on him, but still couldn't manage to get those kills. Loliels' impressive movements right there, just calculating the shield that he has. But right now, he's dead. He's dead right now. Loliels is gonna go down, but did not manage to get the turret in effect.
The turret is 1 HP. Anybody could walk up to it. You don't have to have Sun or Popo and Koopa to make it happen. Feathered Airstrike coming out, forcing the brilliance out of Rain. RSG continue to maintain control, but this time they're going to be rotating for that purple buff. They know it's coming up right now.
Oh no.
And now Flynn, he has to walk away. There's nothing they can do. Lexia finds the catch onto Rain. They know he's got no brilliance, and now they're going to go for the kill. Izanami ends up dying regardless to Flint with the retribution. Top to fight, here to join the fight with the Queen's Call already, even dropping his ult as well. Oh, these explosive arrows deal damage, but it's too late. Bottom side is already destroyed. They find the engagement, and there we go! Team LUNATIX don't secure the kill! How do they not? They get these kills! 1 HP once again for the side of RSGMY.
Hey, one time you cheat that, it's okay, bro. It's cool, it's chill. But 2 times you cheat that by 2 different players, it's just unfair right now. It's just unfair for Team LUNATIX right there. They tried their best to get those kills, but again, it's just not enough. It's because of the composition of LUNATIX is based on itemization. They need those items for Lunox, for Flynn, as well as Tom T5. If they don't have the right item, they're not gonna deal a lot of damage. The heavy crossbow was being used, but as you can see, it did not do too much damage onto RSGMY.
My problem with this, and yes, you're absolutely right that they do need items, but the 2 people who are supposed to be that early game heroes, both Flint and Goldilocks, weren't able to get the kills. It's so frustrating, but whatever, it happens, it's Mobile Legends. Let's see how they're going to progress this, because now that RSGMY at 3k gold, they're going to press the advantage some more.
I feel like whenever RSGMY has the pole problem in Kupa, this is what they do. They get the bottom lane first, they're going to go on to the top lane, get all the side lanes started first, and then they're gonna gather up onto further the elite even more right now. And as we can see, Zeph is gonna get pulled back. One more hit, but Red is managing to turn things around right there. Link Aza gonna get a drop down.
He gets the breathe, but now Iris on the opposite side is
Execute!
getting attacked. No! Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Does not matter. Execute comes out, Flicker coming out of rain to make sure that they're able to get a pick of their own.
Finally, the kills are coming in for Team LUNATIX right now. I feel like the itemization also has been updated. Maybe Raid has gotten a few items as well as Goldie Look and Iris right there trying to escape, but did not manage. And Lexia, whoa, almost.
He had to flicker out of there. That was going to be another free kill going over to Team LUNATIX if he got caught in that Raging Sandstorm. And Lexia still biding his time here. But Anna just to actually pull 2. They initiate the fight. Legeza secures 1. No, it's going to be Izanami dealing more damage. I thought the lethal counter was going to kill him for sure, but I guess not.
I mean, Izanami is gonna get a kill. Remember who's the carry right now? It's Izanami, okay? It's Izanami. It's the middle presence right now for RSGMY. And the longer this game progresses with the magic worship, with the amount of kills that Izanami has, I feel like again the itemization is gonna be the same. Lightning Truncheon, Divine Glyph for Izanami, for him to just penetrate Team LUNATIX right now.
Alright, now Iris. They know he's going to be aggressive. Benedetta already going in. Circling Eagle being used. Ivor and Aya utilized as well as the Soul Bloom with the Chaos Assault. More than enough. Perfectly played by Team LUNATIX. Reading behavior and punishing Iris.
Killing Asa after getting the turtle. He wants more. He wants the purple buff as well as Goldie Looks health right there. Being taken down. Lexia onto the side. It's going to be taken down, but a very, very good crowd control. Link Asa is just going to spin for the win. Zeph getting the kill onto Lexia, but Link Aza still on top. Izanami shut down against Rain, gonna flicker out as well as Zap, but Link Aza managing to get this kill. Flicker by Tom T5, but Lola say, hang on bro, hang on, you're gonna die right now. Flynn, can he do anything? Steel cable is being used. He's just gonna run away right now.
He has to breathe. He has to breathe. And now Team LUNATIX, despite getting so close to turning a fight round to find a pick for themselves to trade 1 for 1, it slips between their fingers. And RSG with a 4.7k lead so far look to continue to fight. They're right on top of Iris so far, but again, the siege will continue.
I mean, Lolias doesn't care, bro. He's just gonna throw Kupago. Go get that turret. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Iris is gonna be taken down. At least I'm getting those turret. I'm getting those objectives. I'm getting all those map control for RSGMY. 4k gold lead on to the 8th minute mark. Team LUNATIX, they do have the potential right now. It's just about the execution. The Guiding Wings, the Circling Eagle, as well as Rain being able to full combo using the Lunox right now.
Right now, I mean, it's about who makes that first move.
Yeah.
Whether they're able to kind of punish their opponents. And especially when you have key abilities like Eye for an Eye. Wait, hold on. Zeph, he's in a lot of trouble. He's going to get hit by Alpha Wolf, and as well as the Feathered Airstrike. Purple buff not falling into the right hands as well. Flint left without energy regeneration. He's going to try to make something happen, but there's nothing they can really do.
Why did Zeph dashes forward? Instead of backwards right there, he jumped onto the enemy, making it easier for RSGMY to get those kills. And when Zeph is gone, it just means the purple buff is gone as well. And not only that, Link Aza, RSGMY, they know they have this amount of lead. They're not gonna stop there. They're just gonna try to snowball even further right now. Team LUNATIX gotta be careful onto these later stages.
Yeah, and Lexia, I mean, he can't really force a play right now. He's hoping that LUNATIX get a little bit more aggressive, try to go for a team fight, and then look to counter it with his pull. But Iris himself has been pushing these side lanes single-handedly, forcing Team LUNATIX to actually move along the map as a unit instead of splitting themselves apart. Because if they do, they're significantly far behind. Goldilook is level 9 compared to Iris at level 11.
Looking at the itemization, well, it's not good. Looking at those two jungler, 2 items for Flint having the Blade of Hephaestus and Malefic Rock comparison with Link Aza having 3 tank items right now. Curse Helmet, the Immortality is there, as well as the Guardian Helmet. So, I mean, LUNATIX, again, gotta build that great wall right now for them to try have a chance on a comeback for this game number 2.
I'm not even sure if they can actually achieve that. Wow, good use of the sentry there. Actually opening up and seeing exactly where everybody is standing. Let's see whether this inhibitor is going to fall down. Goldilook tries, but Izanami flickers out of the way, leaving Goldilook stuck in position. He kills him straight away. They're able to net an inhibitor and top to fight. If you get locked down here, Flint tries his best, but Benedetta is going to be clearing the wave so very fast. They're going to take all 3 inhibitors now. Top and bottom already gone. Izanami getting attacked. Flint finally finds the shutdown on Izanami and makes his way out of there. Zeph with a circling eagle on top of Loliels pulls himself out of position, forces the flicker out of him. They trade 1 for 1. 2 inhibitors fall into the hands of RSGMY, and they still manage to save 1 inhibitor despite a 7k goal lead.
Have some pity for Flint, Liizar. He did not get a taste of that purple buff at all, but it doesn't stop there. Guiding Wings onto Lolias. I don't feel like LUNATIX can do too much about this. Gotta back off because their base is gonna be taken care of by the minions of RSGMY. But again, I would say 5 out of 10 defend by Team LUNATIX, managing to get a kill for Izanami. Managing to at least protect their inhibitor turret on the mid side, but the bleeding is there already. The bleed has been done by RSGMY.
I mean, the damage more so in the next 40 seconds. If Team LUNATIX isn't able to secure that Lord, steal it away, or win a team fight, they're basically out of this. They have no real way to actually get back into this. And top to fight, I did see a Berserker's Fury recently purchased on him. I'm not sure if that's the 2nd or 3rd item. We'll check in a little bit. But RSGMY is just so far ahead of the curve.
Yeah, I feel like Team LUNATIX, again, even if a good team fight for them right now, it's not going to do much. But that is a very, very good start. Flint getting those kills onto Lolias right there, who's just a bit too far ahead right there.
Yeah, he's really out of position, and I don't think Loliels was ready for that kind of damage.
Whoa, Zeph.
Jumping in on Izanami, pulling in Goldilook. All of a sudden, in the end, he's so out of position, has to get on out of there. Feathered Airstrike puts him down to 1 HP. Sandstorm Guardian with the circling eagle saves him, but top to 5 walks too far. Lexia gets the pick, and now Iris going for the chase.
I mean, would you say a misplay by misplay right there? I'm not too sure what just happened. Because Zeph using the Guiding Wings too far ahead, and Goldilook pressed that Guiding Wings to follow up onto Zeph was not a good idea. LUNATIX started off really, really well. Lolias was killed. They need to use that momentum, but the momentum shifted back to RSGMY is because of the mistakes that being done by LUNATIX themselves.
Oh, this is frustrating to see. It feels like nothing. I mean, LUNATIX, it feels like they get the advantage, and then they lose the advantage, and then they get the advantage again. It's just a never-ending, self-destructive cycle. But for now, they know that the end is coming soon, and Team LUNATIX have to pull up all the stops here. Luminous Lord is coming up on top side. They sentry the bottom side. Orange buff is not within their hands. mid inhibitor is below 50% HP. Let's see how RSG MY looks to close out this game.
Housekeeping needs to be done by LUNATIX right now. The middle inhibitor is going to be taken down by Iris. Just doesn't stop there. Link Aza is just going to try to push the wave right now.
The Brilliant's already been used. Lolios is in trouble. Chaos is on news. He's dead. He's gone. And now they're turning around this fight. Rain has more than enough items, sacrifices his life to ensure that the crystal gets to live. But the second wave is here, and it's going to be a 3v4. Can they actually make this work out? Oh no. The resurrection is already through. They've lost one. Zeph is the next to fall. RSG MY ended off, and that's going to be it for the LUNATIX, getting eliminated on the very first day.
Good game, well played by RSG MY. Play to their draft really well. Focus on the objective, focus on the map control, and they just snowball to their victory. But a very valiant effort by Team LUNATIX. They shouldn't be sad, they should be proud of themselves. A rookie team coming onto season number 10, onto the main stage, onto the playoff stage, and most importantly, Gideon, they secure a slot for season number 11.
Absolutely. Only respect to these newer teams coming in from a semi-professional scene, giving it their all even without their main lineup. Hopefully, Imal, if you're listening to this, get well soon, brother, because your team is going to need you next season.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. But right now, we're going to throw to our host for their segment right now.
Terima kasih banyak kepada Sunfrost dan juga English Caster. Tanya kepada pasukan RSG. Tapi sebelum kita interview mereka, kita nak kumpulkan pasukan LUNATIX diri di tengah dahulu. Bagi ruang berdiri dekat tengah.
Please.
Berikan tepukan pada pasukan LUNATIX.
Satu perjalanan yang sebenarnya cukup mencabar, dan sebenarnya satu pengalaman yang baik bagi mereka. Tim rookie sampai ke playoff, Rafael.
Ya, dekat sini kita nak tanya dulu Goldie Look. Awak boleh pegang mikrofon. Sebenarnya ini adalah ini first time pasukan LUNATIX dan berjaya untuk sampai ke playoff, tapi dikalahkan dekat sini. Apa perasaan Goldie Look sekarang?
Perasaan saya makin bersemangat untuk buat pada season 5.
Alhamdulillah, makin semangat, jangan down, kekalahan dekat playoff.
Dan dekat sebelah saya ada Rain. Mungkin kata-kata kepada peminat-peminat pasukan LUNATIX daripada minggu pertama sehinggalah ke saat ini yang sering menyokong anda ke semua. Apa yang mungkin ingin dikatakan kepada penyokong anda?
Kepada penyokong LUNATIX, terima kasih ya sebab korang banyak support kita orang daripada minggu pertama sampailah sekarang. Walaupun kita orang banyak kalah, lepas tu akhirnya kita orang dapat agak sudah playoff ni. Terima kasih banyak.
Alhamdulillah.
Dengan ni juga kita nak beri peluang sebab sekarang ni Emal dia tengah sakit betul. Jadi marilah kita ramai-ramai doakan kesihatan Emal semakin pulih. Tapi dengan ni kita akan beri peluang kepada pasukan LUNATIX untuk berikan bow terakhir kepada semua orang yang menonton MPL dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1, bow.
Tim LUNATIX.
Terima kasih banyak, boleh beredar. Tapi dengan ni, kita akan menjemput pula kita punya pemenang pada game kali ini, pasukan RSG.
Kemenangan sementara di 2-0. Satu perlawanan yang cukup baik sebagai perlawanan pembukaan kita pada hari ini. Dan mereka akan terus saja melayakkan diri ke peringkat seterusnya, Rafael.
Ya, dengan sini disebabkan muka Lexian nampak macam dia nervous. Saya akan tanya dia soalan sebab 2 minggu prepare untuk playoff. Macam manakah preparation pasukan RSG dan lagi bila tahu akan mula dekat lower bracket?
Persiapan dia boleh cakap try hard lah. Sebab lower bracket kalah mati. So kita orang setiap match kita orang akan fikir BOY.
Sepanjang 2 minggu ni sebenarnya berapa hari korang training? Adakah training tiap-tiap hari ataupun ada juga hari cuti?
Kita orang cuti 2 hari, lepas tu terus pump.
Training 2 hari, lepas tu terus pump. Training tak berhenti.
Alright, dekat sebelah saya ada Iris bermain dengan cukup baik. Tadi kita nampak statistik daripada Iris. Iris guys, alright. Iris, apakah benda yang paling menakutkan sebelum korang masuk berhadapan dengan tim LUNATIX sebentar tadi?
Benda yang paling kita menakutkan ialah if kita orang buat mistake, kita orang akan terkeluar. So macam kita orang dah macam kata alhamdulillah rezeki lah kita orang dapat kalahkan LUNATIX.
Satu jawapan yang baik. Thank you.
Sama-sama.
Itu adalah soalan daripada penonton. Tapi dekat sini, saya juga nak pergi kepada Link Eza. Sebab apa yang saya dengar adalah Mak Link Eza ada dekat crowd. Dekat sini kalau kamera boleh tunjuk, Mak Link Eza dekat situ. Nampak sangat-sangat bangga. So dekat sini kita akan bagi peluang kepada Link Eza untuk bagi ucapan. Bukan saja kepada mak yang datang, tapi semua fans yang tengok. Bukan saja kat ground floor, first floor, second floor, third floor, semua floor ada.
Wow. Wish, banyaknya orang pula. Terima kasih kepada semua orang. Kita akan mencoba sedaya upaya untuk mencapai ke final. Dan terima kasih kepada mak aku juga.
Sayang mak.
Oh, sayang mak.
Dia sayang mak. Memang 100% original idea daripada Link Eza. Tapi macam mana sekalipun, lagi sekali kita nak ucapkan tahniah kepada pasukan RSG MY. Dengan ni, kita akan dengar apa yang mereka bincangkan dekat dalam game di mic check.
Salah hati. Konde. Suruh dek. Sorry. Mati dah. Dek, belajar lagi dek. Mantap guys, macam tu guys. Mati deh nih. Tahan dia. Ni gol dulu. Mantap. Okey guys. Boleh buff. Objektif kita blue buff. Aku dah. Nice. Aku dah. Kita boleh sedap. Good game guys. Mantap. Okay.
Ooh, a dominating performance coming out of RSGMY. That 2-week break has been fully utilized by them.
Yeah, I like when the host asks a question and give out the answer as well. I really like those kind of hosts. I really like Lafel. I really like Seth. I'm wondering if I get the chance to interview with them as well. Maybe they ask me a question and they give me the answer as well.
That'd be great. I wish all my exams were like that. Maybe I'll come out with a degree by the end of the year. But hey, some things are meant to be, just like this game for RSGMY. And I don't know about you, I feel like, it's a little sad that we didn't get to see Emal actually play on the playoffs. He worked so hard during the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, things do happen, but we move on forward. We move on to the itemization right now. It's kind of similar to game number 1, where RSG just kind of dominating all those lanes. Looking at Iris, there is amount of damage using the Hunter Strike, but a lot more frontliner capability for him to just absorb all the damage using the ability of Electro Final Blow to clear out those minions, especially those last minute push where he cleared out the minion and then RSG easily just move forward, push on forward to get those crystal. And Lolias, I mean, to be fair, game number 1, game number 2 doesn't need to do much. Focus on the turrets, just focus on the objective right now.
Yeah, RSG had a really good siege composition overall. Every single time Team LUNATIX were trying to go and clear up those waves, you see that Izanami just drops down the Feathered Airstrike and punishes them, takes away huge chunks of their life total just for walking even close towards the waves in front of the turrets. I think Rain and Flint tried really hard to take out some key heroes from the side of RSGMY. They tried their absolute best to kind of pull it back from the brink, but still wasn't enough.
Yeah, I feel like Izanami gives a good respect to Flint as well. He knows that he's getting one-shotted always, so hence why he bought up the Dreadnought armor to at least having the survivability from getting one shot from Flint. But overall, damage dealt by RSGMY, to be fair, it's not too much. A bit of like maybe 3k differences. So damage by Team LUNATIX is there, but it's just about the execution, how they don't want to dish out those damages. But damage taken, damage to tower, obviously it's going to be the side of RSG. You have Popol and Kupa who's just going to be focused on the turrets, on the objective, and he did it really, really well. On top of that, the support coming on from Lexia, the support coming on from Izanami as well.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, if we look at the damage numbers for both Team LUNATIX and as well as RSGMY, it's pretty even, right? Because if you take at least 10,000 from Rain and Tom Defy added on to Goldilocks, it balances out quite evenly. It feels strange that RSGMY have very low damage numbers overall, except for Izanami, but end the game 17-9.
I feel, again, it comes down to the composition of RSGMY. They know that the main focus is going to be Izanami, who's going to dish out a lot of damage. And the early stages is going to be taken care by Link Aza, by Lexia, as well as Iris, giving that time for Izanami to get those items, to get those Lightning Truncheon, the Divine Glaive as well. And again, Feather Airstrike being used, nobody from Team LUNATIX is gonna disturb him as well.
Fair enough. Now, who is our MVP selected by you guys? Any MVP kita, it's going over to Link Eza. I think that was a pretty good choice overall. I mean, he's making sure that the team never falls behind. 2-1-10 overall for his KDA with a game DPM of 1,728. Very low for a jungler of his caliber. But hey, his team were just winning every single engagement.
If we have another category here, saying something like objective taken or something like that, it's gonna be maxed out. 3 turtles being taken care of. Amount of purple buff stolen by him as well. Just not allowing Flint to enjoy the benefit of purple buff right there. Allowing RSG as well to just steamroll onto Team LUNATIX.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of Balmond. Very frustrating jungler to deal with. You just, it feels like you can't do your job, right? But let's check out these highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. And I think the early game could have been played slightly better by Team LUNATIX. I think the idea was definitely there to look to get these bigger trades, but when it comes down to it, it's about execution. A lot of these could have been 1-for-1s.
A lot of kills could have been taken by Team LUNATIX, but I don't know, it's just like being unlucky, I would say, not being able to finish off RSG MY cleanly. But again, Team LUNATIX show a moment of brilliance trying to crawl their way back onto this game, but RSG MY crawl back again. And how did they crawl back is because, again, as you mentioned, it's like a seesaw right now. LUNATIX have a good advantage, and then they did a mistake, disadvantage again towards them. And then they did something right, advantage back towards them. So it's like a roller coaster effect for Team LUNATIX. If they just consistently do all the right things, I feel like it could have gone a different way right there.
Absolutely. It could have been so different for Team LUNATIX. You can definitely see that their ideas were correct. It's just like they couldn't finish off some of these kills, or sometimes they just get a little unlucky. But there are mistakes after mistakes being made. The inconsistency compared to RSG MY, who were making sure they were landing all the right shots. They were making sure they made minimal mistakes overall. They continued to play to their win conditions, which is taking down these turrets and playing for neutral objectives, making this game quite easy for them to roll over, especially when Team LUNATIX weren't punishing them correctly.
But I do feel what you've mentioned earlier on, this is not the strongest lineup of LUNATIX. I feel like if they had Amal, it would have been a different game. But again, this is the challenges that they have to go through. I mean, we cannot predict, are we going to be healthy enough to play, so get well soon, Amal. And again, don't be too sad, they still have another opportunity. Next season, they're going to be stronger, they're going to be better.
Yep. Stronger and better, that's what they're hoping for. But just to recap our keys to victories, we saw that the EXP laters impact Iris. Man, that Benedetta with Petrify, sometimes you just don't, you blink, next thing you know, 2 people are already stunned, they can't run away, they're already dead. Half the time you don't get to see Iris making that play because he's coming in from very weird angles, and the fact is Benedetta hopping over walls is a very powerful tool.
Yeah, having that Petrify, having the Feather Astrite to follow up onto that Petrify is really, really good. Speaking of which, jungler dominance, Link Eza, I'm not gonna look at the KDA too much, but I'm looking at the jungler impact in terms of how he secures all those junglers' objective, how he opens up the map really, really well. First game using the Karina, second game using the Balmond, not allowing Flint to enjoy any buffs, especially the purple buff, is super, super important in how he dominates on his role right there.
Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted with DTM.
It's that damage? Something.
Damage to make.
Oh!
Down to money.
Oh, down to money.
Down to money. That's what I'm going to assume it is for the time being. But yeah, coming back to jungle dominance, I think Link Eza, I would like to be in Link Eza's position.
Why?
He just farmed the entire game. He literally just farmed the entire game, especially in game number 1. He had to do very minimal, just to execute the kills when people are low. Game 2, even more so, just keep on farming and execute the people who are low.
It's hard, you know. You have this eager to join team fight, and Link Eza just shut down everything. He just focused on the farming. I don't want to get any kills. I just want to farm away. But we move on to the heat map. Iris, the better player comparison with R7. I'm kidding. This is a number comparison to be fair. But this is the heat map from minute number 1 up until minute number 6. What can we manage to see here right now? A lot of movement, especially on his own lane, on the middle side, especially on the jungler side as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think these are very typical movements to see out of Benedetta. And let's also remember that they were dealing with a purple buff jungler.
Oh, yeah.
A jungler who needs the purple buff. And that's why they're hugging around that purple buff enemy side very often. They keep rotating time and time again. And the positions that he or she is taking at that point of time is to look in towards the enemy jungle to make sure that they have eyes on where exactly Flint is going to come out through.
I like how he played just now. He just cleared the wave and then rotate out onto the purple buff, rotate out onto the probably Little Wanderer or Turtle, just trying to give another insurance for RSG MY to secure those objectives. So a very, very good gameplay coming up from Iris, knowing his matchup, knowing his job desk really, really well.
Yep. I mean, Iris was doing a really good job overall, and the fact is he's very fast to follow up on a lot of calls and arguably making the EXP lane a lot more impactful.
I want to give a shout out to someone who's watching right now. Our guy Marco, Iris is better than R7. Gotta wait until M4.
Oh my goodness. Ooh.
Marco, watch out, bro.
I feel like it's a little early to call it. Very early on. I like the confidence here, but let's look at the brackets so far, because if you are expecting that to happen, RSG have to win 3 more matches to get that ticket to M4.
Yeah, and those 3 matches is not gonna be easy, because the next match we have our Red eSports up against SMG. They're not gonna meet up. Probably not onto match number 6, but probably match number 8. But if they can manage to get a win. But don't forget, the upper bracket match, I feel like this is the most anticipated match of all. TODAK versus HOMEBOIS is gonna be on 6 p.m. later on. Very quick, who do you have? TODAK or HOMEBOIS right now? Putting you on the spot. Putting you on the spot right now.
TODAK. I think I just have to go for TODAK because it feels like the safe option.
I wonder who does RSG wants to face off. Because the loser, either TODAK or HOMEBOIS, is gonna face RSG, right?
Yes, correct. I think RSG would most probably want to deal with TODAK because being the ones to knock them out would be, number one, very funny, but also a very huge statement.
Yep.
Because that means 2 teams would have defeated TODAK at that point of time.
Oh, yeah.
And then maybe looking towards HOMEBOIS going over to M4 might be interesting. But with that being said, guys, let's talk about the winners here for the hashtag MPL Predictor.
Yeah, congratulations to everyone. Your name is down there on the crawler right now. But for those of you who want to be one of those winners, it's super easy. You guys just have to predict who's gonna win on the next match, which is Red eSports versus SMG. Predict the scoreline as well. And if your prediction is true, do remember to put on your game ID as well as server ID, hashtag MPL Predictor, and you could be one of these guys right there.
Yep, and if you are one of these guys, go check your game accounts. Hopefully, the skins have already been cashed in straight into your account. So thank you very much for participating. And don't worry, we got 2 more best of 3s happening here today.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be very, very entertaining, the next match. I mean, Red eSports versus SMG, one of them is gonna get knocked out, and one of those teams have Zorn, apparently.
Is he a good luck charm? Is he a good luck charm? Maybe he's a bad luck charms? I don't know.
It all depends. It all depends, because at the end of this playoffs road, this is what the Malaysian teams are fighting for. The M4 team slot. We have 2 teams that will be able to represent Malaysia on M4, and they need to become at least the first or the second place of MPL Malaysia playoffs.
Well, that's ideal, and hopefully they make it there so we can figure out who are representatives, which will be known by Sunday, or at the very least at the end of Saturday. We'll have a very good idea of who it's going to be. So again, M4 happening soon. Keep your eyes out here to see who, or maybe if you're going to use that hashtag MPL Predictor, guess early.
Whoa! We could have that segment as well. Guess who's gonna win? Who's gonna go for M4, and you guys might win a special prize. We might talk to Moonton about that.
We'll talk to them. We'll see how that goes. And that'll be very interesting to see if anybody gets it correct here. And I've seen a lot of predictions being done about who's gonna take those M4 slots on the social media page, the Facebook page, of course, the MPL MY group.
No wonder RSG won those matches. The big Cloud. We have a cosplayer of Cloud right now. Iris played 2 games of Benedetta. We have a cosplayer of Benedetta as well. If you guys want to know what I'm talking about, you guys have to come down to the venue, guys. A lot of cosplayers are here. The players are here. You guys can, take a photograph, a signature, whatever you want to do. You can do it here.
I heard there were meet and greets as well.
There is. On top of that, you guys can also win 2 tickets for M4.
Ooh, hey, I don't know, guys. there's so much to be revealed here today. But for now, coming up next with our second best of 3 happening later today, it is going to be Red Esports up against Team SMG. Once and for all, we will see whether Group A or Group B is the strongest.
We have to bid farewell to another team. We already bid farewell to Team LUNATIX. I felt sad. I felt really, really broken-hearted because LUNATIX becoming the rookie team, and I felt like I want them to go even further. But hey, this is the rule of the competition: a winner and a loser. But again, the next match, another team is gonna bid farewell from M4, from Jakarta, from being nominated as the best Malaysian team right now.
Hopefully, we get to see that happen. I don't know. I'm excited for this next upcoming game here. I'm a little scared for Red Esports because Team SMG, again, cold, calm, calculated.
Robotic, I would say.
Robotic, yes. But with that being said, this is going to be the MPL Malaysia Season 10 Playoffs Day number 1. Our second best of 3 is going to happen shortly, right after this break.
I gotta be careful right now.
He's gonna...
You have been slain.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the 2 of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Pumpty Pie, gotta be careful right now. Pumpty Pie, gotta be careful right now.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. First blood, triple kill, killing spree. You have slain an enemy. Victory! You have been slain. Double kill, mega kill, monster kill.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of arms.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious acts of violence.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Rockstar.
kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar,
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Stoned & Co. Grand Pride, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI.
Kita mulakan playoff hari ini dengan pasukan RSG menentang dengan pasukan LUNATIX, dan kita akan teruskan lagi kita punya match yang hebat. Selamat datang kepada MPL Malaysia Playoff, dan ini anda masih lagi bersama saya, Lafel dan juga Sunfrost.
Ya, baru hari yang pertama Lafel, tapi sudah pun ada yang tersingkir. Gelanggang kita bakal kembali berdarah kerana bakal ada yang mengikuti jejak langkah tim LUNATIX yang sudah pun tersingkir daripada MPL Malaysia.
Dan Sunfrost, sebenarnya saya happy dekat sini sebab kat ground floor ramai, first floor ramai, siap duduk bersila, second floor, third floor banyak yang potong kerja punya.
Tak, awak tengok sampai third floor tu. Tadi saya sempat naik sampai floor-floor yang atas tu. Yang dah ada dah yang cop-cop kerusi dekat tingkat 4, tingkat 5. Jadi memang penuh dengan para peminat MPL Malaysia untuk musim kali ini.
Dan kepada semua orang yang kat luar, kalau nampak ada spot kosong, sebenarnya boleh je masuk. Kamera, jalan-jalan kita boleh nampak abang-abang dekat situ, dah wave hand. Tengok dia tunggu. Wave, come on, bila kamera kat anda, bagikan ni. Tetapi, Sunfrost, kita sebenarnya, kita nak lagi banyak interaction dengan fans.
Sebab
dengan kamera sekali.
Saya nak diorang masih lagi lambai lepas diorang tahu apa yang kita akan buat lepas ni. Sebab diorang tak tahu, untuk kali ni bukan saja para pemain saja yang bertanding. Malah kita banyak juga pertandingan-pertandingan untuk anda yang hadir dekat Quill City Mall hari ni. Yang mana, apa kita ada sekarang ni, Nafel?
Sekarang ni kita akan masuk pada segmen Cam On Me, di mana kamera kita akan cari salah seorang dekat kita punya crowd, kemudian akan tunjuk satu hero kat belakang. Saya dengan Sunfrost tak nampak. You guys kena posing ikut hero tu, and kalau kita boleh teka hero apa, you guys akan dapatkan hadiah. So, mari kita queue. Cameraman, tolong cari seorang. Mana. Dah cari, dah jumpa ke?
Dah dapat ke?
Oh, Benedetta terus. So, kita punya first participant. Nampaknya jadi dekat situ. So,
okay,
sekarang ni Sunfrost kita tak dapat hero kat belakang.
Ini macam lagi susah sebenarnya sebab kita nak kena teka Bennett ni buat siapa.
Okay, get ready untuk pose 3, 2, 1, pose!
Wah, itu memang dah sebiji dah lah, Fel.
Okay.
Ini tak tukar langsung.
Awak tengok angle sana, saya tengok angle sini. Saya rasa saya tahu hero apa.
Awak rasa awak tahu?
Saya rasa Benedetta, betul ke?
Benedetta?
Betul!
Memang betul! Ini macam menyenangkan kerja kita sangat.
Ini menyenangkan. Jadi kat sini, apa kata cameraman? Cari orang kedua. Kali ni kita cari orang dekat bahagian ground floor ni. Kita akan pusing. Sunfrost bagi tahu bila kita dah dapat orang.
Saya pun tengah cari juga ni. Agak-agak ada ke orang-orang? Okey, kita dah dapat dah.
Okey, abang yang pakai baju
SMG
SMG tu. Okey, Sunfrost, awak lead.
Okey, abang kena boleh, kalau boleh berdiri bang, berdiri untuk kita nampak lebih jelas lagi. Okey, bagi tepukan sikit untuk abang daripada penyokong SMG ni. Siap pakai jersey lagi. Okey, dah ada hero dah bang Kita orang tak nampak.
Kita tak
abang je nampak. Okey, cuba abang try jadi hero tu, kita orang keteka apa hero yang abang lakonkan tu.
Okey, in 3, 2, 1, pose.
Push. Tumbuk macam tu yang lapan.
Tumbuk macam tu. Bagi clue lebih lagi.
Cuba bagi skill. Kalau skill
Aldous.
macam mana? Aldous! Wow! Wush! Memang baiklah.
Macam saya dah main ML ni lama. Kita ada ke apa-apa nak bagi dekat abang baju SMG ni? Kalau
Mestilah
ada lagi.
Ha? Mestilah ada. Takkanlah kita nak bagi abang ni berbakat kot.
Kita punya floor manager tengah akan bagi hadiah nanti. Tapi dengan tu, rasanya kita ada lagi dalam 2 orang yang kita nak cari.
Betul, kita ada ramai orang yang bertuah untuk kita berikan hadiah hari ni. Jadi kita akan cari orang yang seterusnya. Masih lagi mencari. Agak-agak dekat mana orang ni?
Oh, dah ada tu.
Okey.
Abang rambut slick back dengan baju hitam putih Saya
Betul,
warna.
hitam putih.
Okey, hitam putih. Okey bang, diri. Okey. I tadi pusing belakang.
Okey, kita tak boleh pusing. Okay.
Dah ada hero kat situ Safra rasanya.
Dah ada dah hero dekat belakang, kita tak tahu. Okey bang, macam mana agak-agak hero ni posing?
Okey, ready bang Saya dah dengar gelak-gelak. Ini macam okey.
Oh, kena duduk.
3, 2, 1, pause.
Saya teka. Saya rasa
teka?
Tigrel. Bukan Tigrel lah.
Okey, jap. Dia duduk, lepas tu dia fikir gini. Macam posing pro player sebenarnya. Ada posing lain tak? Dia duduk macam tu. Macam nak tengok belakang. Okey. Bagi clue lah. Tank ke, fighter ke? Oh. Dairoth.
Oh, Dairoth.
Terima kasih banyak pada English caster Adin. Dia yang kantoikan. Tapi sebab kita dapat teka betul, nanti abang tu akan dapat hadiah.
Betul. Jadi tak kisahlah apa korang buat. Kalau kita orang dapat teka betul, korang yang dapat hadiah. Jadi kita kena kerjasama dekat sini.
Kita akan tanya producer kita ada lagi ke hadiah yang kita nak bagi?
Masih ada lagi seorang.
Jadi cameraman.
Okey. Kita dah ada. Dekat sini dekat je.
Mana tu?
Mana dekat belakang tu.
Mana? Tolong diri, saya tak perasan awak kat mana.
Diri.
Situ. Dirilah. Alah dah comel-comel tu. Come on, stand up. Okay. Hero dah ada. Ready Dah tahu nak posing macam mana?
Dah tahu dah? Dah fikir?
Dah dengar gelak ni mesti hero best ni. Okay. 3, 2, 1, pose.
Oish, ada hero yang macam tu ke Fel? Ini dia suruh teka ke? Dia cuba untuk pastikan kita yang tak boleh nak teka ni.
I teka, masa you teka, masa kita teka Dia punya posing macam ni kalau orang tak nampak. Johet. Betul!
Oi!
First! Terus tahu. Power.
Saya tak sempat nak teka, saya tahu tadi.
Patutlah saya jadi host je. Dah tak jadi caster dah.
Betul. Saya rasa saya kena banyak sikit nak teka-meneka ni. Balik ni saya memang akan praktis lah. Saya akan suruh adik saya buat sikit, lepas tu saya teka.
Alright, tapi macam mana pun kita boleh nampak seat kita makin lama makin penuh. Siapa nak masuk, boleh masuk je. Tapi dengan ni, terima kasih kepada semua orang sebab semua orang sangat-sangat sporting. Tapi kita akan teruskan kita punya perlawanan dengan kita akan invite kedua-dua pasukan untuk terus naik ke atas pentas. Team SMG.
Ya, dengan pasukan SMG membawakan Zone bersama dengan Zain Senpai. Combo di bahagian mid lane. Adakah mampu untuk melakukan setup dengan lebih cemerlang walaupun dalam keringkas masa mereka tidaklah mempunyai momentum yang terbaik.
Dan sekarang ini mereka akan bermain dekat kawasan lower bracket. Jadi nak tak nak mereka ketunjuk mereka punya best potential pada hari ini. Red eSports.
Sementara pasukan Red eSports sebelum ini mereka berjaya untuk menewaskan pasukan SMT di regular season. Malah kali ini dengan persiapan yang lebih rapi, mampukah pasukan Red eSports mengulangi kemenangan tersebut untuk playoff ini?
Red is my blood. Kita boleh nampak ke-10 player dekat atas pentas. Nampak sangat-sangat bersedia untuk menentang best of 3 kali ini. Pasukan mana yang akan teruskan perjuangan mereka dan siapa yang akan pulang kali ini? Marilah kita invite juga. Kita akan invite coach dan juga analis untuk naik ke atas pentas.
Ya, benar sekali coach dan juga analis. Sementara untuk pasukan Red eSports hanya meroll saja berseorangan. Dan adanya James bersama dengan Long untuk pasukan SMG. Adakah ini lebih baik kita akan berikan kepada caster-caster kita selaku pengulas?
A bumpy road filled with trials and tribulations can only be traversed by the strongest and most tenacious. Welcome back to the MPL MY Season 10 playoffs. You're watching the English cast with me, Staffa, as well as Adine, our very first time sharing the caster desk.
Welcome back, guys. First of all, Staffa, how are you feeling? This is the playoff.
This is it. This is the moment everyone is waiting for. So, how are you so far?
I'm excited. The air here is electric, and you can see the setup we have back here is amazing. The crowd here is amazing. If you guys haven't checked this out yet, we are here at Quill City Mall. Entrance is free. So if you got some time, come on and join the crowd as we witness Red Esports versus SMG.
All right, let's move on to our keys to victory. First of all, for this lower bracket match, Red Esports versus SMG, we have mid laner, roamer macro, objective pursuit, as well as execute catch potential. I want to explain a bit more on the catching potential. For SMG, we know Zorn. His capability of catching any particular opponent is very, very much strong, regardless of wherever he rotates. The gold lane side, the EXP side. So he's the ones to watch for the SMG side right now.
Yeah, it's very interesting, especially considering that SMG in the old days was this very passive, very calculative team. But ever since Zorn has joined them, they've become a lot more aggressive. And we're seeing a lot more of that mid laner and roamer macro with Zion Senpoi. I wonder whether or not Red Esports will be able to keep up.
They should, they must, they will, because this is a do or die match for both of them, to be honest. And objective pursuit, obviously, each and every game, objective is a must, regardless of turrets, turtle, or even Little Wanderer. This is where we can see Box playing a bit of a objective-oriented hero. The Paquito, the Akai as well.
Yep, it's honestly very interesting to see how these teams have evolved, how they've changed. But what has not changed is the support of the audience. As we can see, the audience predictions up on screen right now. Team SMG, very popular with the crowd, with the exception of the QR code.
Majority is on the favor of SMG, but as you mentioned, QR code is on the side of Red Esports. But you guys at home, you guys can vote as well, predict who's gonna win this particular match. Again, as we've mentioned, one will go home today and another will move on forward.
That's pretty terrifying right there. But if you guys watching at home have some idea of which of these teams is going to be moving on in the playoffs, make sure you guys participate in our hashtag MPL Predictor. How do you participate? You just got to share your prediction in the comments below with your most creative comment telling us which team you think will win. And of course, don't forget to include your game ID, server ID, and the hashtag.
And the prizes, look, 749 worth of skin diamonds right now.
Yep.
You guys can decide who will win, and you guys, if the prediction is correct, you guys will get the prize. Not only that, Sadafa, do our audience right now have the opportunity to decide who's their choice of MVP? How they're gonna do that? It's super simple. Scan the QR code and vote for your choice of MVP that will be shown at the end of the match later on.
Yep, if you guys have been watching the regular season here of MPL MY, and sometimes you just think, well, this player, yeah, they deserve the MVP, but I want to give a shout out to someone else. This is your chance, and we will get to see which of these players won the hearts of all of you and became your MVP towards the end of this series.
I have a gut feeling if, let's say, SMG wins, it's gonna be Zorn as the choice of MVP. I don't know why, this is just an EP feeling that I have right now. But hey, the game is not begin yet. We have to talk about the drafting. What do you think about SMG right now? They ended their season not too well. A loss against Team LUNATIX, looking to bounce back in this lower bracket match.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. And yes, like you mentioned, we are now going to be entering the draft phase. Looks like Team SMG will be drafting on the blue side and Red Esports will be on their signature red side. And like we've already discussed before, both of these teams have pretty varying playstyles. We know Team SMG are a lot more aggressive now with the Zorn Zion Senpoi combination, but Red Esports are still playing a very classic 4 Protect 1 style.
Yeah, 4 Protect 1 style is a very old school style that Red Esports really rely on that, but it all depends on Mal's positioning. Lately, we can see that he's out of position, or I would say habit, becoming a really, I would say, a double-edged sword for Red Esports. Sometimes it can work out, sometimes they can be punished a lot. So, Red Esports, especially Mal, gotta be more precise on the position because he's the main damage dealer for Red Esports right now.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, but it's gonna be difficult because with Zorn on the side of SMG, this is a man who excels in forcing his opponents out of position, making it as uncomfortable as possible. Red Esports really depends on whether they can control their own momentum, and Team SMG, their goal is to completely undermine any control their opponents may have.
Alright, as we can see the banning phase right now, 1-1 is going to be banned out, another signature hero for Mal. But it's okay, Melissa is still there. Popol and Koopa, Cloud is quite popular nowadays, can also be picked up. But with this spot, one more ban is going to be taken out. I think Valentina should be the answer here. Just the annoyingness of IMU is going to disrupt the gameplay of Ready Sports.
But besides that, we may also have to think about the Julian. In the hands of Zion Sempoi, he can combo really hard with Zorn. Looks like Valentina still going to be the choice for Red Esports. So, all the heroes we mentioned before, the Claude, the Julian, the Paquito, going to be open in the draft.
I like the Paquito pickup right now because how flexible he is, can be put on the jungle side, can be put on the EXP lane side. We know that Smooth, regardless of whatever hero that is being given upon him, he can do his job really, really well. Clearing the lane, rotation, and trying to just control the map overall.
Yep, and Box is not too shabby on the hero as well, so this creates a question mark for Red Esports to have to deal with. Now, I do think them picking up the Julian here would not be a bad choice, as well as the Claude, because we already see how much Claude is a power pick, previously banned out completely in our earlier series today. Looks like they're going to be starting things off with the Grok. And what's it going to be? Oh! Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the brand new and revamped Gushin Paxley on the Land of Dawn.
Hey, there was a crowd go wild moment right there when the Gushin was picked up right there. So, question is, Gushin mid lane or Gushin jungler right now, Sudapa? What are your thoughts and opinion, and what are your favorite role for this Gushin right now?
I personally feel like Gushin has to go jungle. Yes, we've definitely seen a lot of Gushin mid lanes. Not a big fan. Whether I'm playing with or against, not a big fan, but I want to see whether or not Zaid can show off on this hero. With the recent revamps, he does a lot more consistent damage.
I mean, a lot more damage, a lot more handsome as well, I must say. But as you mentioned, we got to see as this draft progress on. I really like the pickup from Red Esports, not showing too much of their composition, but keeping it really, really tight. SMG right now, the LUNATIX as well as Chow. Speaking of executing catch potential, what are the best hero right now to be given to Zorn, which is the Chow?
But we also have to note this hero is still flexible. It could go into the hands of Smooth, who, while he's certainly not Zorn level, is still very close and very effective with this hero.
Yeah, I really like. I mean, one is the master of kicking, one is the master of punching. So put them on the same team, you got a winning recipe right there. Red Esports. What are the next pick? And it's gonna be taken by Farsa. Okay, so far okay, not too bad because not much hero that can stop her Feather Extra except for except for Chow using the Jikulu as well as the Way of the Dragon. But again, gotta maintain the position really, really well.
Yeah, they definitely gotta be quite wary with that. And just from this lineup, you can see that Red Esports wants to play very much for that early to mid game. All three of these heroes will be strong once they hit that mid game power spike. And so Red Esports doesn't want to allow Team SMG to stop them before they hit their late game.
Okay, Cloud is gonna be banned out, a very, very popular pickup by a lot of teams on the goal lane side because how easy he can farm. The Everite is gonna help him a lot. When having the stacks, having the power spike, the Blazing Duet is gonna dish a lot of damage. SMG banning out the Fredrin. To be fair, I'm not a big fan of Fredrin, but on the hands of the right player who understand the mechanics of Fredrin, he can be really, really, really scary.
Yeah, I think Fredrin would be quite intimidating for Team SMG right now because of his ability to just bolster the front line and distract the enemy through repeated taunting. And that would allow Gushin and Farsa to have a much easier time, something that Team SMG does not want to freely give over to Red Esports.
Yeah, and looking at the SMG pickup for the three first hero right now, they have a very, very good crowd control. LUNATIX is gonna sit behind, just farming away, and when the right opportunity comes, when the right setup comes, regardless from Paquito or Chow, LUNATIX can dish out the full combination really, really well. So I'm looking forward to see a very clean and crisp team fight from SMG right now.
But the question is, will this actually be a Zion Sempoi LUNATIX? So far, Team SMG has been very confusing with the way they've drafting, taking it very flexible. Yes, you think LUNATIX should be mid lane, but we have seen Sasa play gold lane LUNATIX before.
Yeah, I hope, I wish for Zion Sempoi LUNATIX and give Sasa a very traditional marksman to fight against whoever is going to be picked up by Red Esports later on. Popol and Koopa is going to be banned out, so SMG is not looking to play this I would say objective orientated by Red Esports. They do have the AoE, they do have the crowd control from Grok, and I would say a burst damage from Gushin as well. So most likely a backliner for Red Esports right now, a marksman. Melissa is still there, Irital is still there.
Yeah, Melissa would be pretty solid right now. Does Red Esports want to reveal their EXP lane or their gold lane first? Looks like they're actually gonna go for the Iritel here. This is a hero that Mal is fairly comfortable on and allows him to position a little bit more aggressively, which we have been seeing from him recently, while having safety in the form of mobility.
I like this pickup. Why? Because when a Feather Airstrike is being opened up, they open up a lot of spaces using those Feather Airstrike, allowing Mal is gonna use the Iritel with Sprint to just dish out the damages. But there's only one factor that remains for Red Esports. Mal needs to get his item first of all, because heavy crossbow is not gonna dish out a lot of damage when you have like 1 or 2 items. He needs at least 3 or 4 items, critical attack speed, then only you can see the output damage from Irital.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that's why Red Esports has heroes that can support that. Team SMG, they're going to be finishing off their draft, and indeed, this is not going to be a Jungle Paquito as they lock in the Ballman for Box, as well as the Melissa. So this is Zion Senpoi's LUNATIX.
Yeah, you may disagree or agree with me here. I don't like the Melissa against Farsa, because Farsa can still use the Feather Airstrike while Melissa using the Getaway. So I'm not too sure about that pickup, but hey, who am I to doubt Sasa's capability of using this Melissa?
Yeah, I can understand your concerns there. So Team SMG are mainly putting their bets onto Zorn as well as Smooth to be able to disrupt the Farsa, because both Knockout Strike and the Jeet Kune Do could be damning to the way that Ash wants to play in that back line. So they're depending on their team right now. Red Esports gonna finish off their draft with that Yu Zong.
Ooh, very aggressive competition coming up from Red Esports. Everyone wants to go in. Everyone wants to have a team fight orientated. The Black Dragon form on top of the Feather Airstrike, on top of the heavy crossbow. So I like the idea from Red Esports. It's just that they have to play with time. They need to get the farming onto Cushion. They need to get the farming on Iritel as well as Farsa. These 3 main heroes is very, very item dependent right now.
Yep, and in comparison, I can see that Team SMG does have pretty solid late game scaling, so this may be a little bit of a flip around as we once again look at the lineups. SMG, very balanced composition overall, lots of good scaling early to late, while Red Esports, quite uncharacteristic of them, have a lineup that just wants to jump in and fight against Team SMG. Who's gonna come out on top? I'm excited to find out, because this is going to be day 1, game number 2 of the MPL MY playoffs. Let us once again return to the land of Dawn.
And may I remind everyone who's watching right now, this is the lower bracket match from SMG and Red Esports. Whoever loses, they're gonna pack their bags and go home right now. So it's a do or die match. As we can see, in the early stages, Zion Senpoi and Zon is gonna focus on to the clearing waves at first, and then try to rotate out either on the gold lane or EXP lane.
So I guess one notable thing about this roamer mid combination from Team SMG is that unlike before, it's gonna take a while before Zorn and Zion Senpoi can reliably pick people off. They need that level 4, which will allow Red Esports to create a bit more pressure before they hit that timing.
Okay, looking at the emblems right now, nothing too out of the ordinary. I would say pull yourself together is gonna be picked up by Mom, allowing him to have a better cooldown of skills reduction. But first of all, Zaid.
Yeah, they're jumping right on him. Both of them. Smooth is here. Zorn is here. Zaid still surviving thanks to the regen from his passive. But SMG, no, they've got that first blood. The signature taunting from Zorn just to add insult to injury.
Bro, that was high school bully. 1 punching, 1 kicking, and Cushion. Oh, Zaid Hakimi couldn't do anything about it. Haven't even hit level 4, so no incandescence for him to run away from that particular rotation. A very, very good engagement by SMG early on.
Yeah, that's very rough for them, and it's quite surprising as well, because you'd expect Red Esports to have a little bit more pressure around the map with this Grok, with this Farsa. But it's SMG that make the first move.
Yeah, level 4. Level 4 is very, very crucial for Red Esports right now. Especially on Ash, especially on Mom, as well as Zaid Hakimi. Once they hit those level 4, they can start to try to team fight against Team SMG. But for now, they gotta be patient, they gotta wait a bit, try to engage really, really well.
Well, the engagement is probably gonna come. The turtle is out. They get the petrify onto Smooth. Rancutie looking for it. He'll get the kill. Paquito is down. Better Dare Strike has been popped. Zayed secures the turtle. Now they're looking for the chase, but it looks like that's all they needed. Red Esports comes out on top.
Yeah, just one brilliant moment from Red Esports by Rancutie just now, picking off Smooth really well, allowing Red Esports, allowing Zaid Hakimi to secure the turtle with the help of Feather as right, zoning out Team SMG just now. A little disadvantage, but it's okay. On the overall scheme of things, it doesn't affect too much right now.
Yep, surprisingly uncharacteristic of Smooth though. He usually doesn't get picked off that easily, which means that Red Esports did actually outplay Team SMG's expectations for a moment. Let's see whether or not they can keep that momentum up, as the next turtle won't be up for a while. Team SMG, Zorn gets the kick onto Mom. Better Dare Strike not going to be able to save his roamer. Team SMG finds one.
That was too easy for Zorn. Too easy for Zorn. I felt like Mom could have done even more. He had the flicker. He knows that Zorn was on him just now, so he could have reacted a bit more faster. But again, Zorn picking off really well. As we've mentioned on the keys to victory, number 3, execute the catch potential, and it's being done by Zorn to perfection.
It's impressive as well, considering that normally Grok would be immune to CC, so that means Zorn actually timed his Jeet Kune Do to get the kick onto the Grok. So very well played once again. The experience of this veteran MPL player on full display.
Yeah, I'm looking at Zaid Hakimi right now. I'm looking at how fast he can complete this item, because having the mystery shop is really good. The discount that he has, allowing him to finish up his item really fast. But how much does it affect in the overall scheme of things is I want to see. He gets his item, he gets his power spike, he needs to participate in this team fight.
And speaking of team fight, Zorn looking for it again. Gonna force the flicker out from Mom. That's a very valuable battle spell that the Grok will not have access to. And considering that the turtle is coming back up, this is gonna make it quite difficult for Red Esports to find an initiation.
Speaking of which, looking at the rotation from SMG, crowding the turtle right now. Box just waiting his chance to secure this turtle. Zorn is just gonna hide and just wait out for Red Esports to make any particular movement, any particular mistakes.
Yep, SMG in a position right now to just look for any openings in the Red Esports draft and perhaps create enough space for both Sasa and Smooth to split out the side lanes to maybe force some members of Red Esports away for a safer turtle take. So far, it seems successful, but neither team is gonna really be able to chunk this objective down very soon.
This is very scary, Sudafa, because one mistake by any team is gonna cost them a lot. Rotation is gonna come out from Smooth and Zorn, and Boss just doesn't have that enough time to use that Cyclone Sweep to secure this turtle just yet.
They're still going to try and contest it. Right now, it's 3v4. Zorn gonna find the cushion in the back line. Black Dragon form gonna be quite chaotic. Better Dare Strike finding multiple. Fox secures the turtle. Zayed gonna fall to Zayim Semboy, but Fox will be traded in return. Rancutie gonna be locked down by Smooth, but is able to jump away with the Furious Dive.
I feel like it's a 50-50. I would say both jungler got taken care of. The turtle might be taken by Team SMG, but all in all, giving out your jungler's life was not the best. So, all in all, I would say nobody won that particular team fight.
Well, they might be looking for a win here, as now Sasa going to be the target. He pops his ultimate, but Maul is ranged, so they will still be able to find the kill onto SMG's gold lane.
What a cheat, using the wall to penetrate from the go away skill. That's so unfair. I felt like Sasa could have gotten away with it, but looking at Mom, really clever, using the Grok's ability, capability, trying to get that pick off, and it doesn't stop there right now.
Ooh, Smooth instantly comboed 100-0 by the efforts of 3 members of Red Esports trying to disrupt the purple buff, but it is him who paid the price.
Wow, he paid the ultimate price right there twice. Being picked off just like that, as you mentioned, it's unconventional for Smooth to be picked off just like that. He's a very talented player, but right now, not showing the best of abilities for SMG.
Yeah, SMG needs to respect Red a little bit. Now that we are in the 6th minute of the game, there's going to be a lot of burst damage coming out of the far side, the Cushion and the Grok as well. They cannot simply jump into the enemy jungle without first having more knowledge towards the state of the map.
Yeah, looking at the map control for Red Esports, just taken down the bottom turret really well, allowing Ren QT to rotate back up, trying to force out a team fight and allowing as well Mal to get even more farm right now.
Yep, the turtle gonna be coming up again in 10 seconds, and with one tower down in the bottom lane, Red Esports are going to have a much easier time contesting it as compared to SMG. There's a chance here that SMG might just give this up to attempt to push the top lane. That's what I would personally recommend, but looks like they might still go for it.
Okay, looking at the positioning right now, Smooth finding Mom on the back line. Mom is just gonna run away.
Ooh, they're still looking for it. Turtle gonna be reset once again. This is a 5v5. Feathered Airstrike feels a little wasted there, but they're just trying to zone them out as long as possible. Zorn gonna find Ren QT with the kick, but not over the wall, so they cannot finish him off. In comes Maul. Heavy crossbow dishing out a lot of damage. He finds Zorn. The rest of Red Esports retreating to the safety of their tier 1 tower. They don't lose anyone, but now the turtle may fall to SMG.
That was a good bait, to be honest, by Red Esports, using the Feather Threat to zone out, as you mentioned. And yes, Zorn managed to get a pick off, but did not get the ability to follow up by his members and sacrificing his life. But then again, Box managing to get the turtle, I feel like it's quite fair. But Mal using the opportunity after Zon is being taken care of, he rotated up on top and got the turret. But Mal...
Ooh, Smooth looking for the combo, but no cooldowns left, so not quite able to land the finishing blow. This Irritel is going to become a problem pretty soon because Mal has been quite safely farming this top lane for basically the entire first 8 minutes.
Oh, Ren QT popping the Black Dragon farm, trying to clear out the wave as fast as he can before he backs us off from that failed rotation by SMG. Speaking of late game potential, Sudafa, who do you have right now? Do you think Red Esports have what it takes in terms of the late game stage?
In the late game, SMG actually has the advantage, but if Red Esports can continue playing off of their power spike, they can end the game before SMG is even able to reach that point. So it's all up to Red Esports to see whether or not they can close things out before the game becomes too dangerous.
Yeah, it's a battle of pick-off right now. Who has the better pick-off potential? I feel like SMG still has it, but the follow-up isn't just there yet. And Red Esports playing that 4-to-1 composition really well. They know when to rotate, they know when to follow up against one and another. That is why right now Red Esports is having a slight dominating of map control in the 9-minute mark, but in terms of economy, it's not much of a difference.
Yeah, what I do find as a problem with Red Esports though is that once they start grouping like this, they will start giving up control over to the enemy team. You can see here, they're trying to invade onto the mid tier 1, but SMG is able to defend this, and with having Smooth as well as Box on the other side of the map, they're starting to take structures without any competition.
Yeah, I would agree. Very good observation right there, because when you play a 4-1 composition, you allow the opponent team to play a split push lineup. As we can see right now, Smooth getting those 2 turrets immediately without any problem at all, and just gonna go back, return back to his teammate, having that map control already. But Smooth!
That's a dead Paquito right there. One Zayed landed that hit. Once he was able to jump too Smooth, we knew that was the end of his life. He's not quite tanky enough yet to be able to defend against it, even though Zayed isn't particularly ahead. SMG needs to avoid giving the Gushin too many free kills like that.
I mean, you got the tier 2 turret. I think it's still fine. I mean, you're still gonna respond back, but giving up those kills easily like that to Zayed is not what you want to do all the time.
Lord dropping real low here. Red Esports has full control. Box trying to get close. Will he get the combo? No, it's Zayed who secures it. Feathered Airstrike drop down with the Black Dragon form, zoning out SMG. Looks like Red Esports are not going to push the issue. They got what they were looking for.
They got what they were looking for. They back off. They don't want to give out any lives onto SMG's hand. Now, right now, Red Esports have the upper hand a bit, but they still have to be careful. One mistake could be punished right now.
Zaza doing a lot of poke damage to Ash, forcing out the wings by wings. That does indicate to Red Esports that this Melissa is going to become a problem very soon, and they gotta end the game pretty quick.
It's quite difficult for SMG right now. They need to look for a pick-off, at least against probably Mal, probably Zayed Hakimi, but it's easier said than done. Looking at how Red Esports just group up one and another, allowing them to just focus on as a 5-man team fight.
Zorn gets the kick onto the Grok, but Feathered Airstrike comes out along with the full force of Red Esports, not allowing Zorn to escape. They jump onto Box, kills him under the tower, double kill. Going over to Zayed Hakimi, they find the mid-tier 1, nearly taking out Zayim 7. Sempoi in the process. They'll steal the purple buff and make out like bandits.
This is the issue, Sudafa. It's not like SMG did not manage to pick off. Zon managed to pick off one of Red Esports member, but the follow-up wasn't there. The damage wasn't there. And Red Esports, how they regrouped back again was really, really fast, was really, really reactive, trying to put on the team fight against SMG. Looking at the damage dealt, Ash, 37,000 from the Feather Ash. This is not a full build Ash yet. I'm wondering if he has those Divine Glaive, the Lightning Truncheon, the Holy Crystal. He's gonna pack a lot more punch right now.
Speaking of that, we are actually going to get a look at the items. No, all he has is the Clock of Destiny Lightning Truncheon. So if he gets the items you just mentioned as well, you can expect Ash's stocks to jump even higher.
I mean, and not even to mention Zaid Hakimi right now. Genius Wand, Glowing Wand, Divine Glaive, all the kind of wands, all the kinds of penetration is there on Zaid Hakimi. Once he lands those dagger, it doesn't matter who he hits. Anyone can be decimated by Zaid Hakimi with the full combination of cushion right now.
Yeah, pretty much the only exception may be a Box and Zorn, and even then we have to actually see it happen to see whether or not they survive. So SMG in a bit of a precarious situation, but we also have to note, SMG, they have Melissa. This hero is so adept at defending the base. And if Red Esports aren't able to push against it, then it could be difficult for them to end the game before SMG scales up.
Counter argument to that, they're facing against a Farsa who has a very strong potential, a high ground advantage against the Melissa, against the defensive base of SMG. So, as you mentioned, I agree, Sasa can have a very good high ground defense, but it all depends on the execution, it all depends on the pick-off later on. SMG right now, what do you think that they can do to try crawl back into this game?
I'm gonna be honest, it's better to just avoid fighting Red Esports and split push the map. If they can apply pressure, they can force Red Esports to split up, and that is where their pick-off comp is the most effective. Zorn trying to find a kick when Red Esports are all 5-man together is just not working.
Yeah, and Red Esports reads the gameplay of Zon really well. They know that Zon is going to pick off any single target. So what do? They just group up against each other. The conceal is going to be popped.
Red jumping in with Black Dragon form. Lord falling over to Mal's move. Not able to find the backline. And now Red Esports on full retreat mode. Petrify onto Zorn. He will fall, but he gets the knockup onto Ash, setting it up for Sasa, who picks up the double kill. They'll find Mom on the opposite side. Immortality pop, but instantly destroyed by the lethal counter, leaving only 2 survivors on the side of Red Esports.
Smart, brilliant gameplay by SMG. They let the lot being taken by Red Esports. They counter back when they know that Red Esports have thrown everything, every single skill, every single ultimate was thrown at that lot. And SMG knows that Red Esports doesn't have any fuel to go on. That is where they punish them one by one, bit by bit. And when Ash is down, when QT is being taken care of, Mom is down, there was no frontliner for Zaid Hakimi or even Mal to counter initiate again.
Red Esports right now does still have the net worth lead, but that was a huge victory for Team SMG, which will instantly allow them to even up the map control against Red Esports once again. And when SMG has map control with a pick-off-oriented composition, things become quite dangerous.
Having this breathe or room to breathe for SMG is really important. They can gather themselves up, gather their thoughts again. What is the next move? What is the next strategy? And that particular lot team fight was much needed for SMG to win in order for them to try to regain back their momentum. Although, as you mentioned, the goal lead is on the red side, but the map control is fairly even, I would say. One is sitting on the bottom bush, the other is sitting on the opposite bush right now.
Red QT gonna be able to scout out Zion Sempoi. Both teams looking to see if they can find an ambush, but neither being successful. And this is ideal for SMG. Red Esports, if they're not able to look for the pickoffs, they don't have a win condition.
Yeah, looking at the itemization right now, I'm surprised to see only one Athena Shield on Chao, which is Sword, and another one is Radiant Armor being picked up by Smurf. I wonder if they would want to even double up on the magical defense because you have a cushion, they have a Farsa on the Red Esports, so I thought maybe both of those items is much needed for SMG right now.
Well, we do see that there is actually also an Athena shield on box already, so the Bowman is very tanky. And from what I can see, Sasa's last item looks to be magic defense as well. So Team SMG are definitely aware of that, but they have a strong enough composition right now. This is a problem with Red. Again, if they group up too much, they cannot apply map pressure the same way Team SMG can.
Hence why they're not grouping up right now. They're sending 2 of their members onto the top side, trying to pick off anyone they see, and they see Smooth. They're trying to get him, but Smooth is very, very mobile. He's just gonna run away, as well as Zaid Hakimi. Still staying right now, Smooth. Gotta be careful. Okay, no. I don't think so, because the rotation is there.
Black Dragon Form gonna be popped by Ren QT. He wants to keep SMG here for the rest of his team to catch up. Zayed looking for Zaim Senpoi. He might get it. He does. That's the mega kill going over to Gushin. Smooth will fall to the Vanguard airstrike as well. And Team SMG are forced on the retreat.
That was a very mind games between 2 teams right there. SMG thought that they had the upper hand, the wraparound by Red eSports, securing or concealing Mal as well as Ash just now, allowing them to get those 2 important kills onto Smooth, onto Zaim Senpoi, and allowing them to get this particular lot. And hopefully, with this lot, Red eSports can make that one inhibited push.
This game so far has been pretty impressively back and forth, but now Red eSports once again in control, taking yet another Lord in their favor. Luckily for SMG, this is right before the 18-minute mark, so it is not the final evolution. But Red looking to push regardless. Here comes the Vanguard airstrike, zoning them off of their mid-tier 2. That will fall for free over the Red eSports. Zorn looking for a pickoff. Does he find it? He gets the Jikundo, but he is out of position, and he is dead. Immortality popped. He will not be able to escape, and now Red eSports are saying, it's go time, boys. Here comes the Black Dragon form into the backlines. Move coming in from back. Winter Trunkian gonna keep Ash alive, but the lethal counter finds 3. They take down Ash. They take down Red Cutie. Mom will fall right after, but he had the immortality, so he will survive. The same cannot be said for Zaim Senpoi. And here comes the Lord.
Wow, the combination from Zaim Senpoi was on point, as well as the lethal counter from Box, but is not over yet. The Lord is gonna push onto the inhibitor turret on the top side, and SMG got a lot of housekeeping job they need to do.
Mom flickers in the backline, finds the wall charge. Sasa in danger, but he gets his ultimate up, so he will survive with a sliver of HP. But Box will be sacrificed for him to keep his life.
It's more than enough, Sudafa. More than enough. Getting those kills, getting the inhibitor turret, most importantly right there, and allowing Red eSports to enjoy a very, very good lead, about 4k good lead, as we can see right now. The heat map for Zaid Hakimi is everywhere right now.
My goodness.
It's everywhere.
It looks like the map has been painted over with a paintbrush right now. The presence of Zaim Hakimi across the map. I mean, he is playing the Gushin. This is exactly what you would expect.
Of course. You don't want your Gushin to focus on one side of this map only. You want your Gushin to rotate all over the map, especially a jungler Gushin right now. KDA 424 playing really, really well, I would say, just trying to focusing on who he wants to pick off, who he wants to use his full combination on. But on those particular team fights just now, Red eSports gotta be careful of one particular hero, which is the LUNATIX. If Zaim Senpoi had the opportunity to full combination of LUNATIX skill, the brilliance, the chaos assault as well, it's gonna be hurtful for Red eSports. So gotta be careful of that, not to tunnel vision too much to get the win.
But we have to note as well, the reason LUNATIX is strong is because of that max HP damage. And Red eSports with the Gushin, with the Farsa, and the glowing wand do a lot of max HP percentage damage themselves. So it's not as if their late game scaling is to be scoffed at. This is still very much 50-50. And all I know is that SMG needs this next Lord.
It's very, very 50-50. It's a battle of execution. It's a battle of pick-off. It's a battle of whoever uses his Wind of Nature first, for Mal as well as Sasa, because those items is very, very much crucial. At the right time, at the right moment, it can determine the future of these 2 teams right now.
Especially now that we're entering the 21st minute. It is all up to the gold laners. Here they come. Box gonna be caught out by himself with the wall charge. Under 4 members of Red eSports. Maul nearly dies, but he survives all of it with the life steal. And that means that he will be able to start whittling down the Lord. Sword out of position. He could be the next one to fall. He will survive, but Ren QT not gonna allow him to escape. He finds the toe, but they will take out the Yuzong in return. Here comes Smooth, forcing out the Wind of Nature from Maul. He jumps back in, looking for the Iridale, but gives the monster kill over to Zayed Hakimi. But look at SMG. They might be looking to push. They want to steal the buff. They want to contest it. Zayed will be able to scout them out, so their plans will not be effective here.
It could have gone bad for either of those teams right there. And I was surprised to see the lifesteal of Mal just went immediately 0 to 100 so very quickly. I'm not sure about his itemization, but those lifesteals definitely saved his life so much. And the Wind of Nature allowing him to escape from the hands of Smooth and allowing Red eSports to yet again get the next Lord.
I will be very surprised if Maul does not have a Haas clause, because without that item, I do not see how he could have reasonably had that kind of lifesteal right there. And that's really unfortunate for SMG, because if they took him out at the start of that fight, that would have gone totally different for them.
One funny thing, Sudafa.
Yeah?
No Haas claw. It's only Demon Hunter Sword. Because I'm looking back, we can see the itemization on his Irital right now. So, again,
that's ridiculous.
Not too sure about those lifesteal, but here is the game. You gotta play the game right now. And Lord on the top side, Red eSports looking to end this game right now.
Yep, they're gonna use the feathered airstrike, zone out SMG. Here comes the wall charge. They find one, and here comes Red eSports. The crystal is wide open, and Team SMG will have the rock swept from under them as Red eSports secures their first victory in the series today.
Much needed victory for Red eSports right there. 1 point is on their hands right now. And to end things up, it doesn't matter if you tunnel vision to victory. If it works right there. You see how Marv just used his instant ability to catch up Sasa, and the damage output from Mal is unstoppable. The crystal withstood no chance, and Red eSports gonna get the first victory.
That is the strength of Red eSports. Let's find out what they have to say as we pass it over to their mic check.
Tak ada flicker ni. Mati.
Dah. Sekarang Zaid.
Dapat. Mantap Zaid.
Ni.
Mantap Zaid.
Dia kau.
Mantap.
Pas.
Tak boleh tu. Cau. Sudah cakap lah.
Mantap.
Mati tu.
Boleh Kamal. Boleh end.
Jom, end jom.
End.
Honestly, we gotta give a lot of props to Red eSports for that victory. That was well won, hard earned, and truly a depiction of what their true strength wherein lies.
I mean, 4-1 composition really worked out well with them. Although there was some flaws in there, but they covered up the flaws really well. They group up, they know what they need to do, they know the opposition game plan. They just counted it really well.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do kind of feel like the reason for Red eSports coming out on top here was simply because Team SMG made the wrong decision.
Yeah.
This is not the style of gameplay you should be using against a team like Red eSports. You cannot expect to consistently find pickoffs. You cannot expect to disrupt their team fight. Go for the split push. You have the heroes to do so.
To be fair, they did manage to get the pickoff. It's just that there wasn't any follow-up trying to punish those pickoff by Zon. And as we see right here in the itemization, we go onto Merl. We talk about the Huskler. There was no Huskler. It was just the lifesteal from Demon Hunter Sword. I'm not sure if he bought it and sold it, but I'm 100% sure there wasn't any Huskler, but the lifesteal was so much. Not only that, Zayed Hakimi, all offensive item right now. The Genius Wand allowing him to just dish out a lot of damage. The penetration coming up from the Divine Glaive. The overtime damage from the Glowing Wand. And overall, the Holy Crystal just wrap things up really nice for the cushion from Zayed Hakimi.
Yeah, it's a very greedy build overall, but I think this is an incredible debut for the revamped Gusion here on MPL MY, truly showing us what the hero is now capable of. Yes, he can go for that full damage because Now, with the revamped passive on this hero, Gushan has a lot more consistent DPS overall. He doesn't have to rely 100% on that big one-shot burst, which means that he can stand in safer places, just cast spells on the opponents and whittle them down slowly through max HP damage.
And if he do not manage to kill them off, it's okay. Farsa is still there with the Feather Asteroid, with the damage, with the Wings by Wings to catch on whoever is left of SMG. But looking at SMG, they tried their best, although it did not come to avail. But right now, we gotta nominate our MVP of the game. It's gonna be given to Mom with the grab 1313 KDA. Very impressive. Gold per minute and damage per minute. We don't want to look, but the kill participation is what he did on all of those team fight. How he initiate with the wild charge.
This is an excellent return to form for Mom right now. Throughout the regular season, he was looking a little bit iffy, inconsistent in his gameplay, but this is definitely the Mom that we all know, we all love. I really like how he was aggressive with those wall charges towards that late game, and he knew that he didn't have to be overly aggressive towards the early to mid game because he knows that Zorn is going to come to them.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the highlights right now brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series, I want to talk again about Mom and mention what you've just mentioned just now. He wasn't afraid to use all his ability. It's okay, it doesn't matter. As long as he gets a good pick off, even if it's a single target, it doesn't matter. It's still a very, very good pick off. That is why I like how Mom's aggressiveness allow his other teammates to push on even further.
It wasn't too greedy, as you mentioned, going for those solo players. A lot of Grok players will avoid doing that because they want to go for the big 2-3-man wild charges, but Red Esports knows that they are a 5-man team, and as long as Team SMG loses even a single person, all of a sudden, they outnumber them and they can just run them over.
Yeah, although there was some brilliant moment from SMG trying to crawl back into the lead, but overall Red Esports come back with even much more style. They cover up their loophole, they cover up their, I would say, mistakes really, really well. And again, Red Esports, I would say, okay, they did manage to get the win. It wasn't a pretty gameplay, but it was enough for them to get the win. And if they repeat it again on game number 2, hey, maybe they are going to be the ones who move forward.
I have no doubts in my mind that Red Esports will be able to repeat their gameplay because typically, whether Red Esports wins or loses isn't really up to them because the way they play the game is almost always the same. So it is up to their opponents to determine how they want to play around Red Esports' strategy and whether or not Team SMG can come up with something new to deal with this big teamfight snowball that Red Esports has in their pocket.
Yeah, I agree, but we have one shout out to give out to you guys. You guys saw what rank Q to use, right? It was the Yuzong, and you guys saw the skin as well. It was this particular skin, the Eudemon in the Dark skin, the Exorcist skin from Moonton. If you guys haven't gotten it yet, make sure you log into Mobile Legends and spend those delicious diamonds of yours to get this particular skin. Hey, it was really, really nice.
And the Exorcist banner, it's gonna be lasting from 3rd October to 16th November as well. And not just the skins like you mentioned, there's recall, there's spawn effects, kill notifications, borders, all the usual stuff. And yeah, like you mentioned, these are really, really nice skins. I don't have them yet, but I've seen them and they are great.
I mean, you're a Yuzong player as well, so I'm pretty sure you would want to get your hands on those skins, so make sure you guys get it before it's sold out, before the event is over. But the game isn't over yet. Red Esports managed to get win number 1. We're gonna move on to game number 2, but I feel like, do you think SMG lost that game is because of their own mistakes, or they were dominated by Red Esports?
I think it's a little bit of both, but a little bit more on the former. I still do think that SMG had solutions for dealing with Red Esports. Many teams have already figured out how to deal with Red. Just don't fight the 5v5 unless you are confident. And Team SMG were just looking for it over and over again, despite falling behind, as we can see here in the Game 1 recap.
Looking at the damage dealt by Red Esports, Mal 58k, Said Hakimi 59k, Ash 65k. If we combine those 3 heroes, it's above more than 130k damage being dealt onto SMG side. And those person or those people who've been taken those damage, Zaim Senpai couldn't withstand the damage. Although him and Sasa, Zaim Senpai and Sasa did a good amount of damage as well, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't good enough. It wasn't sufficient enough for SMG to get the win. Again, gotta go back to the drawing boards, gotta go back to their own strategy right now. How do they want to play against this 4-1 composition?
Honestly, I don't have a big problem with this draft from Team SMG. I think it's fine. I think they have the solutions. If they pick a different style of gameplay, if they were a little bit better prepared, because yes, even if the pickoffs aren't quite working, they have the Melissa. Sasa should have been able to defend base with no problem, and it was Mom who was able to disrupt that, not allowing SMG to build up the bastion of defense to prepare to defend against Red.
If we look onto the drafting phase of game number 1, Pakido and Chow was picked up early on. If they allow Red eSports to show their cards first, I felt like maybe, just maybe, the Chow pickup could have been replaced by Atlas, because Red eSports really likes to play hugging one another. Their space between one another very, very small. So Atlas could punish that immediately. Tigral could punish that immediately. Even Kufra could have punished that even immediately.
Yeah, I get the feeling that the way that SMG was drafting was just to keep the draft confusing. They pick up the Pakido as well as the Cho because they know they can flex it into multiple positions, and they banned the Diggy. Yeah. So they were definitely considering Atlas. It just didn't go for it in the end.
Yeah, too bad. But as we can see right now, this is a head-to-head from different regions, from two regions, MPL Malaysia and MPL Indonesia. Right now, we have Smooth up against Boots. On the KDA side, Boots having more kill. As we can see right now, probably better gameplay or more aggressive gameplay. But the damage taken per minute, the average kill participation, all on Smooth side because it feeds even better for SMG's gameplay. Objective control, very organized.
Normally you would expect the player that has the better KDA to have more overall damage per minute, but I think that comes down to the style of gameplay we see more here in MPL MY. We just love the tussle. There's a lot of confrontation, which results in Smooth taking more damage, dealing more damage, because we just love butting heads.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
I see what you did there. Really, really smart, to be fair. But you know Smooth isn't the one who's gonna get all the kills right now.
Absolutely.
He's just the one who's gonna like clear the lane, control the map, allowing Sasa to get the kill, allowing most probably Zaim Senpai to get the kill. So his job is more of the, it's hard to see in terms of statistic. You have to see the game to see what has been contributed by Smooth.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. So let's see whether or not we will see those contributions as we now once again enter the drafting phase. This is going to be game 2 of our series between Team SMG and Red eSports. Red currently 1 game up and potentially 1 game away from sending Team SMG home.
This game, I've mentioned the do or die match. This is literally the do or die match. But we gotta focus on a box from SMG. The Turtle Mania, 60 kills for Turtle, and the Lord Terminator, 32 kills. I mean, when you talk about objective, I mean, this speaks volume right now.
Yeah, Box is actually the #1 ranked player here in MPL MY for both Turtle and Lord kills in total. And we already mentioned he likes playing these objective-focused, tanky junglers, the Balmans, the Akais, which Team SMG does rely quite heavily on. But we didn't get to see a lot of that in game number 1 because Red eSports had really strong river presence.
Yeah, to be fair, SMG right now, I feel like one way of drafting for them is to just be patient, first of all. Most likely, see what the opponent is going to use. Don't bait out too much of your composition. Wait it out and try to counter draft Red eSports. Yes, you can pick up the Pakido, you can pick up the Julian to be more flexible, but all in all, don't be too much flexible that you don't have your own identity right now.
I still don't really have a problem with flexibility though. There is a strength to it in that it confuses your opponent. But yeah, like you mentioned, Red eSports, they just played their own game. And it worked because Team SMG was uncomfortable. So perhaps taking some of those tips, incorporating them into their strategy is what is going to allow them to come out on top. because right now it is do or die.
Okay, Paquito is going to be picked up again, not going to be banned now. Again, as you mentioned, you don't have any trouble, any problem with your drafting. So as I, because the Paquito, the first pickup is really, really good. Flexibility, you don't know which Paquito is this going to be, a jungler or a XP laner. And it gives a lot of question mark for Red eSports. But Red eSports, as we've seen in game number 1, it doesn't matter what question you throw at them. They're just gonna play their own style, their own gameplay, and they believe in their own gameplay.
But now that the Grok has already been banned out by Team SMG, we're gonna be able to see whether or not Mom can continue that performance with other heroes. Because like we mentioned, in the regular season, his performance was quite inconsistent. But speaking of consistency, the Gusion going to be picked up yet again, and the Cho stolen away by Red eSports.
These particular 2 weeks prior to playoff, I feel like Zayed Hakimi has been pushing a lot of Gusion right now. Hence why they believe that this is the right hero for Zayed Hakimi on the playoff stage, on the lower bracket match. And the Chow is going to be picked up. Mom show a lot of big moments when he uses the Chow, but gotta be careful. If you want to pick off, make sure there is a follow-up onto that Way of the Dragon.
Absolutely, and I'm very excited to find out whether or not there will be indeed, as now SMG, they're going to be locking in the Ruby and the Irritel, so stealing away heroes from Red as well. The Ruby previously banned by Red in the second phase, so SMG seems to want to prioritize this hero a bit more here in game 2.
Having a very, very mobile hero with Irritel, with the sprint, as well as the crowd control from Ruby is a very, very good combination. Just imagine I'm offender, catches 3 or 4 opponent, and then Irritel, nobody is gonna touch her on the backline, just allowing Irritel to just dish out a lot of damage. But speaking of Atlas, we've mentioned it before, Red eSports is gonna be the one who's gonna pick it up.
Wow. That is a lot of setup from Red eSports. I thought that this was going to be Mom Cho. You thought this was going to be Mom Cho. But nope, it is the Mom Atlas. So Ren Cutie playing the Cho in the side lane, potentially against the Paquito. Honestly, not a bad matchup. But right now, what I'm going to be most worried about for Red is whether or not they have enough damage potential with these two heroes.
It depends. It depends on the last 2 picks from Red eSports. I'm looking at a Kadita combination here. I'm looking at most likely a Melissa combination should be strong as well. Pull 5-man up with the Vitaling and then drop the Puppet to dish out the damage. But Popal and Koopa is going to be taken care of first by SMG. Not wanting to look at this Popal and Koopa, just taking objective by objectives.
Yeah, I think Team SMG should definitely look to ban out the Claude right after this as well. Don't give away that AoE potential when they already have the Fatal Links. Red eSports, what is going to be their final ban here? They actually went for the Diggy ban, even though Team SMG has already shown the Ruby. And while the hero can be flexible, I don't really see them playing it outside of the roam position.
What do you think about Lilia? How do you feel about Lilia for SMG right now? Because if she gets Jikundo or anything, she can just run away if she brings a Purify, or just using the black shoes. But okay, I'm sorry, the question is invalid right now.
Looks like Red eSports has the same thought as you. Lilia gonna be banned away, a hero that is very free escaped from basically anything we see on the side of Red eSports right now. I actually was going to say that even if SMG picks the Lilia, I think Red eSports has ways of playing around it, but they just don't want to have to play around it in the first place.
Yeah, it's just super annoying trying to dish out a lot of damage to Lilia, and then she's just gonna regenerate back all her health, and you gotta do it all over again. So banning out her is very, very crucial for Red eSports. But now, SMG, you've mentioned the Cloud. I like it a lot, but there is a lot of other marksmen right now. But the most important one would be Cloud, a very basic, classic combination of Blazing Duet and Fatal Link.
Yeah, I think right now, going for Melissa for Red eSports is just the go-to. Unless they want to go for Beatrix. We haven't gotten to see a lot of her, but if they want to play around AoE, that would be their second best choice. Well, what do you think?
I like the Beatrix pickup. The matchup against Irritel would be a 50-50 matchup in my personal opinion. Both players are professional players. They know how to position themselves really, really well. But I just like the Melissa a bit more better. If she gets ganked, there's still the go away to just run from those engagement. And on top of that, the Muddles is going to dish out a good amount of damage from everyone. And the Kadita is going to be picked up again. Very good combination with Fatal Link.
Ooh, that's terrifying right there. That's so much catch-off potential by Red Esports. And honestly, very strange for them, because when you look at these heroes, you don't expect the team to play as a 4 Protect 1. This is very much a split-up kind of composition. You'd expect to see these heroes on SMG instead. But looks like Red Esports are feeling themselves.
I feel like they can still pull off the 4-1 composition. The 1 being Cushion is going to split push, trying to find a pick-off elsewhere, and the 4 is going to be the other members of Red Esports. But looking at SMG, Lancelot and Kagura, what do you think? I don't feel too good, but hey, I mean, because it's quite squishy right now. 1 pick-off from the Fatal Link, 1 pick-off from Breath of the Ocean can immediately eliminate SMG's heroes.
The strength of Lancelot and Kagura, though, is that they are both heroes with invincibility frames / purify abilities. So that's what Team SMG wants to play around, as Red Esports gonna lock in the Beatrix. Haven't gotten to see this hero in quite a while after the recent nerfs. So we'll find out whether or not Mal will still be able to make it work.
One thing I want to see is Fatal Link's combination with the ultimate of Kadita, as well as the Bennett from Beatrix, the grenade launcher. It's going to be a very, very deadly combination. If Red Esports can pull it off, this should be a very, very high advantage, high percentage win for Red Esports.
One thing's for sure though, this is going to be a bombastic match that we would not expect coming from these two teams in particular. SMG going more aggro, Box no longer on the objective jungle, he's playing assassin today, and Red Esports going for full pickoff, full combo. Will they be able to find their combinations, or will Team SMG prove to be the combo breaker as we enter the potentially deciding match for Team SMG's fate here in the MPL MY playoffs?
Ladies and gentlemen, again, this is the lower bracket match, game number 2. Red Esports is on the upper hand right now, and SMG trying to find the determiner right now. As we can see, Zaim Senpai
is taking a lot of damage from Mom there, which isn't too big of an issue. He will still be able to survive. Kagura overall as a hero, very balanced, never really falls out of meta as well.
I mean, forcing out the heals from Zain Senpai and Ash is pretty good early on. I feel like a very aggressive gameplay showing by these two particular teams. But the fight for Little Wanderer is going to be taken by Box easily, no problem at all.
Yeah, Team SMG are definitely going to have a little stronger early game presence here in the mid lane, because Atlas and Kadita don't do a lot of consistent DPS as compared to Ruby and Kagura. So that is a power spike that Team SMG needs to take advantage of. They need to make sure that Red Esports doesn't start snowballing with this type of team composition.
What does SMG has advantage in terms of the mid lane is how fast they can clear the minion and how fast they can rotate, and should be able to rotate. But we look on to the emblems right now. Assassin's emblem is going to be picked up by Lancelot. It's not the jungler emblem, so he's focusing on killing, trying to get those kills, and as you mentioned, trying to snowball out of the lead. And looking at Cushion, again, similar itemization, similar emblem setup from the previous game, trying to get his item as fast as he could.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a very difficult game for both these teams because it's highly momentum-based. These are two lineups that both need to snowball off of early, perhaps a little bit more for Red, because their combinations will not be effective without those late-game items. Zayed in a 1v1 against Box drops him low, forcing the Lancelot to retreat from the hands of Ren Cutie, meaning he cannot contest the turtle. Ren Cutie actually used his flicker over the wall but could not connect, so that's gonna be a wasted battle spell. Turtle dropping low. I'm offended onto Mom, instantly exploded. First blood going to be the Atlas, but Zayed does still secure the turtle.
Unfortunately, it could have gone so well for Red Esports because Boss has used his retribution, so the turtle was Red Esports to begin with, but the catching potential by SMG using the I'm Offended by Zon was really well. And again, Mom was just a bit too late to react, to counter-react. He could have used the Fatal Link to counter-initiate, but again, Zon was just too quick by the I'm Offended.
However, killing off Mom early in the game doesn't actually matter too much. He has to pull yourself together. So as long as he comes back, Goes for the fatal links on the Ruby right into the breath of the ocean. Zorn actually does not die to the rough waves. Red eSports, Ash gotta feel a little bit scammed by that. Zayed gonna connect the dagger. Will he go on top of Smooth? He will, but does he have his cooldowns? He goes for it again, get the combo with Ren QT, and that's going to be a kill secure on the Paquito, but Ren QT now out of position. Free kill to the Lancelot.
Could have been better for Red eSports, but Zayed!
Oh, that's rough. SMG in perfect position to find the pickoffs as Team SMG find Red eSports while they are on the retreat from an earlier kill.
Okay, game's on right now, game's on. Whoever can pull off the full combination from Kagura, from Cushion is gonna be the winner right now, because we can see Red eSports, yes, picking up those kills was really good, but the time taken that they took was too much, and allowing SMG to just rotate and get a return kill even better right there.
Yeah, honestly, this Zion Senpai Kagura terrifies me. On a hero like this, Zion Senpai can make so much happen, and teams are generally not prepared to deal with it, as now Mom gonna be targeted again, just barely gets out with the perfect match, but you can see SMG knows they are strong right now, and they're trying to make pressure at wherever they can. Zion Senpai sets up another kill onto Ash with Smooth coming in. So much chaos on the map.
Couldn't even use the breath of the ocean, but again, Dafa is not over yet. Mom has his fatal link right now.
Oh, Zorn gets the flicker hook, two-man right in there, but Zayed still gets the turtle. Fatal link sets up for the Yu's passion, but Zayed has already fallen. Maul, he gets Zorn, but he has to flicker away from Smooth as Zion Senpai picks up the kill on Ren QT, 2-for-1.
Oh, Maul. I don't think he can get away with this. He shouldn't be able. Yeah, just gonna get dropped down by the heavy crossbow from Sasa right there. No flicker, no way to go back to his base.
There's so much fighting right now. Like, I was expecting this to be a chaotic game, but I am impressed and I am entertained. Right now, Team SMG is still going to possess the net worth lead because they have been more successful in their pickoffs. And Red eSports, they don't have the best late game scaling. They gotta start getting some of these combos.
Yeah, gotta start getting this combo. Gotta fluid in terms of team fight right now. Picking off one by one should be the main idea. Mom gotta go back to how he played the grab fight. Okay, that is what Mom should do. Just pick off anyone. Single target, it doesn't matter. At least you get someone. At least you get some return kills in this particular game.
Yeah, that's a kill onto Smooth as well. He had the highest gold net worth and it was fed over to Maul. So you can see the Beatrix getting some farm there. Red eSports gonna prevent Team SMG's push. I'm offended, going to miss. Ren QT looking for a pickoff but cannot find it. So both teams will retreat. But Maul gets the tower up top lane.
I gotta feel for Ren QT right there. He tried to find the chicken though. He tried to fight the way of the dragon, but there was just too much crowd control coming up from Zion Senpai as well as Zorn. So SMG right now, yes, they are dominating in terms of gold lead. They are dominating in terms of kill, but they have to do a bit more right now, trying to gain back that map control as well as trying to find a particular pickoff for their own team.
Well, that's what they're doing right now. Team SMG gaining control over the turtle pit, but in the try-push, Zorn walks into 3 members. Fatal Link's gonna find Box, but he will escape. No follow-up. Ren QT in danger, has to jump over the wall, flickers away from Smooth, but does not survive. They get the pick off. Maul not quite able to finish off the Paquito as well, but they may not be able to continue onto the turtle. Team SMG gonna have to retreat back to a defensive stance. Box jumps in, Phantom Execution. Zayed gets the turtle. Petrify going to miss. Mom nearly going to be taken out, but both teams will walk away.
Oh, that was a very close call for both teams right there. I felt like Box really tried to use the puncher, to use the Phantom Execution and Retribution to secure the turtle, but Zayed Hakimi was a tad bit faster on the Retribution battle. And looking at the bottom side, Ash just had to use the ultimate to clear out the wave, not allowing Sasa to get that turret easily on the 7-minute mark.
Red eSports are basically in damage control mode right now. SNG obviously have control over the map. Their heroes are starting to hit their power spikes, and Red eSports needs to depend on pickoffs. Otherwise, all they can do is avoid SMG from taking too much structural control. Mom, he's actually going to go for the Fatal Links onto Zorn, sets it up for Zion, and Mal picks up another kill.
It's okay. Pick-off one is really, really good for Red eSports, but another one.
Oh, the kick onto Smooth, Petrify, Rough Waves going to miss, and now Red QT pays the price. Zion Senpoi finds the combo, takes him out. Here comes Fox. He's looking for Maul, but he won't be able to find it as Maul gets the killing spree. Sasato picks it up. Zion Senpoi in the backline gets the double kill, but Zion will find the shutdown in revenge for his teammate.
Return kill after return kill right now for both of these teams. It's just back and forth action, kill upon kill, initiation upon initiation, and SMG, I feel like they do have a bit of the upper hand, but before that, Zaid Hakimi,
he could be in danger here. He does still have his ultimate, so he will be able to jump away from the Ruby, but a little bit spicy there. He is looking for the ambushes right now. That is the strength of Gushin.
Gotta be careful for both of these teams. Again, executing the catch potential is very, very crucial for Mom as well as for Zon. Whoever gets a very, very huge pick-off is gonna benefit a lot, but SMG, props to them. Even though Red eSports has that Fatal Link, but they haven't been caught up by like 5-man or 4-man. So they're maintaining their positioning really, really well, as well as the information that is being relaying out one onto another.
Yeah, Team SMG has a highly mobile team comp, so they don't have to group up very much, but here comes the big fight inside the Lord Pit. Fox secures it, but Zorn and Fox will fall in exchange. Was it worth it?
Yes! Question mark, I would say, because they still have the upper hand in terms of the amount of
hero. Zion Senpoi once again. This is what I'm talking about. This man with the Kagura will get the pickoff.
This crazy man, this alien of a guy. Give him a Kagura, give him a Franco. Regardless of the role, he can perform it really, really well. Now it's beneficial for SMG. Now it's an advantage for them. Killing off Zaid Hakimi, allowing Team SMG to give out a bit more pressure onto the map side, onto Red eSports right now.
Yep, Ren QT gonna be alone up here to just delay the Lord as long as possible. It is not evolved, so they should be able to take it out without taking structural damage. SMG, I feel like they should be trying to use this to get something in exchange, but they are playing a bit passively right now.
They're trying to get the middle turret, but it's still not successful right now. I agree with what you said. I felt like they should have went a bit more aggressive, at least trying to get the middle turret, regardless of it wasn't a luminous slot. Let the Lord be on the top side, just focus on the middle turret right there.
Alright, looks like we're gonna be going into a short pause right now. Make sure we can iron out any technical difficulties the players may be encountering. And honestly, I do think we need a break here. Take a breath of fresh air, because both these teams are bloodthirsty.
I mean, hey, it's a do or die match so far. One team wins. If Red eSports wins, they are the one who's gonna move forward and sending SMG back home, which I'm pretty sure is not what SMG wants. They want to try to their best to even out the game and forces us to go on to game number 3. But that's even far from our reach yet. Game number 2, SMG. Back then in regular season, we had the AI prediction right now. If you were to be those AI prediction, what are your percentage on both of these teams' winning percentage?
Oh, that's so... that's such a difficult question you're gonna give me right now. I do feel like it's a bit 60-40 in SMG's favor.
In SMG's favor. I want to agree, but then again, like, I mean, it's quite 50-50 because if, let's say, one good Fatal Link from Mom and the follow-up from Kadita could just easily win out the war for Red eSports. But then again, you can make the same argument with Zon with his I'm Offended. So, again, it's not about the execution, it's about how they initiate their own team fight. I mean, like, there's no 4-1 composition right now, there's no split pushing, it's just all-out battle right now.
The thing is, Red eSports subconsciously are still going to generally group together. They're still going to play as 4-man, as 5-man. And Team SMG knows this. That's the reason they went for a draft like this. They have heroes that can move around the map very safely by themselves and spaced out quite wide, even in big team fights. So if they can use this to create space around the map, it will force Red Esports to have to split up their forces and perhaps play a bit more uncomfortably.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the heroes as well, I'm just focusing on the league game potential right now. Kagura and Iritel up against a Beatrix and a Kadita. I would want to put my bet on the Kagura and Iritel because of just the sheer power that they have with the itemization being taken care of. But on the Red Esports side, they still have the cushion. Although it's not an AoE kind of a hero, but he can just single-handedly take out anyone from SMG side. So I feel like the league game potential is quite similar. It just depends on, again, the game plan, the gameplay for both of these teams.
Yeah, so I think what Red Esports has to do is just identify the best and easiest player from SMG to potentially pick off with the Fatal Links, because let's be honest, they're not going to get a 4 or 5 man Fatal Links this game. Absolutely no way, unless they're able to push all the way into the base, then maybe. Otherwise, they need to play off of pickoffs, and they gotta find the best target to do that.
I feel like the only way they can get a 4 or 5 man pickoff if SMG allow them to do that.
Basically.
If SMG is out of position, so on and so forth. But as you mentioned, I don't think they can get it that easily. So maybe focusing on the single pickoff or maybe a 2-man Fatal Links is good enough for Red Esports.
Well, we're back into the game. Looks like we've resolved the issues and we are back from the pause. Right now, we are 11 minutes into the game. SMG still has the net worth lead, but I don't think Red Esports are that far behind. So it's gonna be up to them to decide how the gameplay will continue from this point on.
Hey, to be fair, kudos to SMG. From the first minute up until the 11-minute mark, they're holding this lead really, really well in terms of the economy. 3k gold lead is being held by them, but before that, Conceal.
Mom gonna use the Fatal Links on a single person. They find Zorn instantly, but look at the heavy crossbow damage. Ren QT executed in an instant. So it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. And SMG want to use that. Jumping out to tier 1, but Sasa gets picked off by Zayed Hakimi.
That was a really, really quick initiation by Zayed Hakimi, but Smooth trying his best to get a return kill.
Oh, SMG just diving straight in. Fox finds the tank, but loses his life in exchange. Not really worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah, no. Gotta be patient. Gotta be a bit patient right there. I felt like that was too bloodthirsty of Box trying to get the kill, trying to push himself forward with the puncher, with the Phantom execution. If Box held his ground, I felt like SMG could have won those teamfight really, really well. But hey, we look at the itemization right now. Blade of Despair as the biggest item for Mal. Having the Malefic Roar as well. Physical penetration is there for him. In comparison with Irital, focusing on the critical attack, having the Berserker Fury, the Demon Hunter Sword, as well as Wind Talker. So, in terms of itemization, yes, Sasa is winning, but the damage is still there from Red Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. But Ren QT gonna find the kick once again onto Zorn. Guy can't catch a break, but he's able to escape the Rough Waves combo. Fatal Links wasted as well. Ren QT gonna be taking a lot of damage from Team SMG. He will finally fall. And Red Esports not even able to finish off Zorn in exchange.
May I remind you, that was 2 ultimate being used on Zorn, and yet Zorn still stayed alive. I felt like there was a lot I've done with his emblem right there. The tenacity was really, really useful, allowing him to soak up all the damage, to soak up all the crowd control coming in from Red Esports.
Now Zion Senpoi though gonna use that Yin Yang overturn, which means he's beautiful knockout strike from Smooth to stop Zayed from engaging onto his Kagura. The Lord now at 30% HP. Red Esports, no cooldowns. I'm offended. Pulls Mom back in. Fatal Links finds 2 into the Rough Waves combo. Mom will die, but his job is done. Zayed gets the kill at the box in the backline. Sasa trying to chase him down. Already a double kill on the Iritel, but only 3 members. Zayed! No! He dies! Over to Zion Senpoi. The kick going to be purified by the Kagura, and Mal jumping in. He has Wind of Nature, but he is 1v2. A killing spree over to Sasa. They regain control over the Lord. Ren QT, you're by yourself. This is a bit too risky. I suggest you back off.
Back off, RenQT. You can't do anything right now. I mean, if you could do anything, it would be a miracle for Red Esports Both having the lot right now. Mom is there as well. The retribution. There's no retribution. To be fair, Boss is just has a life right there. But it could have gone really, really bad for Red Esports if RenQT tried to ego check right there. Tried to go in as well like that.
Yeah, he was trying to see if he could trade off Zion Senpoi, but the positioning from this man once again, not allowing Red Esports to jump on him easily. This Kagura being a linchpin in this strategy for Team SMG. Currently 7-1-5. I'm surprised we don't see Zion Senpoi on this hero more often.
That was a outplay by outplay right there just now in terms of the Lord team fight right there. I felt like Zaid Hakimi, I'm not sure why that was the position that he chose to sit just on the bush and allowing Zaim Senpoi to just throw her umbrella and then get those kills. I feel like if he just back off a little bit, it will be so good for Red Esports. But again, mistakes upon mistakes, and as we progress even further, both these teams gotta be patient, gotta have their focus right now.
Yeah, especially I feel for Red Esports, they need to get these combos off. Yes, they're looking for the pickoffs, but SMG are actually playing together very well right now, spacing out so they don't get caught out by the big team fight ults. Mom gonna be pulled in. Fatal Links finds no one, and his immortality is popped, but Fox will die instantly to Bennett's rage. Mom finally gets taken out. Mega kill over the Sasa as they drop the mid-tier 2. Team SMG now threatening the base of Red Esports.
It's still fine, it's still fine. It's a 1-for-1 and they still manage to protect the inhibitor turret on the top side. And I'm surprised the Bennett rage damage was quite a lot to be fair.
RenQT gets flicker hooked by the Ruby, but it is a Joe. He has the mobility to get away. And Team SMG will make a hasty retreat after a failed engagement.
Both of these teams gotta be careful right there, because I thought Zaid Hakimi can pull off his combo really well, but I never thought a well-timed knockout strike could stop the combination from Cushion. So a lot of individual skills, a lot of individual gameplay right now being shown by both of these teams. And as I've mentioned, the longer this game progresses, it's gonna take a toll on their mental focus, on their energy as well. So it's a battle of wits and strength as well right now.
What we have to note though is that we have seen in the past a single well-placed Fatal Links can actually turn the game around. So we cannot count Red Esports out of this just yet. But lots of kudos have to be given to Team SMG. Their positioning in this game so far has been nearly perfect. If we discount the few times Box jumped in a little bit too aggressively, if they just avoid doing that, this should be an easy victory for them.
I agree. And holding the lead really well, SMG from minute number 1, but smooth.
Fatal Links onto Paquito, right into 4 members. No way he's getting out of that alive. Even RenQT zoning out the rest. They don't want to allow Red Esports a chance to re-engage.
Okay, right now this is a good opportunity for Red Esports to get the Lord, but gotta be careful. Look at the minimap, look at the position of Zaim Senpoi right now. Again, you've mentioned one good Fatal Link could change the outcome of the team fight, but one good Yin Yang overturn could do the same thing as well.
Zaid Hakimi, nicely timed, good reaction with the incandescence, otherwise he would be dead. And that's not what you want to happen here. Jungler, when the Lord is up, Red Esports are all over the Lord pit. Fatal Links onto Zorn once again, right into the Rough Waves combo. Bandit's Fury as well, but here comes Zion Senpoi in the back line. Not quite able to burst them down, but doing a lot of damage. The Kagura finally drops, but Ash will be taken out as well as Zaid Hakimi. No jungler for Red Esports. And that means that SMG will get this Lord for free.
I've mentioned it, Sadafa. I've mentioned, what did I just say? One good Yin Yang overturn. Look at the minimap. Look at the positioning of Zaim Senpoi. The wraparound, the backstab by this mid laner was very much crucial, was very much on the point. But hey, what is MPL Malaysia without any pauses right now?
Ooh, that's a little bit of a break in momentum right there. Not gonna lie, but again, we gotta make sure that these players are able to play at full potential. And if there's any technical difficulties, we gotta resolve them before the game can continue. After all, these teams are playing with their lives on the line.
I feel like Red Esports can't catch a break, man. I mean, that's a very good pick-off onto Smooth. It was a 4v5 situation. But again, they did not expect the positioning from Zaim Senpai coming on from the back line, just backstabbing them with the Yin Yang overturn. If that did not go well for Zaim Senpai, Red Esports should have gotten the lot easily without any doubt. But hey, that is why SMG is here today. They're not giving up, they're still in this game, and they're looking onto evening out the scores right now.
Zaim Senpai is just such a pillar of support for his teammates to lean on right here, able to find those angles. He was looking for the ambush initially, but once the fight started, he went for the backline, and that was incredible. Honestly, I'm a little bit sad that he didn't actually get the full 100 to 0, because that would have been clip-worthy. But it was enough. That was all he had to do to secure the Lord for his team, and now, since SMG has claimed that, Red Esports are going to be looking for a tough base defense.
Yeah, they gotta defend their base without any particular high ground defense. I mean, if you want to consider Kadita as a high ground defense, sure, why not? But all in all, SMG, with the Lord push, they still have the Yin Yang overturn. They have the heavy crossbow coming up from Sasa. And not to mention, if Zon gets one good pick off with the Arm Offender, at least even one target is being taken by Zorn, I feel like SMG do have the potential not just to get the inhibitor turret, but to actually win this game.
I think what Red Esports needs to do right now is to swap up their style. They've already made it so that Team SMG is aware the Fatal Link's one man onto the Ruby is what is to be expected from Mom. If all of a sudden Red Esports switches that up, they put themselves in a position where he should Fatal Links the Ruby, but he doesn't and saves it a little bit. That could disrupt the way that SMG wants to go for it, but it is still quite a stretch.
I like how you've mentioned that, a very good observation. Maybe it could work, just try to focus out a different target or just baiting it out. You know, using the perfect match and expecting that Mom is going to use the Fatal Link, but Mom is just baiting it out, baiting any particular skill, baiting out any particular flicker from SMG. Could be a good idea on how they're going to defend this particular plot push. But all in all, it's still depending on the discipline, depending on how they want to do it right now.
Yep, this Lord should fall easily to Team SMG. No way Red Esports will be able to put up a fight against that. And since it was past the 18th minute, this is going to be the final evolution of the Lord. Red Esports got a tough defense on their hands.
Final evolution of the Lord. Does it mean is this the final moment of the game? We shall see. Red Esports still having the Fatal Link, still having the Incandescent from Cushion, and not to mention Rough Wave as well as Breath of the Ocean from Kadita. So SMG gotta play this out really well. Maybe try to bait out certain ultimates from Red Esports, and then only can they move on forward. And not to mention Zaim Senpai's timing using the Yin Yang overturn could also be crucial right now.
I did notice that Box picked up the Rose Gold Meteor right before this. Not very common for a Lancelot, but we know that he wants to dive. So that'll enable him even further. The Lord pushing in the top lane instantly takes out the top inhibitor. SMG gonna be pushing in the mid as well. But looks like Red Esports are able to successfully defend against this SMG, taking it slow, playing it safe. This is more to their classic style. I do wonder whether it might be too slow though.
I feel like because they're very patient and very aware of the Fatal Link, so they do not want to get caught up. And now, Fatal Links.
They get Zorn once again as Rank Cutie jumps into the backline, but he's instantly taken out. I'm offended, finds Maul! Right into the hands of the rest of his team. He gets Zorn, but loses his immortality. And Ash, even the rough waves, not enough to save him once again. Zaim Senpai adding another kill to his hit list.
I feel like they already understand. SMG understand the game plan already. Just throw out Zorn because they know that the Fatal Link is gonna be on to Zorn right there. So all they had to do is just try to follow up against Zorn, and Zorn try his best to escape from after the Fatal Link's effect. So SMG, they know what they need to do, and as you mentioned, Red Esports, on the 20-minute mark, gotta change something right now, gotta do something else. Maybe Fatal Links on the back line, maybe try to wrap around like how Zaim Senpai did as well.
It's so difficult for them to do that though because of the way that Team SMG is positioning themselves. They are the masters of objective and map control, and Red Esports, they are just very hardwired to playing as a 5-man team. Trying to get them to do something different may actually deter them more than benefit.
Oh, looking at the heat map for Zaim Senpai right now, obviously it's gonna focus on the middle side. Obviously it's gonna focus on the river side as well, because a lot of battles is around those turtle, around those little wanderer, and a lot team fight. And you look at those one red spot on the bottom side, that is where the initiation, the backstabbing happened from Zaim Senpai.
And you can see how much he plays around the bushes on the enemy jungle as well. He knows his ability to just ambush and 100-0 a single member of Red Esports. And if they're able to do that instantly, the entire composition of Red falls apart.
Okay, looking at the immortality right now, I don't see any immortality on Box. Only on Zaim Senpai as well, there's no immortality there. So gotta be careful right now. One hit by Red Esports, you're gonna be dead for some quite of time right there. I felt like Bombcraft uses the Fatal Link onto the Kagura right there just now.
Yeah, I think Red Esports definitely should look to fight right now, because Zaim Senpai doesn't have Yin Yang Overturn. He used it earlier on the Atlas, but Red still taking it slow, playing it safe. I think they want to secure purple for the Gushen first.
Both teams is playing very passively right now. They are worried one mistake could cost the game really, really bad. The only person that has immortality for SMG is Zon right now, as well as Smoke. So they should be the frontliner for SMG to soak up the damage, to bait out the Fatal Link as well. And Sasa, Box, as well as Zaim Senpai, gotta be careful with their positioning, gotta stay back for a little while.
Red Esports right now positioning in such a way that they're looking for a re-engage. They want Renkiri to start the fight, for SMG to invest skill cooldowns into him, and then for the rest of the team to follow up afterwards. But SMG, they're going to be easily aware of this. I feel like Red Esports are right now playing in a way that can be very easily predicted by their opponents.
I mean, no one can backstab right now. No one can do any kind of split pushing, because it's gonna take some quite of time for them to go back to this Lord fight right now, which is being controlled by SMG, just looking for any single opportunity for a pickoff.
SMG are going to rush this. They know Zayed Hakimi was last seen in the top lane. If they can burst this down before he arrives, it will be a free Lord. But here comes the Gushen, instantly 100-0 by Zaim Senpai! Goodbye, Zayed! No retribution for Red the Kagura. Another kill under his belt.
That is such a... It's hard for me to say this, but it's such a rookie mistake to do. You know that Zaim Senpai is gonna be around that particular bush, but yet you still try to walk up onto him right there and got punished immediately.
If anything, Zaim Senpai actually, I don't know if he timed that or he just got really lucky. The exact moment he checked the bush with his umbrella, he saw the Gushen and could instantly do the full 100 HP combo. He was just checking the bush. So part of that has to be given to how quickly he responded to actually seeing Zayed Hakimi. Because if he had checked literally 1 second earlier, Zayed would not have walked into that.
Yeah, I mean, very, very lucky for Zaim Senpai to found Zayed Hakimi right there on that particular bush. So right now, Red Esports gotta do a lot of defending, a lot of housekeeping right now. Zayed Hakimi is back onto the battlefield. We can see right now how is Red Esports gonna respond.
This is going to be a difficult one. This could end it for Team SMG. They're going to be focusing on the Lord right now. SMG once again playing their signature safe style. They could just push in for the crystal, but they're taking it slow. Red Esports, they're still defending. He finds the two-man Fatal Link into the rough waves, and that sets it up. Renkiri kicks them back into the base, but it's not going to be enough. I'm offended, going to find two in the backline, but Box instantly falls. Killing spree over the mall. They're aiming for the crystal. Sasa wants to end this game. They find Zayed Hakimi. Renkiri gets the three-man Jeet Kundo, but the minions are still coming. The crystal is still exposed. Red Esports will not succeed in their defense as Team SMG evens up the series 1-1.
Oh, SMG had to throw everything. The kitchen, the sink, the table, the cup, everything onto that crystal, trying to get the win, forcing the win out of Red Esports, forcing us to go to game number 3. A well-timed execution from SMG, although getting caught by the Fatal Link, but it doesn't matter. Yet they still got the win.
Dean, I am exhausted, but that was exhilarating and amazing defense by Red Esports. It just was not quite enough. So let's find out what Team SMG had to say in their mic check.
Tak ada ulti tau. Nice. Sabar. Nice. Sudah. Boleh push. Lele.
Nice.
Ah!
Nice. Yang mana?
Begitu bah Zaim.
Nice yang mana?
Bila. Nice. Kita.
Betul bodoh.
Dah.
Nice tak? Nice. Lot. Dengar tekan.
Okay. Wow. Baik, Zaim. Ambil dia orang masuk dulu. Dapat kucing. Nice. Boleh buat. Jump.
A frightened animal will bite back when pushed into a corner. And with their lives on the line, Team SMG will claw their way back into the series, bringing this elimination lower bracket match to effectively a best of one.
It's not over yet. 1-1 is the scoreline right now. And man, oh man, as you mentioned, I was on the edge of my seat, to be fair. Watching those games, watching the play-by-play, watching how they initiate, how the counter initiation by both of those teams. And really, it comes down to the last moment right there where Red Esports couldn't done anything. There was just too much resources by SMG to end the game.
Yeah, honestly, again, really good discipline from Team SMG to not just go for that final push with the Lord. The crystal was open, they could have pushed for it, but they recognized that Fatal Links was still a threat. And somehow or another, they were able to push things out and finish things in their favor.
Alright, looking at the itemization right now, I like what is being done by Sasa, using those Electro Flash, getting away really nicely. He did not opt for the spring because he knows that the Fatal Link from Mum is going to be really annoying, so opted for the Purifier was very much crucial. Having the Wind of Nature to buy some time for him to dish out a lot of damage, and the damage is gonna come from the Berserk Fury, the Demon Hunter Sword, the Wind Talker, and a bit of penetration from the Malefica, which helped him to destroy the crystal a tad bit faster.
Yeah, but this was a 25-minute game. It lasted ages, and because of that, you can see both Smooth and Sasa actually ended up selling their boots at the end because they already know that they have inbuilt mobility regardless, and that as long as Zorn stands in front, they won't be at threat of being caught out. I feel like Red Esports could have tried to jump the backline a little bit more, but if we're talking about jumping the backline, I feel like that's gotta go over to Zion Senpai, who is absolutely going to be the MVP for this game number 2.
Hey, I have no problem with Zion Senpai right there, and the biggest moment of the day was his initiation from the back line and almost getting the clip of the day if he had gotten those 2 kills. But the itemization is there, the Claw of Destiny, the Holy Crystal, the Lightning Truncheon, and the Winter Truncheon. If he gets into trouble, he can just walk away. But the gameplay of Zaim Senpai is, you have to see the highlights later on, how he timed his skills really well. The positioning was really good, and again, just knowing where Zaid Hakimi is, knowing where the members of Red Esports is, allowing him to get those particular kills.
Zaim Senpai as a player has a long history here in the MPL, and he has played multiple roles in the past, meaning that his game sense is on point. He knows where the enemy team is going to be because he has had those habits instilled within himself. And it is another level of skill to be able to use that to get these pickoffs, to set up for his team to come back from difficult situations. Red Esports could very much have ended this game earlier if not for this Kagura constantly getting these key pickoffs.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at the highlights right there, Zaid Hakimi has some questionable movements, just walking in front of the Kagura, walking, not even alerting any kind of sense of danger right there. So maybe in game number 3, Zaid Hakimi have to watch out and on where his movement is. Just be alert of the map, be alert where the threat is gonna come from.
Red Esports unfortunately went a little bit too greedy with this lineup, I gotta admit. When you have a lineup like this that is built around full combos, yes, it's very effective, yes, it's very easy to play because you know exactly what you have to do. It also means that your opponents know exactly what you have to do, and you saw how Team SMG drafted and played exactly to counteract Red Esports' initiation.
I always thought if you just pump into AoE teamfight, just bring on a lot more AoE, you could win with just one initiation. But SMG prove me wrong. Although Red Esports a lot of AOE capabilities, but SMG, the way that they play, the way that they position themselves apart from each other was really, really good and allowing themselves to get the win. And this was the highlighted moment where Zaim Senpai picking off Zahid Hakimi and then allowing SMG to get the Lord.
Yeah, that was literally one swift move to end the dreams of Red Esports. The moment that Zahid Hakimi's health hit 0, Red Esports knew, oh well,
boy.
that's not good.
If I were to be on the Red Esports side, I was like, I told you, Zahid, don't walk there. There's always going to be a Kagura right there somewhere.
Yeah, you expect there to be a chance of rain, but that was a chance of umbrella.
Yeah.
So let's find out what the hosts have to say. Let's throw it over to the stage.
Terima kasih banyak kepada Sif dan juga English Caster dekat bahagian belakang ni. Saya dan juga Sunfrost di backstage. Di mana saya ingatkan, saya yang paling bergaya hari ni. Rupa-rupanya, kita kalah dengan Dragon, manager daripada Red Esports. Jadi dekat sini, kita akan bagi mikrofon kepada Dragon. Jadi Dragon, macam mana perasaan anda lepas tengok kedua-dua game di antara SMG menentangkan Red Esports tadi?
Perasaan saya proud lah dengan boy saya. Sebab boleh bagi show yang betul-betul hangat dekat playoff ni. Which is tak sia-sia lah orang datang tengok kan.
Ya,
ini memang game yang kita nak tengok. So memang game ketiga ni lah penentu untuk dua-dua team. So wishing both team do the best.
Tapi kita tengok daripada tadi 24-25 minit. Apa perasaan bila dua-dua game tu sampai ke late game? Sebab kita tahu late game ni macam-macam boleh jadi kan. Ada rasa yakin ke dengan team ataupun masih lagi rasa macam harapkan yang terbaik je untuk diorang. Macam mana rasa?
So far daripada drafting apa semua tengok player semua dapat draft dengan elok apa semua. And kita orang punya movement untuk early game semua so far so good. So memang saya trust je on the players sebab masing-masing dah ada experience untuk for a few years. And also kita orang ada backup orang kita punya analyst dekat belakang also. Seorang payung and also coaching. So memang dah ready lah untuk playoff ni sebenarnya.
Tapi dengan ni juga kita boleh nampak seperti mana Sunfrost cakap, lebih daripada 20 minit untuk kedua-dua game. Tadi Dragon dekat belakang, macam mana vibe dekat dalam bilik Red Esports sekarang? Macam mana perasaan semua orang dekat dalam tu?
Semua memang bersemangat lah. Since dekat lower bracket kita orang tahu yang tak ada second chance. So memang semua players all out buat untuk diri kita orang masing-masing. Kita orang pun memang ada aim nak pergi N4. So masing-masing buat yang terbaik je lah. Apa yang boleh, kita orang pun dah usaha, dah training. So for now tawakal lah.
Ya, sememangnya nampak tadi pun korang punya preparation agak rapi juga. Walaupun tadi terkejut, tak ada coach ataupun analyst yang naik, hanya Merul saja yang naik sekali. Dekat sini memang awak letak orang kata keyakinan dekat para pemain tu sepenuhnya daripada sudut strategi semua.
Kiranya untuk decision tu more to management your side. Tapi saya pun memang believe je dengan boy saya yang dia orang boleh handle semua event drop apa semua. Dia orang memang dah ada base lah orang kata kan. Just nak minta guidance je. And seorang payung pun ada tolong dia orang balik. So dia orang prepare lah. And saya memang percaya dengan the boys.
Ya, kita boleh dengar di mana Dragon selaku manager dia sangat-sangat percayakan player-player dia untuk buat keputusan dari segi drafting dan macam mana mereka gerak dekat dalam map. Tapi tengok berdasarkan game pertama dan game kedua, rasa-rasanya apa yang perlu pasukan Red Esports betulkan masuk ke dalam game ketiga?
Untuk saya more to kemaskan initiation kot. Sebab bagi saya ada kekurangan task pun. Kiranya yang membuatkan team fight tu agak orang kata apa, agak terabur. Cuma if kita boleh plan dengan lebih orang kata apa, lebih sabar, lebih cantik plan tu, timing dia lebih cun, akan dapatkan result yang lagi better lah. Same goes to SMG, sama je. Dua-dua draft, memang draft team fight, draft counter engage. So kita tengok team mana lagi better, team tu yang akan menang.
Ya, jadi kita boleh nampak di mana perbezaan game pertama dengan game kedua adalah macam mana mereka nak masuk dekat dalam team fight. Nampak ada kesukaran sikit lah lagi bila Zorn menggunakan Ruby. Tapi Dragon, sekarang ni kita sekejap saja lagi akan terus naik ke atas pentas untuk game ketiga. Kita sebagai host minta izin boleh ke tidak kita nak dengar cheer daripada pasukan Red Esports sebelum naik ke atas pentas?
Boleh, sure.
Alright, cameraman, Get ready, kita buka pintu. Kita akan bagi Dragon yang initiatekan cheer tersebut. Cuba tanya player dulu, waktu sesuai atau tidak.
Sebab sebenarnya kita pun takut. Sebab sekarang pun keadaan semakin lama semakin tegang untuk dua pasukan ni. Pastinya pusingan yang ketiga cukup sengit. Tapi apapun seperti yang Dragon sudah pun katakan, para pemain sudah pun cukup bersemangat untuk teruskan perjuangan mereka bagi pusingan yang ketiga.
Yeah, by the way, thank you very much Nana Stream. You said I look good. Tapi dengan ni, kita akan dengar pasukan Red eSports punya cheer. Kita sebagai host, kita akan tengok daripada tepi. Kita bagi Dragon untuk leadkan cheer tersebut.
Ya.
Tak ada menyesal pun nak tak ada guna pun nak menyesal after this apa semua sebab korang semua dah train and dah buat yang terbaik. So aku nak korang all out je. All out je apa yang di train, cuma orang kata apa mau kemas lah. So apa yang kurang kat second game tu improve kat third game. Sebab korang memang basically dah the strongest. Aku nak korang believe benda tu. Korang dah the strongest one.
Alright, thank you very much. Kita dah boleh dengar Dragon.
So let's go lah. Kita
let's go.
Untuk game terakhir kita guys. Okay? Red eSports 3, 1, 2, 3. Red eSports.
Alright. Dekat situ kita boleh dengar kehangatan dekat dalam Team Red eSports. Tapi dengan ini, Sunfrost, saya harap kita punya caster BM dan juga English dah bersedia sebab kita dah tak sabar untuk game ketiga. Jadi marilah kita serahkan kepada mereka.
Shrapnel and gunpowder adorns the land of dawn, but when the dust settles, will we still be moving under gunfire? Or will we be seeing red? We will find out as we enter Game 3 of the series. Back here on the English desk, you are joined by me, Stafa, and Adine once again, my friend. How are you feeling?
To be honest, I'm feeling a bit exhausted, but those little break that we had just now, looking at the interview segment just now, I'm energized, I'm refreshed, and I can't wait to see game number 3. You used a lot of grand words right there. I hope the last match for this particular series is going to be grand as well.
Yep, I'm hoping for that. After all, we are now down to a best of 1 that will determine the fate of 2 teams here in the MPL playoffs. Which of these 2 team lineups will be sent home alongside Team LUNATIX today? No one wants to have to go home on day number 1.
Yeah, to be fair, we gotta look first on to game number 2 before we move forward for game number 3. Zaim Senpai, 81,000 damage. Pretty impressive, you know, for a mid laner, dishing out a lot of damage, but you look at Sasa right now. No one is gonna touch him and allowing him to just decimate every single target from Red eSports. 108k damage from the Irrital, and I'm pretty sure if this game progresses up until the 30-minute mark, 150k on hands for Irrital.
Yeah, it would be easy. But yeah, looking on the side of Red eSports as well, when I saw the show, when I saw the Atlas, I was a little bit worried about their damage potential.
Yep.
And we could see that. Not to mention they added Kadita on top of that. They are really lacking consistency in their DPS. And relying maybe a little bit too heavily on Zayed, Hakimi, and Maul. And when they couldn't quite get those positionings, it became very difficult to them.
Oh, this is a very good comparison head-to-head between Maul and OHAB. MPL Malaysia between MPL Philippines right now. KDA is gonna be win by OHAB, showing that Blacklist a bit more aggressive composition right now. And a goal per minute high score, to be fair.
Wow.
Really close. 904 for Mal, 905 for OHAB. Damage per minute high score and unique hero pool is gonna be taken by Mal, showcasing that Mal can play a bigger hero pool for now.
But in terms of consistency, I do feel like we would still have to give it over to OHAB. Right now, unfortunately, Maul is in a difficult situation where his team is a bit over-reliant on his performance in order to come out on top in those late games. While I'm pretty sure a lot of us know OHAB doesn't have to deal with those concerns. So hopefully Red eSports will be able to overcome their difficulties here, because this is going to be a bloody Game 3.
Alright, I can't wait for game number 3 to start, but I don't need to wait any longer right now. We're gonna begin with the drafting later on. But looking at game number 2, I do have a question. Is too much of a one thing is not a good thing because they pile on for Red Esports a lot of AOE, but it did not go too well for them.
Yeah, well, there's a reason why you hear the casters a lot saying it's best not to put too many eggs in one basket. You know, too many cooks spoil the broth, that kind of thing. If you focus too hard on one facet of gameplay, it becomes that much easier for your opponents to counter draft and counter play against it. You need to keep things confusing, not just in the way you draft your heroes, but in the way you want to approach the actual game.
Yeah, I've always said this to my friends, my I would say followers as well. If you're playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang, regardless of rank or casual games, if you don't know what are you doing, the opponent won't even know what you're doing as well. So that is what Sadafa is mentioning about the confusion right there. But hey, I mean, looking at the draft for game number 1, game number 2, SMG had a similar kind of idea between game 1 and game number 2. It's just a matter of different execution, different style of how they want to win their own composition. For Red Esports, although the heroes are the same, but again, the execution from them was not in the favors of themselves.
Now, I think we can draw a very interesting parallel between Team SMG and Red Esports because these are two teams that both in the past relied very heavily on late game, relied very heavily on objective gameplay, on grouping up together once they hit the final few minutes. But Team SMG has changed. They've shifted their style. They become a little more unpredictable. On one hand, it results in them having more vulnerabilities in making mistakes because they're not used to this style of play. But on another hand, it allows them to explore more avenues and become difficult for enemy teams to counterplay.
I feel like I do have to agree with what you said just now, the parallel between these two particular teams. But one thing is worth to mention is when it comes to draft, you would require or you would like to have someone behind you to do all those thinking. You know, what heroes to ban, what heroes to be picked, counter initiation, counter draft. For SMG, they do have that person in James who's gonna determine what kind of style they want to play. But Red Esports right now, without the help of a coach on the stage, yes, they do have Mirol, but Mirol is more of a player rather than a coach. So would you say this is a big advantage for SMG and should be taken really, I would say, seriously by both of these teams?
Absolutely, actually. There is a reason why most of these teams have coaches in the first place. I think a lot of people were expecting that, even without the coach, the players are experienced. They're going to be able to figure things out. But I'm going to have to say no to that. There's a reason why coaches exist. Having that extra individual purely focused on determining what is the best draft for your players, the best draft to counter what your enemy is coming up with, having the cogs going in their mind to decide whether or not certain heroes should be banned, should be picked, should be prioritized, makes a huge impact, especially nowadays where the draft becomes even more important than ever.
I definitely agree. I mean, you would want to think that the players can do everything, but hey, they're all humans after all. But we can look onto our average ranking of KDA right now. On top, we have Link Asa 6.8, followed up by Stormy right now 6.7. Not much of a difference between number 1, number 2. Number 3, Hate. I mean, to be fair, Hate played like a few games on the regular season, so he can maintain that KDA really well. Man Bang, Zaim Senpai is number 6. Subway, Balance, Izanami, and Box to round things up on number 10 with 4.7 KDA.
Yeah, I still remember during the earlier days of the regular season where Stormy was way up there. I think it was something like 9 point something. And now you can see things have balanced out a lot more. Teams are becoming a lot more competitive. Players are bringing their A game, their 100%. Because after all, every game could be their last.
Every game could be their last, and it's definitely a last game for the losing team of this particular match series. And they gotta say goodbye to becoming the champions of MPL Malaysia. They gotta say goodbye to their tickets to Jakarta to compete in M4 Mobile Legends World Championship as well. Speaking of which, we've seen Gushen being played, one of the heroes that got revamped. There was another hero that got revamped but yet to be seen on this playoff stage, which is Leslie. I want to hear your thoughts and opinion about Leslie right now.
Now, I'm actually kind of surprised with what we've seen so far because I was expecting Leslie to be more popular than Gushen. Like, I was expecting Gushin to not be seen like much at all, and Leslie to actually be kind of contested, because you really cannot pass up on pure damage. Leslie is easily one of the best late game marksmen in the game right now, so I'm surprised to see that Gushin is becoming more popular than she is, though I guess that kind of depends on which teams are actually playing.
Back then, the argument about Leslie is her damage isn't I would say worthy enough to be picked and worthy enough to prolong the games into the later stages. But now, the damage is there, the true damage is there, the critical is there. You could make another argument, oh, Leslie has less mobility, she can't escape really well, there's no escape ability, but Iritel has the similar issue but yet can still be picked up. Melissa, I would say yes, there's the go away from the ultimate, then apart from that, there's no escape ability. So I feel like the argument of certain marksmen not having escape ability reduces the percentage of being picked up is, I would say, not fair in this current meta.
Okay, I feel like I'm gonna have to scroll back a little bit on what you just said. Did you just point out that Iritel has no escape ability?
I mean, I want to say that she doesn't have, apart from her ultimate. You want to use your ultimate to just escape? Unless you're saying that if she uses a sprint lah, basically.
Now, I mean, like, yeah, she doesn't quite have a dash like other heroes do, but she can attack while moving. Wouldn't you count that as mobility / escape ability?
I mean, from the minute number 1, what does she has? 1 nimble blade, 1 bolt. She's not using a lot of damage right there. She doesn't dish out a lot of damage in the early stages.
I don't know, I still feel like Iritel overall has pretty good mobility, but who knows? If we're making the argument that Leslie isn't really being picked up because she lacks that mobility, yeah, like you mentioned, the comparison with Melissa has a pretty similar situation. If anything, I feel like Leslie actually has better mobility compared to Melissa.
For the first skill?
Because of her first skill and her ability to reposition out of sight.
I just want to say, okay, because when you pick this particular ultra late game marksman, you have to sacrifice one thing, which is the early stages. So I'm looking at the rewards of sacrificing your early stages. Is it good enough? Is it strong enough in comparison for like Leslie up against Iritel, Leslie against Melissa, Leslie against any other heroes, I would say? Is it worthy enough? Again, yet to be answered yet. Maybe for this team, it's not worthy enough. Maybe, just maybe.
Just maybe, but if we're talking about players right now, Smooth also needs to be determined a little bit. We already highlighted a lot of Zyme Senpai's strengths in the previous game. Smooth is another very consistent player on the side of Team SMG. Always a solid player in the side of the EXP lane, almost never loses his lane, and is able to contribute to fights and split push as well.
I like how Smooth plays his game, EXP lane really well. There are times that he's just gonna be like AFK clearing up the lanes and rotate to control the map. There are other times where he's gonna go aggressive on you. If he knows that he has a winning matchup, a winning lane matchup, for example, if he uses a Deroth up against an Esmeralda, he's not gonna hold back. He's gonna go ham, he's gonna go on aggressive, trying to pick up as much kill as he can.
I think Smooth and Zyme Senpai are very interesting players in the sense that they can adapt their gameplay style depending on what the game requires of them. When you compare that to a lot of other MPL players, no matter what hero they're playing, they're still gonna be either passive or aggressive. There's not a lot that can easily switch in between effectively. So that sort of flexibility is something that I want to see Team SMG make more use of.
Yeah, I feel like that's the firepower that James has in his arsenal right now. James has a lot of tools that he can work with. He can go aggressive with Zyme Senpai and Smooth. He can go a bit more passive with having Zorn just pushing up the wave, giving a lot of vision, giving a lot of information for the team. So it doesn't matter what kind of players that he has, it all depends on James. What does he want to do? What is his idea for this particular game? As we can see on game number 2, although SMG has a humongous lead, but they did not go aggressive. They played really passive, they waited out, and when they see the clear-cut opportunity, that's when they go in, try to get away.
It's a very clean way of playing the game, but it does come with its own risks as well, because if you just wait too long for that perfect opportunity, the game can swing around in the opposite side's favor. It didn't happen last time, but SMG still have to be wary the next chance that they do get. With the game still paused for now though, before we enter into game number 3, let's have a look once again at Maul on the side of Red Esports.
Okay, having won 2 games with the 1-1, hence why it's being banned out numerous time. Iritel 67%, carry 50%. For Maul, a player similar like Zaim Senpai is not a new face in the MPL Malaysia industry. He played the jungle role before. He played, obviously right now playing the gold laner really well. But to be fair, his performance has dropped a little bit in the regular season. But I still have high hopes, high expectation of Maul trying to get back to his old form. You know, very unstoppable, very aggressive, but yet very calculative at the same time.
Yeah, Maul has definitely been a little bit more aggressive than we're used to, and I got nothing against that. I actually think it's better for players to be more aggressive in this current meta, but definitely has to watch his positioning a little bit more. You'd expect Red Esports to be able to follow up on any engagements, considering they typically play as 4, play as 5, but somehow there are always openings that the enemy is able to take advantage of. And I think the easiest way for Red Esports to improve is just to try and plug up those openings.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, just plug up those openings and again, play their own game style, play their own gameplay right now to their own advantage. But it all depends on the drafting as well to determine what kind of play style, what kind of gameplay that they want to use upon. But in terms of drafting, we gotta see in terms of game number 3 how they're gonna fare out in terms of drafting.
Yep, but it looks like we're gonna have to take a short break to iron out these technical difficulties, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere and stay tuned, because when we come back, it'll be Game 3 of this series.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the 2 of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any specific acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your patience. And we apologize for the wait, but we are back. We encountered a few technical issues along the way that took a while to have to resolve, which is why we went to a break. But we're back, and we're gonna go straight into game number 3. Once again, my name is Stafa, and here with Adine, we will be your English casters for today.
Yeah, obviously, we are truly sorry for the inconvenience brought, but right now we're gonna move forward on to the draft. We're gonna see what's gonna be taken by both of these particular teams. First of all, we're gonna look forward who's gonna be on the red side, who's gonna be on the blue side. Looks like nothing has changed from game number 1 up until game number 3. The drafting is quite similar as well, banning out the Valentina, Fermis, and Akai for Ready Spot, as well as Fanny, 1-1, and Grok from SMG.
So it looks like the teams are quite comfortable with the drafts that they had previously, enough so that they will keep it the same. Gushin still going to be prioritized by Red Esports, but now the Iritel are going to be first pick by Red.
I noticed this trend from Red Esports, right? For Zaid Hakimi, especially from regular season, if game number 1, let's say he picks a Benedetta, game number 2, game number 3, if it's not banned, he's still gonna use the Benedetta as well. So I feel like, I'm not too sure if it's a smart idea to use the same hero for game 1, game number 2, game number 3. I mean, to be fair, game number 2, they did lose with the Gushin as well.
Yeah, but it did work very well for them in game number 1, so I'm going to assume that Red Esports are going to return to form a little bit in terms of their draft and play a lineup that they're a little more comfortable with. But Team SMG, they know that this could be their last game, so the Kagura comes out once again.
Yeah, if it works, why do you need to change? This is the drafting strategy for SMG right now. Cho is going to be picked up as well, another initiator for SMG, and hopefully this time around, with the Jikundo, with the Way of the Dragon, there is a follow-up from the Knockout Strike as well as the Yin Yang Overturn.
But they also have drafted the Phobius on the side of Red Esports. So that's going to be a hard counter towards the Paquito and the Cho on the opposite side that hopefully Team SMG will be able to play around.
Alright, looking at the bans right now, Popol and Kupai is being taken out from this particular game. Not wanting the sheer damage, raw power from Kupa itself, not just onto the team members of Red Esports, but onto the turrets on the game as well. But SMG right now, looking out to ban a roamer, I would say right now, and the roamer of choice currently is gonna be Ruby. I mean, she has a lot of crowd control, the I'm offender is really annoying, and just overall is gonna disrupt the momentum, the mobility of SMG.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty good hero as a solution to the Cho as well. These are the two heroes that have the highest amount of crowd control in the game, and SMG evidently want to be the ones controlling that in team fights. The Claude being banned out by Red Esports means that they're focusing very hard on that gold lane. They want to give Maul the best laning phase that they can possibly give him.
Yeah, I feel like it doesn't matter for Sasa right now. He still can use the, the Clint. There's still the Melissa as well on this game. And as well, Leslie, maybe, who knows? This is the time, this is the moment for Leslie to shine. Lilia is going to be taken from this particular game, not wanting the Black Shoes to disrupt again the momentum of the team fight.
So Red Esports are gonna elect to go for Matilda as a roamer here, deciding not to go for a tank style roam. I think this does work in this situation because Red Esports has a lot of heroes that can jump in and out, and if they have another tool for allowing them to initiate like that, it could allow them to disrupt the way Team SMG wants to play. After all, there will be no back line if Red Esports are just all up in their face.
Yeah, I mean, Phobius is going to be the main initiator right now, but it's an initiator with a condition that some of the team members of SMG uses any dash skill, allowing that Phobius to use the Demonic Force. And as you mentioned, if everyone wants to go forward, who's going to take care of the back line? SMG gonna pick up the Barats right now.
This hero has only been seen once in the entirety of Season 10 here. So Team SMG may be taking a bit of a risk, locking him in their ultimate match as you... Wait, Zong?
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what?
Phobius mid. What? Wait,
what?
Where are these heroes going?
But so is it gonna be a mid lane Irithel for Ashe? Or mid lane Mal? Question mark?
They are playing mid lane Irithel. Red Esports are taking a page out of TODAK style with a double fighter side lane, marksman mid.
This is very interesting. As we mentioned before, it's a do or die match, okay? Whoever loses is gonna get knocked out from the playoff. Whoever wins is gonna move on forward. So this is the time to battle it out, to put everything on the line for both of these teams, regardless of the strategy, regardless of the drafting phase that just happened just now.
It is time to lay all the cards on the table because this is going to be the game that determines whether Team SMG or Red Esports will be moving on in the MPL MY Season 10 playoffs. Let's make some noise for all of you watching at home because this will be an exciting one.
Very, very exciting match. Looking at Ashe using the Electro Flash as well as the sprint on the middle lane right now. So focus farming on Ashe is going to be the main priority right now. But SMG, nothing much has changed. Again, Zon is going to try to find the pickoff, and hopefully Zaim Senpai is there to give up the follow-up using the Yin Yang Overturn or just the sheer damage from Kagura. Meanwhile, Box is just gonna be the frontliner, the true frontliner of SMG, trying to secure the objective as well as control the map.
Now, personally, what do you think about Red Esports going for this marksman mid double fighter side lane? We've seen it work before in the hand. Oh, hold on, they're actually engaging. Zaim Senpai dropping real low, but here comes Box to provide support. There's gonna be no casualties so far.
Looking pretty good so far for Red eSports, dishing out a good amount of damage, forcing SMG to back away, not allowing them to play their own style, play to their strength right now. But it's what they do in the later stages. One, Ash gets his item, one, Zaid Hakimi gets his item. The rotation, which lane are they going to be prioritizing on right now?
Well, it looks like it is going to be this EXP lane. Smooth, nearly getting one-hit comboed by Zaid, but is able to survive. Mom not gonna let him recall for free, so they're gonna be keeping 3 members of SMG in this lane for quite a while. Not sure if they'll get anything out of it though.
I don't think Red eSports should look into teamfight in the early stages because they are very item dependent heroes, having the Irrital, having the cushion, so they have to wait it out, get the power spike, get the items first, and then look into teamfight. But Zaim Senpoi!
Oh, he gets Zaim Senpoi! Zaid Hakimi paying back the Kagura for all the pain he had to face in the previous game. That's gonna be first blood, but they're gonna give up the turtle in exchange. I do wonder if it was worth it. Zaid not quite able to steal the purple buff too.
Not good enough for Red eSports. Little advantage, but I would hope that Zaid Hakimi managed to steal the purple buff, but he did not be able to do that. So still a win for SMG.
Zorn gets the kick and combos it into the Yin Yang overturn. This is the Zorn Zaim Senpai combo we know and love. No way Ash will survive that. And now Mom actually taking a fight. He's not going to win, resulting in a lot of poke damage.
Again, gotta be careful with that combination. Right now, they do have the follow-up, and as we've mentioned, Zain Senpoi is just gonna follow up onto Zon's pick-off potential. This is what I like to see from SMG, and I hope to see even more further. Looking at the emblem right now, focusing off movement speed for Ash, as well as a bit of attack speed. Having the Electro Flash helps him a lot. Looking at SMG's side, Paquito, nothing much out of the ordinary. Looking at Brody as well, focusing a bit of damage and penetration as well.
I'm a little worried about this gold lane. Phoveus as a fighter is honestly not that strong early. Oh, wow, okay. That was actually a dive by Red eSports. 2v1, and Smooth comes out on top with a kill.
This is the strongest point of Smooth. He can take those 2-on-1 team fight, 3-on-1 team fight, and he still come out on top. Knowing his ability, knowing how to play the Paquito really, really well, showing or demonstrating the individual skills of Smooth right there.
Yeah, but I am worried about this gold lane. I'm not sure if Mal will be able to put up much of a fight to stop Sasa from farming on this Brody. And that could be quite a problem for them because Brody is going to start being able to contribute in these fights a lot earlier as compared to the Phoveus.
Yeah, I mean, he just cleared the minion wave really, really fast. As you mentioned, I'm quite worried as well. Brody is going to have a good amount of time getting his item in his first hand. But right now, focusing on the bottom lane, Ren QT seems not being able to do too much, and Smooth is just gonna walk away after clearing up the waves.
Yuzong Paquito matchup is honestly pretty 50-50, so Smooth has been doing a very good job there. And because he was able to shove out the EXP lane, the turtle is going to be free for Team SMG as they continue to make moves across the map.
Okay, so far changing up the lane, changing up the pick of heroes for Red eSports, not giving too much of an advantage. Advantage is being held by SMG, 500 goal on the 4th minute mark, and I feel like it's gonna snowball even further when Sasa joins in the team fight, when Box joins in the team fight. So Red eSports, I did say they gotta be patient, but not too much. They cannot just give away all these resources to SMG.
Yeah, even though their late game potential is honestly pretty alright with some of these heroes, it's still very risky to wait until that point. So yeah, I want to see him snowball a bit more. I do see that Zaid got caught out with the Yin Yang overturn, so he's on half HP, meaning he cannot contribute to another fight. Red just has to play it safe.
I mean, that was just a brilliant positioning by Zaim Senpoi. He knows that Zaid is gonna walk on the top side just now, using that reverse side. So again, better positioning for Zaim Senpoi to counter initiate, but Mal.
Oh, the Detona's welcome, gonna eat him, pushes him right into Ash. Mal is dead. Ash gonna die over the box as well. You can see Mal Mom trying to jump onto the Brody, but he's just feeding himself a double kill for the Barats.
Yeah, that was not good. That was not good. The Detonals welcome on but Zaid Hakimi.
He gets the kill onto the Brody, but in exchange, another kill going into the hands of Zayem Sempoi. That is not worth it for Red Esports.
Definitely not worth it. Yes, you get the kill onto Sasa, but give away your life for life for the price of one is not a good deal. 2.4k gold lead for SMG. And again, they're just gonna snowball right now. Having the map control, having the better execution right now, Red Esports is on the backhand right now.
Yeah, Barats is a hero, honestly, that I'm quite surprised we don't see more of. His presence in the map, in the jungle, is honestly so strong. And if he can keep his stacks up, it's so easy for him to invade into the enemy jungle and become an absolute monster during ganks. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Box right now. Another turtle going into his hand.
Yeah, jungler presence from Box right now is immediately being sensed right now. 3 turtles straight away being taken care of. 3.4k gold lead. The map control is there for SMG. Red Esports can't afford to make any more mistakes. That Detona's welcome onto Mal, and when he spits out Mal, it hit Ash as well. So again, Red Esports gotta be careful in terms of how they want to initiate those team fight and how they want to counter initiate again.
You'd expect Red Esports to be ones making more aggressive plays with this double fighter side lane, but because one of them is Phoveus, they just result in a pretty normal game overall, and having a weaker mid lane from not having a mage. You can see Red Esports trying to match in movements to Team SMG, but there's already a 3.7k net worth lead for SMG.
I mean, the damage coming up from Sasa right now, having the Malefic Roar, having the Blade of Hephaestus is just too much. Mom could not withstand at all, but right now...
Yep, they're jumping in. They're looking for Sasa with the Circling Eagle, but cannot land on him. Maul pops the Demonic Force, but not able to find anything with it. There's 5 members of Red Esports in this bottom lane, and they're not doing anything with it, while Smooth is getting a free tier 2 up top.
So far, this is getting out of hand for Red Esports. I'm not sure what are they trying to do, what are they trying to accomplish by sticking 4 against 1. It still is not enough, still not managing to get any kills for Red Esports, as well as they're giving up turrets on their own side.
I don't know, I feel like Red Esports trying to switch up their strategy in this game was way too risky. This is the game that could send them home, and you can tell how uncomfortable they are. Relying on numbers is not going to get them this victory, and Team SMG are fully aware.
Very uncomfortable, very unorthodox for Red Esports right now, because you look at who's going to initiate right now. Are you looking for RenQT using the Black Dragon form? Are you looking at Ma using the Demonic Force? Because SMG can just kite around the Black Dragon form, can just kite around the Demonic Force really, really well. And that leaves out Ash, Zaid Hakimi, all at the back line. And SMG, again, they can just counter-initiate, wait out those ultimates, and then re-initiate again. So I feel like SMG has this game in hand.
Maul nearly gets bursted down, escapes with the Demonic Force into the hands of Zorn though. He's still alive. They're jumping in. They're going for the full dive with the Black Dragon form. Mom gets the kill onto the enemy Joe, but Fox is in the backline causing havoc. Zaid is already taken out of the picture, meaning that the Lord will fall into Team SMG's hands. And there's nothing Red Esports can do about it.
Nothing you can do about it, my friend. Zorn is okay to sacrifice himself right there for the greater good of SMG, getting those 2 kills. Most importantly, getting that first lot immediately.
Mom still using the Circling Eagle, trying to zone out the SMG, but look at Box. All he has to do is stand in front and spit at the enemies. Here comes Smooth from the side. RenQT able to dash away, but Team SMG now have complete control over this side of the jungle. Red Esports falling further and further behind in Game 3.
I mean, to be fair, if you look at the composition for Red Esports right now, Mal, if he wants to go full on damage, it's going to be a magical damage for Fierce, as well as Zaid Hakimi. So SMG have a good idea of what kind of itemization they need to do early on. Just focus on magical defense, and they can just move forward with the help of Box, with the zoning capability of Zons right now.
Yeah, right now, the Lord pushing up top lane. Team SMG already threatening the base, only 10.5 minutes in, and Red Esports not given any chance to scale up on their heroes at all. This is very dangerous for them. They're trying to defend. Team SMG, they're just going to be focusing on the structures. The Lord crashing up top, but not evolved. So Red Esports should be able to take it out if they play it safe. Zorn just taunting in their faces. They know that Red cannot touch them right now.
Red cannot do anything. Without a high ground defense, it's quite difficult for them to clear out the waves. Without a good initiator, a very solid initiator, they cannot even punish Zon's positioning right now. Zon can just walk onto them right now without having to worry about anything.
Yeah, this is disheartening. Circling Eagle though comes out onto Sasa as Maul pops the Demonic Force. Not on the right target though. Black Dragon form comes in, but Red Esports cannot find an angle. And Zorn finds the flicker, but Mom is able to escape thanks to the Purify. Smooth now going to be the next target, but Ash has literally no damage on this Paquito. Red Esports spending a lot of their cooldowns and getting nothing.
Getting nothing and wasting a lot of time right now. Looking at the inhibitor turrets for all the 3 lanes, it's just one more push. SMG could just knock this inhibitor wide open.
Zorn threatening Zayed. That means that the top inhibitor falls easily to Team SMG. They literally don't have to do anything for it. Now all they really have to do is wait for the next Lord. I don't think Red Esports will be able to come back from this.
If SMG holds on to the map presence, map pressure really well, again, as you mentioned, Red Esports can't do anything too much. They have to wait out their minions to come onto their base in order for them to get the farm. And farming is such an important part of Red Esports composition. Zayed needs more item. Ash definitely needs more item right now to be able to dish out a lot of damage, and the damage is on the hands of SMG. One Yin Yang overturn, one torn apart memory coming out from Zaim Senpai or Sasa can just eliminate Red Esports immediately.
Red Esports' movement right now just feels so undirected. It's as if they don't know what their goal in this game is right now and are just trying to fight. Now we can see Maul. He's in danger, pops the Demonic Force, will be able to get out with the Guiding Winds, but that's a cooldown that is completely gone, and Zorn gonna be forcing out more. He's taking a lot of damage, he will actually fall to Ash. Now the Circling Eagle from Mom jumps into the rest of Team SMG. Red Esports, Ren Cutie gonna pop the Black Dragon form for... I'm not really sure why. And now the SMG just goes back to the Lord.
I feel like this is again a same mistake by Red Esports. They get one kill, they pop up a big ultimate, and as you mentioned, for what? For what purpose? For popping up that big ultimate. But right now, the teamfight is not over yet.
Yeah, Sansepoy already using his Yin Yang overturn, so now Maul gets pulled in, but he still has the other one, doing a lot of poke damage. Move, distracting the backline to make sure they cannot contest the Lord. And Red Esports are just chased off the Lord pit because guess what? The minions are on their crystal. They have to back off, they have to defend, which means Sasa gets the Lord. The rest of Red Esports, I don't know why you are still here, and Zayed will pay the price with his life.
Just not going well for Red Esports. Nothing is connecting for Red Esports. Not even the communication, not even the execution right there. I felt like they should just give up the Lord, protect their base, protect their home base right now, because without Zayed Hakimi for 15 minutes, it's gonna be quite difficult with Lord coming in on the top side.
I feel like Red Esports are folding under the pressure. They get the kick. Zorn finding Ren Cutie. A certain Eagle comes out. Heavy crossbow pop. Black Dragon form means Ren Cutie is still alive as Sasa will be targeted. Mom gets the kill. Lord distracted by Ren Cutie as they try to defend the crystal in the back line. But Ash has been taken out of the picture by Box as well. However, Red Esports are actually managing to put up a solid defense right now. They've actually started somewhat scaling into this game. So now they want to contest. They're going for Smooth. They know they can't take down Box too quickly. So they're zoning out the rest of his team and pushing them out of their base.
They can't do anything too much onto Box just now. Yes, they do have the upper hand in terms of number of heroes right there, but Box just ate up all the damage like it doesn't matter at all. Yes, again, Mal using the Guiding Wings to follow up against Mom, but not even Mal has the amount of damage enough to at least get a single kill onto Smooth right there.
Yep, if we look at the damage dealt ranking, Sasa is still at the top, but Zayed and Maul, surprisingly, not too far behind. We've already hit the 15-minute mark of this game, so some of the later game heroes on the side of Red Esports are actually starting to scale up, which could be a problem for Team SMG. But when their base is naked and Team SMG has all of their towers, This almost seems like an impossible comeback.
Yeah, because Red eSports got a lot of things that they have to focus on. The Lord, their own base, split pushing coming up from Smooth. Apparently that could happen if Red eSports is not careful. But looking at the itemization right now, 1, 2, 3. 3 items for Irrital Ash in comparison to Sasa having 4 items already done. 3 items physical attack, damaging items, and Athena Shield to just withstand all the bursts coming up from Zaid Hakimi as well as Mal.
Honestly, if Red eSports can delay this game long enough for them to all finish one more item on their cores, they actually can put up a good fight against SMG despite being 8k net worth behind. But that will come down to their angle and whether or not they can pick off the backline. They were able to win that last fight because they found Sasa first, and I doubt SMG will let them replicate that success.
Is it gonna be a successful defend by Red eSports? Is it gonna be a successful Lord steal probably by Red eSports? I'm not too sure yet because looking at the position right now, Ren QT is gonna get caught out.
Oh, he's by himself. That's a 1v3, soon a 1v4. He does have immortality, but he pops his Black Dragon form to survive. He's regenerating a lot. He's buying time for his team. He is still alive. Here comes Mom. Here comes Mal. Siam Senpai gonna be picked off on the side lane. Ren QT has turned this around, and now Team SMG are the ones on the retreat.
Kudos to Ren QT right there. Props to him taking on the 1 versus 3 team fight and prolonging the team fight really, really well. But I saw what SMG trying to do. They're trying to bait out Ash to come out. And yes, Zion Senpai did get to use a few skills on him, but Ash immediately jumps away, immediately sprints away from any danger.
Mom jumping in again, circling Eagle on Sasa. They're looking for the Brody, but no Demonic Force on Mal to engage on this yet again. And Ren QT, he's basically stuck on housekeeping duty the entire game to make sure they don't get backdoored by Smooth. Despite that, Red eSports, they're gonna try and take the Lord. They do have 4 members here, but SMG are rotating their full team. Demonic Force off cooldown. Here comes the Black Dragon form. They find Zorn, pop his immortality. Fox gonna get taken down. Zion gets the Lord! Sasa's going for the crystal, but there's no minions. He's going to get crystal. They're delaying. Here comes Ash. He needs to defend this. Wind of Nature popped by the Brody. The rest of SMG are coming in, but they cannot finish it off. Sasa will get taken out by Ash. Red eSports are chasing the rest of SMG down. Zorn will be able to walk away with the conceal, but Red eSports may have just turned this around.
Oh, almost getting that win for SMG, but Sasa didn't have enough damage and Red Ash, the timing, he went back, defend the crystal really, really well. And right now, Red eSports have the upper hand, have the advantage to end this game right now.
What are we watching right now? Red eSports, they're threatening the base. They've cleared up the tier 2 down mid. They're just pushing for it. They know Sasa is still dead. Team SMG wants to stop them. 2-man knockout strike. He get overturned. Doesn't actually find anyone. Mal is being such a huge distraction. And SMG has to retreat back into their base again.
Yeah, they still have the Lord Stuffer on the bottom side. Red eSports is just gonna immediately get the inhibitor turret. What a turnaround! What a comeback from Red eSports. But be patient. They still have to be disciplined. They still have to focus on trying to extend this lead that they have on the 20-minute mark.
Regardless though, Red eSports has actually made the impossible happen. I said this comeback seemed impossible for them, but instantly they've turned it around. They've taken an inhibitor. Only the top tier 2 standing in terms of external structures for SMG, and the next Lord coming up in 80 seconds. All of a sudden, the net worth lead swings in Red eSports' favor.
They know they have the power spike right now. Looking at Ash right now, having the Wind Talker, having the Berserker Fury, the Demon Hunter Sword, as well as the Scarlet Phantom. The damaging item is there. The safeguard is there with the Wind of Nature. This is their moment. Red eSports, they need to use this advantage that they have. They need to use the power spike that they have right now to turn things around. And SMG, I mean, that was really, really scary for them, but to be fair, they're still in it. One good execution, either from Bobs or Zon, could shift the lead onto their own hands.
What is for certain now though is that Red eSports definitely has more consistent damage at this stage of the game. box is going to be falling off. There's not much that Zorn can do as well. And if we're going to compare Ash and Sasa, Ash is going to have a much easier time on this Irritel. Not to mention Maul. We know that he is a playmaker for Red Esports, but putting him on this Phoveus may have been quite an ingenious idea.
To be fair, it's a risk worth taken by Red Esports because it's paying off really, really well. Ash is a mid laner, and a mid laner always positioned really, really well. So putting him on the Irritel is a good idea because he knows how to disengage or engage in a particular team fight in a safe manner in comparison to Mal, who has the tendency to go a bit offside, a bit overextending. So Red Esports playing their cards really, really well, although having a shaky early start, but right now on the late game, yes, they do have the stronger hand.
But now we see the final evolution of the Lord has officially spawned, and with both crystals exposed, this could be the objective that ends the game. So you can imagine both teams want it, and they want it bad.
We gotta look at the position. We gotta look at the position right now. Paquito is not in this team fight. Smooth is on the top side doing some housekeeping duties really, really well. Red Esports gotta be careful. If they want to prolong this team fight, they gotta look at the top side because there is Kagura as well. There is Zaim Senpoi forcing a couple of Red Esports members backing off from this team fight.
Yeah, we can see that Ash has been sent to do housekeeping. He's the only one going off to defend because Red Esports knows they cannot lighten their vigil over the Lord Pit. And Team SMG are going for it. Here comes the concealed play. Maul gonna get caught out, but the guiding whip right there to keep him alive. Circling Eagle onto Sasa. Smooth is in the base. Smooth is in Red Esports' base, but so is Ash. He's gonna force out the flicker from the Paquito, and he's gonna chase him down. Immortality pop. The rest of the team coming to save them. Winter Truck in. The Yin Yang overturn. The Yin Yang overturn from Zion Senpai finds Ash, and now they're chasing Zion Senpai down. They're not gonna let him escape. He's still jumping away from the demonic force, buying a lot of time, a lot of space. Sasa, he may die, just barely survives the Shah residue. Box still on the Lord, but not enough damage to take it down. It is too tanky. We are 22 minutes in. Circling Eagle on top of Zorn. They're looking for it. Who will the Lord go to? Who will secure it? Who will win the game? Get the Lord! He is still stuck though. He is between 4 members of Red Esports. He got the Lord, but he will not keep his life. Will Red Esports be able to use this to end the game though?
I feel like this is enough for SMG to at least have some form of defense line for them. Having only Zorn and Sasa right now, I don't think they can immediately push this, but Red Esports having Zaid Hakimi, Mom, Mal, Ren QT, and to follow up with that is Ash on the way. Red Esports, if they can clear this slot immediately, they can look to try to end this game, but I feel like that was a close team fight for both of these teams.
If Red Esports got that Lord, they would have won on the spot. SMG kept themselves alive, and it was thanks to Box whittling down the Lord the whole time. And now Red Esports, they weren't able to defend against the Lord, take it out completely, but they were able to drop it to low enough health that SMG cannot use this to end the game.
Oh, gotta take a deep breath, Dafa. We gotta slow things down right now because thing is not as it seemed before, because SMG was looking like they were the winners of this game, but Red Esports immediately turned things around, turned the heat up for their own side. 2.7k gold lead. What a swing of economy for Red Esports. Having immortality on Mom as well as Zaid Hakimi is very, very crucial. That second life, that second chance, as well as Ash having the Wind of Nature is very important for Red Esports to try to close this game. But SMG still within grabs, still within the expectation that they should be the winners of this match.
Right now, the tension in the air could be sliced with a knife. It is so thick. We know that every single move these teams make could be their last. And what a finale to this series we are witnessing. It can still go either way, and the next Lord could be the one to decide it.
It's very, very crucial. Every single movement, every single thing counts. Every single action counts to the single perfection of execution right now. Again, SMG, I like how they're placing themselves very far apart from one and another, smooth on the top lane, still giving a bit of a pressure right there. He just need to see one person right there and he can immediately go forward and try to get the kill. But Red eSports, very smart. They reply by sending 3 people on the top side.
Yeah, they know the threat of Zaim Senpoi one-shotting one of their members is still present. They cannot afford to drop their vigilance right now because a single mistake is not just going to cost them the game, but their entire journey here at MPL Season 10. And now that the Lord returns to the land of Dawn, we could be witnessing the final moments of one of these teams' MPL lives.
Hey, you say that, but it has been 4 loss being taken by both of these teams right now. This is the 5th loss, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, they should be able to end this, but right now, RenQT!
They find the kick on RenQT. He survived the gang earlier. He's still alive with the Black Dragon farm! His HP bar is basically empty, and he is still walking home. Red eSports looking for something now. Demonic Force gonna be popped out. Winter Trunkian from Zaim Senpoi keeps him alive. Here comes Zayed Hakimi. They're looking for it. They find the Kagura. They get the killing spree on Mal. But look, Smooth and Box, they're on the Lord, but they have no damage because Sasa is not there. He is looking for the back door. Sasa is looking for the back door. RenQT is there, but will he be able to defend against this? The rest of the team is fighting to make their way back, and RenQT will be enough to chase him off, but Ash has been found. He has been taken out. Red eSports are lacking their marksmen, so they also will have no damage to challenge this objective.
Even Stevens, Dafa, even Stevens right now. Looking at Ash being taken care of right there, SMG are still within this game, and almost Sasa using that backdoor potential to try to end the game, but RenQT was very vigilant, was very aware of that particular movement. But right now, SMG, without Ash, I think they do have a bit of slight advantage, either to get the Lord or to just try distract Red eSports right now.
Team SMG right now are mainly using split push to constantly split Red eSports.
Sasa.
They're looking for RenQT. Sasa, he's pincered. He's by himself. 1v3. Circling Eagle, pushing him back. Zorn is here to try and help him, but it's not going to be enough. Mal gets the mega kill. But Box and Smooth are working on the Lord. They're dropping it down to now 40% HP. Smooth looking for Zayed Hakimi with the flicker. Here comes the rest of Red eSports.
No!
He gets the kick on the Gushan, but will Zayed get it? He does! Zayed gets the Lord! Mal gets the unstoppable streak on top of Smooth, but Zayed will eventually fall. He is too deep. Mal right now, 1v3. He is with Mom, though. He might be able to keep him alive. Demonic Force doing so much damage to SMG as RenQT is coming in as well. Ash is there to provide housekeeping. Zaim Senpoi gonna get taken out. Killing spree to RenQT. Box and Sword left in the lurch by themselves, isolated. The rest of their teams dead, not able to follow up. Sword gets the kick on Mom, but that might have been the wrong target as Box. His immortality will be popped down. Zorn dropping real low as well. Daytona's welcome onto RenQT. But they get the knockup. Box is dead. Mega kill to RenQT. And Ash, he is escorting the Lord down mid lane. Zorn, he's not gonna be able to do anything about it. The rest of SMG is dead. And with that, their journey in the MPL looking to be ending, as Sasa's return will not be enough to defend against the push from Red eSports, who will claim their place and continue their journey in MPL playoffs. And my voice is cracking.
Red is my blood! Red is the most unbelievable comeback! They managed to do it! They managed to succeed! It was a very, very entertaining match. It was a risky move, a risky drop, a risky roll swap for Red eSports, but they managed to get the win. And right now, passing it over to our host for their segment.
Wow, perbuanan yang cukup hebat, penuh dramatik. Inilah dia comeback yang sebenar. Pemenang kita pasukan Red eSports.
I love Mobile Legends. Tapi dengan ini, sebelum kita interview dengan pemenang, mari kita minta pasukan SMG untuk berbaris dekat tengah. Kerana kita juga nak dengar apa ucapan pasukan SMG kepada mereka punya fan. Smooth. Game tadi awak main dengan sangat-sangat baik. Tapi ada tak apa-apa yang nak cakapkan kepada semua fans yang tengah menonton? Sakit tekak, box boleh. Semua sakit tekak. Saya point. Dekat sini kita boleh nampak di mana pasukan SMG boleh tak Benny. Bagi ucapan kepada semua fans yang tengah tengok.
Repeat your question again.
Give a final thank you to everyone watching for Team SMG.
Aku harap korang boleh terus sokong SMG and also and tolong give applause to the player. Mereka sudah sangat try hard untuk season ini. Yeah. So of course ini bukan result yang kami nak, but to be honest, I think all the Malaysia team in MPL actually growing. It's getting harder for us to try to win. But it's a good thing for the local community also. Yeah. And one last more thanks to the fans that came to here. I think since season 3, dekat sini, yeah. And also not to forget, thanks to the sponsor, Nescafe and Maxis that really supported us, support the eSports scene, believe in Team SMG. Lastly, again, thanks to all of you.
Terima kasih banyak kepada Benny. Dengan ini, pasukan SMG semua baris kat sini. Buat kali terakhir, kita akan bagi bow kepada fans dalam 3, 2, 1, bow. Berikan tepukan gemuruh pada pasukan SMG.
Ya, sememangnya perlawanan yang cukup hebat, cukup menarik, penuh aksi. Tapi seterusnya, kita punya pemenang dijemput pasukan Red eSports.
Wow.
Gila lah Fel, diorang punya permainan hari ni.
Memang sangat gila dekat sini, Ren. Saya memang nak tanya, okey, ada banyak sangat soalan yang kita nak tanya pada Red Esports, tapi hanya satu je yang penting. Game ketiga akan tersingkir ataupun teruskan perjalanan dekat playoff. Awal-awal game, pasukan SMG dah kontrol. Lepas tu Red Esports berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan comeback. Macam mana perasaan Red Esports menang macam tu dekat lower bracket sini?
Perasaan menang macam tu memang puas lah.
Memang sangat-sangat puas. Nampak dia sampai speechless. Bagi tepukan kepada Red Esports. Punyalah penat dalam game tadi.
Memang penat lama betul tu. Tapi apa kita ada soalan seterusnya. Malah daripada kita punya para penonton sendiri. Tanya dekat Zaid lah boleh. Zaid hari ni perform betul lah Zaid. Hari ni memang
dapat curi lot.
Dapat curi lot. Memang kita punya hero lah untuk hari ni Zaid. Tapi soalan dia, macam tadi Benny pun cakap daripada pasukan SMG, prestasi pasukan dekat MPL Malaysia ni makin lama makin baik. Apa pendapat awak sendiri yang bermain untuk MPL kali ni? Berdasarkan musim-musim lepas lah.
Pendapat saya, setiap season semua tim berubah kan. So kita buat yang lebih baik pada tim lain. Kita terus work hard, training, scrim semua buat yang terbaik sampai masuk wakil Malaysia.
Ya, jadi itulah dia matlamat diorang. Usaha mereka membuahkan hasil yang cukup-cukup baik. Jadi terima kasih kita ucapkan kepada anda semua, pada pasukan eSports dan juga pasukan SMG. Tapi apapun, kita ingin saksikan apa yang mereka bualkan dalam permainan yang sepanjang sebentar tadi.
Perang. Tengok bagi tu ni, bagi tu. Betul. Tu, defend. Back dulu. Lock dulu. Mati. Nice. Lepas lu. Kaiting. Aku ada ulti lagi. Lock. Nice. Dapat. Boleh. Mana ikut aku, Kemal? Mana ikut aku? Tengok minion. Tak boleh dah. Mata je. Boleh. Kagura. Lepas Syed. Aku MJ Haji.
Ya, dah menang dah ni.
Dah menang. Ya Allah, tolong ah.
Adin, in my many years of casting, I have never had a game where I was basically losing my voice. But if there was any game to do so, that was it right there. I think it was worth it.
You guys had to be here right there. The look on my face, onto my partner's face right there. I was like, I wanted to take it away from you, but I was like, that was your moment, take it away. I mean, up until you lose your voice, but as you mentioned, what a game to lose your voice. What a game to lose all of our minds right there. What a comeback by Red Esports, but a very valiant effort from SMG as well.
Yeah, it was very clearly a case of making the impossible possible.
Yep.
Everyone had counted them out. We were all expecting to see Red Esports go home today. But against all the odds, they persevered and showed us that no game is ever truly over.
Oh, this is the beauty of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League in Malaysia region. But we dive onto our itemization right now. Oh boy. Half an hour's a match. We look onto the... I don't want to look at the itemization. I mean, it's already filled and already been changed upon items on items. But we look onto Yuzong, how well that Ren QT escaped all those deaths right there. Having the Brute Force Breastplate, having the Antique Kiras as well. The damage is being taken by him is reduced by a lot. Dominance Eyes as just an anti-heal for the side of SMG. Oracle, yes, gives out a bit of magical defense, but the most important part is the cooldown reduction that Oracle has for him to be able to spam more abilities, either to initiate or disengage from any team fights.
Yeah, honestly, this was just an incredible game overall. Ren QT, he played out of his mind on this Yuzong. Normally, we don't actually see this hero contribute too much towards the later stages, especially in the 29th minute, as we saw in this game, but still making it work, surviving those ganks, buying time for his team. And then, of course, the rest of Red Esports as well, somehow making this complete shift in strategy work in their favor.
Yeah, looking at Sasa's itemization, I would not agree as much right now because on the elite stages, having the Blade of Heptasis and Malefic is good. But when you move on to the Ultra stages, you need to change. Having a physical damage item like the Blade of Despair is much more important because in the later stages, the penetration isn't as much as it compared to previous patches before.
Yeah, honestly, what really surprises me about this game is that this was a 30-minute game and not a single player went past the 100,000 damage.
I mean,
literally the highest is Mal.
I mean, it's so hard to hit that 100k mark. It's because how elusive both of these teams are. You look at how many ganks onto Ren QT just now and he just escaped by a slither of health. And how Red Esports tried to re-engage back onto SMG and again, escape ability upon escape ability. But hey, it's more than enough. Ash, 68,000. Zaid Hakimi, 64,000. And apparently, we were doubting a bit on Mal's Phobias, but he did the most damage for Red Esports.
Mal continues to be a playmaker for Red Esports, the backbone that his teammates can always rely on. And making use of his recent aggression to go on a hero that just wants to jump in and cause as much havoc as possible really does seem to be a good outlet for his newfound gameplay style.
I feel like everyone who's watching this particular game has a different perspective of Red Esports right now. The change-up is really, really good, but this is the MVP that voted by our audience is gonna be given to Zaid Hakimi. To be fair, I agreed as well. That last moment, the Lord Steel was really, really the difference maker. KDA 355, KP kill participation 44%. Not the most impressive in terms of stats, but what he did, what he contributed that managed to give Red Esports the most glorious of wins.
Yeah, I 100% agree here. Again, the Guccian, as a hero, you expect towards the later stages of the game, not going to be able to do much anymore, but Zaid was still contributing. He was still participating in his fights, getting the Lord Steel that actually enabled Red Esports to end the game. There's no end to the highlights that we can talk about in this grueling marathon of a series. But boy, am I honored to have been here to witness it with all of you.
I would agree. I mean, non-stop action, kills upon kills, initiation upon initiation, outplay upon outplay. And Team SMG started the game off really, really strong. Guns firing on all cylinders, to be fair. At one point, they were holding about 7 to 8k gold lead, and they look like the winner of the game. But when the game progresses on, 16-minute mark, 20-minute mark, we see Red Esports having this a confidence, a belief that they can turn things around, and they managed to do that onto their own action, onto their own strategy, and their own gameplay.
Red Esports really just had that sort of anime protagonist moment in those last few minutes where you see them getting all battered and bruised and knocked down to the ground, but they're still able to get up and keep fighting and come out on top. Team SMG, you could tell that towards the end of that game, they couldn't tell whether it was best to just directly fight Red Esports head on or try to go for that split push, because Red Esports was doing such an excellent job of responding to their map pressure.
To be fair, they did a few moments try to split push with Sasa, with Smooth, on the top lane, on the middle lane, as well as on the bot lane. But again, the alertness of Red Esports was really good, and how they were vigilant, how they were focused on. They sent Ash back, they sent Ren QT back to defend their base really, really well. So, as you mentioned, yes, there was a bit of troublesome for SMG right there, but it was punished immediately by Red Esports.
But now let us recap our keys to victory. My goodness, it feels like it's been ages since we actually saw this. But now we can actually look at it. The mid laner and roamer macro. Obviously, Mom and Ash was contributing a lot to that mid lane control. We already highlighted how important the mid lane is in this current meta.
I mean, in game number 3, you could see that immediately, using the area tile really, really well. Positioning wise was really good and allowing himself to dish out a lot of damage. Objective pursuit, I would say it was on the favor of SMG, especially game number 3. All the turtles was taken by Box really, really well. The Little Wanderers, the jungler's objective as well. But it did not turn out too well for SMG. Even though they had a good amount of lead, it did not translate into a win.
I honestly cannot believe we just watched a game where one team had no towers. Nope. The other team had all their towers, and the first team won. That's incredible. That is amazing. Like, we can talk about executing catch potential, but I don't really think that was what it came down to. This was truly a test of wills.
Yeah, a test of will, a test of spirit for both of these teams. But hey, the game is the game, and the winner has been decided as well. As we lock onto our playoffs bracket, RSG is gonna move on to match number 5, onto the later stages, as well as the winner of the previous match, which is Red Esports, onto match number 6, awaiting who is gonna be their next opponent.
And despite how long the game has felt, this is not our final series of the day. We are going to be treated to TODAK against HOMEBOIS in the upper bracket right after this. So if you guys are thinking of, it's all over, it's time to go home, not quite yet. The festivities continue.
Because we need to know who's gonna move on onto the upper bracket finals, as well as who's gonna be facing RSG on the day of tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so. So that'll be very interesting to find out. And now that the games are actually finished, let's find out whether or not you guys got the correct prediction. Again, it feels like
how do they predict that game?
Who knows, man?
Who would have thought?
But as we can see up on screen, some people did actually get this right, though I expect many of you did not expect the way you would get it right.
But it is okay for those of you who missed out the opportunity to join our MPL Predictor. There's gonna be one more match later on, TODAK versus HOMEBOIS on the upper bracket match. So you guys can put on your predictions. Make sure you put on the hashtag MPL Predictor, game ID as well as server ID, because the prizes is gonna be deposited onto your account immediately.
Look forward to that, and make sure you guys keep your thinking caps on, because the next series we're gonna be doing MPL Predictor yet again. So why not participate? Even if you already got it right this time, who knows? Maybe you could win another predictor.
Yeah, 2 prizes is always better than 1. Come on, guys, you can win a lot more skin. But speaking of what's next, we got some more action-packed games for you. This, I would think that the most highly anticipated game of the day, TODAK versus HOMEBOIS, match number 3, best of 3, losers. They still is in the playoff spot, but they're gonna be sent onto the lower bracket.
Somehow it feels very weird to say the next series is the most anticipated
I feel like
after what we just witnessed, but it is TODAK being fan favorites for a long time. HOMEBOIS having a massive following here. I'm interested to see who comes out on top.
I'm not gonna be here, Stefan, on the next game, but who do you have for the next game? Who do you gonna predict gonna win?
I do feel like TODAK are still a bit more consistent.
Okay, then I'll pick HOMEBOIS as well, even though I won't be here, but it's okay.
But without further ado, that's the end of our second series of the day. We'll be going for a break. When we come back, TODAK versus HOMEBOIS.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network. Official Gaming Chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Stoned & Co. Grand Pride, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI.
Perlawanan terakhir untuk hari pertama playoff musim yang ke-10 kini akan bermula pada bila masa lagi. Dan sekarang anda bersama saya Sid, tetapi saya tak ada saya punya partner dan oh ya, Lafel ada dekat bawah. By the way, thank you sebab datang untuk saksikan perlawanan di antara TODAK bertemu dengan HOMEBOIS Quill City Mall. Make some noise! Alright, saya tak nak sorang-sorang dekat atas ni sebab saya rasa takut. Jadi saya mungkin boleh pass kepada Lafel yang sekarang ni. Apa awak buat kat bawah ni, Lafel?
Terima kasih banyak, Sif. Saya sekarang ni dekat kawasan pasukan TODAK di mana kita sebenarnya nak berbual dengan salah seorang yang dia meminta-minta. Boleh tak nak berbual? Boleh tak nak masuk dekat dalam livestream MPL? Jadi kat sini, Sofia. Ya, kat sini berikan tepukan kepada Sofia. Sofia, mari. Okey, cuba diri.
Diri ya?
Diri. Macam duduk. So, Sofia,
Yeah.
say hi to the camera.
Halo.
Halo semua. So dekat sini Sofia, excited tak nak tengok game TODAK lawan HOMEBOIS ni?
Siapa je tak excited kan?
Siapa je tak excited bagi tu bukan. Sofia ni kalau orang tak tepuk dia tak nak cakap banyak-banyak. Tepuk banyak. Okey. Sofia, kenapa setiap kali TODAK main awak ada?
Okay, kalau korang tahu macam sekarang kan, even Moon tak main sekalipun, kita kena support sebab diorang kan kawan kita juga. Betul tak?
Dia kata kawan, tapi dia ada satu taraf atas sikit daripada kawan.
Apa tu?
Tapi macam mana sekalipun, Sofia, sebelum kita masuk ke dalam game, ada tak apa-apa yang you nak cakap kepada players pasukan TODAK yang ada kat belakang?
Player main. Okay. Buat TODAK, good luck and do the best. Takut.
Cakap je lah, sayang manja sekali.
Oh, saya manja. Tak boleh. Dia tak main.
Alah, tak apa. Macam mana pun, dia tetap sayang manja. Terima kasih banyak kepada Sofia. Tapi ini dekat kawasan pasukan TODAK. Saya juga nak tahu, Sif kat mana sekarang?
Saya sekarang ini bersama dengan crowder daripada pasukan HOMEBOIS dan saya nampak satu jejaka yang cukup tampan. Bolehkah berdiri dekat sebelah saya? Perkenalkan diri, takut orang yang tak kenal.
Yo, what up? Assalamualaikum semua. So, shout out to Ombong Haha 465 represent. Yeah.
16 baris, lambat lagi. 16
baris.
Musim ni kali pertama HOMEBOIS bermain dekat upper bracket. Sebagai part of the family daripada HOMEBOIS, apa perasaan melihat kejayaan HOMEBOIS untuk musim yang ke-10 ni?
Okay, as a family, as a brotherhood for HOMEBOIS, saya sangat-sangat bangga dengan saya punya adik-beradik saya. Sangat-sangat mantap, do the best, bantai TODAK tu boleh apa saya.
Okay, mungkin kata-kata kepada peminat-peminat pasukan TODAK, apakah yang mereka akan jangkakan daripada persembahan pasukan HOMEBOIS?
Okey, kepada peminat-peminat TODAK, standby tisu, standby tisu orang bilang.
Standby tisu, okay. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Hombong.
Thank you.
Semoga maju jaya untuk pasukan HOMEBOIS dan Lafel, please.
Ya, dekat sini sebenarnya bukan pasukan TODAK je. Sebenarnya saya pun kena sediakan tisu sebab peluh tak henti-henti. Hari ni it's a very long day. Tapi kita boleh tengok Om Buaha, jujur saya cakap, apa dia cakap saya pun tak faham. Saya kena tanya Daddy lah lepas ni. Daddy boleh tolong terjemahkan tak? Saya translator, saya pun tak tahu.
Tapi saya faham sebab maybe saya duduk sebelah. Tapi kita akan menjemput kedua-dua musuh setara di antara TODAK dan juga HOMEBOIS untuk masuk ke gelanggang pertempuran.
HOMEBOIS. Pasukan HOMEBOIS, inilah kali pertama mereka akan mulakan playoff dekat upper bracket. Boleh ke tidak mereka nak kalahkan pasukan TODAK pada hari ini?
Dengan membekalkan semangat kepasukanan yang cukup mantap, dengan lambangan Strongman ditunjukkan, HOMEBOIS sudah bersedia untuk playoff kali ini.
TODAK laga mana suaranya? Forbes terus masuk ke depan dan kita boleh tengok cheering daripada pasukan TODAK sangat-sangat kuat.
Sebagai juara bertahan untuk MPL musim yang ke-9, mampukah mereka menggalas tugas yang cukup beban untuk berhadapan dengan pasukan Homebois?
Kedua-dua pasukan akan menunjukkan sportsmanship antara mereka semua. Tapi dengan ini, kita juga akan menjemput mereka punya coach dan juga analis untuk terus naik ke atas pentas.
Dua pemain merupakan orang penting untuk kedua pasukan daripada TODAK. Kita ada Moon dan juga Azim, sementara untuk Homebois kita ada Saiful dan juga Expedia. Kedua-duanya merupakan peranan yang cukup penting dalam drafting.
Ini adalah perlawanan upper bracket, jadi marilah kita terus pass kepada kita punya caster di atas pentas.
Thanks, LaFell and Sif, and welcome everybody to the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 10. Glad that you could join us tonight here for the ultimate battle between the Homebois and as well as TODAK. My name is Getting Q. This is going to be Stafa to cast the game for you here today. A best of 3 to decide who moves on into the upper bracket and who gets knocked down a peg to the lower bracket.
I think there's gonna be a lot of people watching that are wondering how this series could potentially overcome the hype that we just came from in our second series of the day. But these two teams are party animals and they're looking to bring the house down.
I mean, we're gamers and all right. DJ and hours are part of the culture, but we haven't gotten there yet. We'll see how long this game goes, but we have to discuss the keys to victory here for both of these teams. Number one, we have to talk about compositional strength. When we're talking about TODAK, it's very hard to judge.
They are easily the most difficult team to have to draft against simply because their players' hero pools are so large and their hero roles as well can be flexed around, which will make the job a little bit more difficult for the Homebois. But they are also very well known for their jungler aggression. Chibi, one of the better jungle players of the season.
Explosive, ridiculous, and as well as an overall all-rounded jungler. You need him to play a tank, no problem. You need him to play damage, no problem. He's got you covered. You need an assassin, he has it all under his belt. And I think this is where it gets a little bit difficult here. When we're talking about mid laners' impact, especially when it comes down to TODAK's side, the fact that Moon isn't going to be playing on the main lineup begs a lot of questions, and it's very closely tied with compositional strength. Who's playing in the mid lane right now? Is it going to be Chiku? Is it going to be on the roam side? Where exactly are they going to be?
Well, it does seem most likely that Chiku guys will be reprising his role and that mid lane marksman position, but you never really know with TODAK. What we do know though is that they're very clearly right now the audience favorites, the defending champions of Season 9, like the host explained earlier, going to have a lot of support behind them.
I mean, fair enough. I mean, TODAK has a very long history of successes and getting very far in international tournaments as well as qualifying them without much effort. I don't know whether or not they're going to have a very clean run this time round during Season 10. They've done it before through the lower brackets. They've done it before through the upper brackets as well. Homebois, on the other hand, they don't have that sort of track record.
Yep, this is going to be the very first time we ever see the Homebois in the upper bracket of the playoffs, despite them having been in the MPL for a few seasons. So I'm excited to see what kind of performance we can see from them. And if you guys watching at home think you know which of these teams are gonna be coming out on top, then you can participate in our hashtag MPL Predictor Challenge, where all you gotta do is share your predictions for this match. Who's going to win, what the score is going to be, include a very creative comment that will allow your comment to be noticed among the piles of others. And of course, your game ID and server ID, very important, because without them, we can't send you your prize.
And if you're wondering, it's 749 diamonds worth of skins. Now, our MVP is going to be selected by you guys, so you can use the hashtag AnyMVPKita and vote for your choice of MVP. You can also scan the QR code to make it a little easier for yourself. And this is going to be happening throughout this best of 3. So each of these MVPs are going to be selected by you. With that out of the way, we have to talk about a little bit of the history between HOMEBOIS and as well as TODAK, because right now, HOMEBOIS, in terms of track record, they have been on a major losing streak until the regular season, where they've achieved their very first victory against them during the regular season.
The HOMEBOIS are a team that really does ride that momentum and ride it far, so it's going to be up to TODAK to see if they can put a stop to it with the sort of unpredictable gameplay that we have come to know and love from them, as now we are entering the draft phase with HOMEBOIS on the blue side, TODAK on the red.
This could be different for the HOMEBOIS. It feels, I don't know, a certain type of energy coming out of them. They're going into the upper brackets for the very first time. They're feeling extremely confident with their lineups. The fact that Bang really jives well with the rest of the team and how aggressive he plays, like, it's tough to say that HOMEBOIS isn't looking good, and especially with their most valuable player, of course, right now at 161 kills achieved in a season.
That is going to be the highest kills he has ever achieved in a season total, and he has gotten 11 in-game MVPs out of 30, a very high number, having basically 1/3 despite being in a team of 5 players. We already know how effective Chibi is in the jungle. Like you mentioned earlier, he can play a variety of heroes, and all of them can be played aggressively to hunt down both objectives and kills from the enemy side.
All right, now's a good time to actually look at what has been banned. The Wanwan, followed up by the Akai, as well as the Faramis. Looking at TODAK's side, Paquito, very smart option, Fanny, and as well as Melissa.
Okay, interesting choices. The Paquito is pretty obvious. HOMEBOIS will flex that any chance they get. But because these were the bans coming out from both these teams, Valentina going to be let through for, I think, the first time here in the playoffs. HOMEBOIS definitely doesn't have a lot of history with this hero, but Bang has shown to be a very flexible mid lane player, so I would not be surprised if he could show us something impressive on this very powerful hero.
But this does change the dynamic of how TODAK is going to draft. The fact that they let this Valentina through does give us some kind of indication that they're ready to draft around it. Deny good ultimates, Gushin and as well as Claude. Both ultimates not exactly very effective on a Valentina. The Blazing Duet, you still need stacks before it does some serious damage. Incandescence really doesn't help you at all.
Yeah, not at all here, but honestly, I'm very curious about Gushin's prevalence here in the playoffs so far. Like, I already discussed this with Adine earlier. Between Gushin and Leslie, I was expecting Leslie to be the more popular pick because of how strong pure damage is overall, but we're already seeing Gushin for the 4th time today. TODAK prioritizing that on Rival.
I would say I was expecting to see Gushin. Leslie maybe a little bit later, because I don't feel Leslie is strong in lane, and with so many lane bullies out there. Melissa, what we're seeing right now, Brody, arguably even Clint as well, all of which just beat down Leslie so hard in lane that doesn't feel like you have much of a chance. Gushin, on the other hand, how do you react to this? One sword spike, full combo, you're dead.
Okay, I can see where you're coming from there, and with TODAK picking it up for Rival. For a long time, Rival, when he's forced to play a mage jungle position, he has been, kind of has to fall back onto the LUNATIX, but with Gushin coming back up, this is another very solid mage jungle that can scale up in terms of damage, but he will have to face off against a Ling on the enemy side, one of Chibi's signature picks.
We haven't seen him play Ling in a hot while. This is going to be a good refresher. Let's see whether they can actually take down TODAK, because again, we are seeing Cho getting locked in for the side of TODAK, making sure, hey, even when you think you're safe, the Way of the Dragon is going to ensure that we at least get one pick. It is going to be a good ult going over towards Bang's side, so TODAK decide to also ban out the Grok, now focusing on the Rover position.
Yeah, getting rid of the Grok here for TODAK makes a lot of sense. They're already seeing that they want to have more early game control around this Cho as well as the Gushin, creating space for the Claude. And the HOMEBOIS will be fairly active with the Valentina and the Brody on the gold lane. So preventing HOMEBOIS from having heroes that can enable early game movement around the map, getting rid of that Angela as well.
Kind of strange to... Personally, I feel that it's strange to ban out Yuzong at this point in time. It's a great ultimate to steal, but I guess they want to play around the gold lane a little bit more. That's the vibe that I'm getting out of the HOMEBOIS. TODAK, on the other hand, just getting rid of strong synergies. The Angela, making sure that, as you mentioned, the enabler Grok isn't going to be there. But it does beg the question, right? If they're willing to ban out something like the Yuzong, are Homeboys even considering getting rid of a Benedetta possibly?
Now, I think the reason Homeboys ban out the Yuzong is because this is a consistent fighter that TODAK flexes in their double fighter side lane strategy. They always go for Yuzong because Momo just seems to be the most comfortable with him out of all the other fighters available. Homeboys also get rid of the Fredrin, so we can see that they're putting a lot of priority onto that EXP lane. They know that if Formaze is given room to farm, he creates a lot of space for TODAK, and that is something that Homeboys cannot afford to give them when they have a Ling which requires their purple buff to be kept safe.
Now, if TODAK really want to shake things up, they can obviously go for a LUNATIX here and make it really difficult to guess where...
Oh! Wow!
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. This is bold coming out from the side of TODAK. Minotaur is going to get locked in for them. Oh, I know that if you steal Wanwan's ult, you have to proc the points. Is it the same clause for Minotaur? Do you have to stack up Rage before you drop it as Valentina?
Yes, you do. That was mentioned in the patch notes. You must build up Rage to get Minu and Fury, and I think that it is because of that, specifically, that TODAK decide Minotaur is okay here, because it's a very strong ultimate that is not good on the Valentina. But I'm personally very curious to see where this will go, because that means that Show may not be the roamer. Homeboys completing their draft with the Benedetta and Kufra, and the Dirov gonna come out from TODAK.
So it looks like Gushin is most likely to go into the mid lane. I would like to assume that. Oh, it's a tough call. It could be Gushin in the mid lane. It could be Dirov going into the jungle. We'll see in a little bit what the final rotations are going to be. But Homeboys, the fact that they're getting the Kufra and as well as the Benedetta, they have ways to kind of stop engagements and at the very least counter-engage against TODAK.
TODAK are not swapping their draft. That is a Gushin jungle and a Minotaur mid lane in the hands of Chiku, guys. I'm very curious to find out how this will work out. This is a hero that has not been prevalent in the meta for a very, very long time. Homeboys have a lot of flexibility, lots of ways to disengage from teamfights, while TODAK has a lot of pick-off potential, a lot of damage inbuilt into their heroes to scale up into that late game. And as we prepare to enter the land of Dawn, we will find out which of these two fan-favorite teams will reign supreme.
Let's find out here. Homeboys on the blue side, TODAK on the red side. In our first match of this best of 3 in the upper brackets. Now, Daddy Hood has expressed a lot of value when it comes down to wishing that they could make it to M4 to be a Malaysian representatives. And TODAK, again, they've consistently been there so many times. The real question is, does Homeboys, this is their first testing ground to truly show that they are worthwhile?
Sapat already going to be chased out of lane. This is pretty difficult. Dirov is a hero that will basically 1v1 any EXP laner. And with Yumski around, you can see TODAK are already applying a lot of pressure. They want to unlock Formaze from this EXP lane because Dirov can contribute a lot to early game skirmishes.
Yeah, and the fact that they actually got the cancel on his recall is going to stall him even more. Dirov's going to get further ahead while the rest of the mid lane continuing to actually fight it out. Chiku guys and Yumski together actually clear out this mid lane pretty quick, but it can't be an MPL Malaysia playoffs without a game pause.
That's unfortunate. Now, you mentioned that Yumski as well as Chiku guys clear out the mid lane very quickly. And when you compare that to the enemy side, when they have a mage like the Valentina, you would typically be surprised how are 2 tanks out pushing the lane in comparison. And that is because they have 2 concussive blasts. The early game push power of this emblem set is actually very strong and very deceptive, and having 2 of them means that you do not only a lot of damage to the wave, but a lot of poke damage as well, because it's very easy for Chiku and Yums to just walk up to the enemy mid lane and poke them out.
That's a good call there. So that means with that form of control, oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. TODAK supporters, to the very end. You definitely know who's next on that wedding checklist.
You can see Formace, a small wry smile appears across his face as he looks up to the big screen, seeing what exactly the rest of us are seeing as well.
Can we get a side-by-side right there? A quick side-by-side would be amazing. But in the meantime, while the technical issues are going to happen, right, we need to talk about win conditions. Because I feel like TODAK are in a very awkward spot here now that they have two tanks in the mid lane looking to control. And then do they just play around the gold lane for as long as possible?
I think, honestly, you can see what the fans want, what the audience are happy about. They don't want to hear about the game. They want to hear about their favorite players' relationship status.
Can you have a reality TV show, a reality online series? I mean, Formace, you can see he's clearly nervous about the situation now. He was looking fine beforehand until he looked back at the monitor.
I mean, you could technically argue that this is also a boost of energy for him, you know? Give him a bit more spirit going into this game.
Hey! Looks like everybody's showing off their pictures. Wait, that's a full-on story going on in those two.
Who knows right here, but you can see the fans, they're getting into it, they're enjoying themselves, and that's why you gotta love these open playoffs where anyone can just walk in and witness the epic MPL action that is happening. So for those of you who may not actually be aware, oh, that's your name right there.
What? I was drinking water. What's going on?
Oh!
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it coming in from Amian as well as Adine. You put Amagit in as well. God damn it, Adine. He's literally sitting right behind us.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much to those two. But yes, coming back into it, I feel like Homeboys at this point in time have very clear win conditions on their side. TODAK, on the other hand, I'm not so sure. Can they actually pull off this Minoan Fury? I'm looking at Karakuri. He's looking back at me laughing. I get it, buddy. Yes, it is my birthday. I got you.
Happy birthday to you, Gideon. Hopefully, we will be able to get some good games as a gift for you today.
That would be much appreciated.
Definitely. But yeah, like you mentioned, the Minoan Fury, that is the big limiting factor for this hero. It's a massive ultimate, really strong for setting up team fight. But the limitation of building up raids really does make a big difference.
I can't deal with this right now. Everybody has a story to tell with just a portrait on their phone. And I feel like Yumski has got it the worst because he's the furthest away from that monitor. So for him to look up, it's a little awkward.
But speaking of Yumski, let's have a look a little bit at the player head-to-head. We are comparing Yumski with Leo Murphy from Alter Ego. In terms of the stats, it did seem like Yumski had a small leg up there.
It did. Honestly, it really did. And I find that Leo Murphy to be one of my favorite supports coming in from the MPL ID. But we're getting right back into the game. And let's jump right into it here. Because again, we're talking about Momo and the fact that he needs to hard carry this game with the help of Rival. It's a lot of AoE damage that is solely based on whether or not Jiku can set it up.
Yeah, we have to know. TODAK, their late game scaling, like you mentioned, is hyper dependent on this Claude. The rest of their team really does not scale up very much. So TODAK, they're actually focusing a bit more towards this EXP lane to pull the Homeboys over so that they do not focus on disrupting Momo's farm.
Wait, what's going on here? Anin pulled really far back into the lane. He should technically continue to bully the Claude for the time being, but I guess they don't have the information just yet.
Right now, we can see TODAK. They're around the turtle pit. They do have better early game damage, but here comes the fight.
Oh, Jiku, he's not even using the Minoan Fury just yet. He drops it down, but GB manages to dodge it just in time. A 2v4 as Bang and Zakas instantly get bursted down here. Sapat, he can continue to go forward, but Formace finds the kill.
Beautifully played by TODAK. They know for sure that they are going to have the better damage scaling at this point of the game with the Cushion, with the Dira, so they don't need to be afraid of sitting around the turtle pit at all. And it was the Homeboys who entered that with a little bit more doubt than they should have, resulting in hesitation. And once Bang got caught out, they really needed to just leave.
It was a 50-50 there for Zakas. I definitely feel like Zakas should have face-checked it as soon as possible just to know where the rage meter is on Chiku. And again, Chiku's going to repeat this process. He's going to push out that mid wave, build up that Minoan Fury, and then don't show himself on the map to leave this lingering pressure. Once again, Chiku walking up, he's got the Minoan Fury ready to go, but he's not going to unleash it just yet.
Yeah, the Homeboys are not going to be able to apply a lot of pressure onto the map at this stage of the game because most of their heroes need scaling. Valentina, Ling, so on. Chiku in danger.
And they jump right on Ling. Ling with the Tempest of Blades coming on through. Rival now left by himself. Zakus may be low, but it might be too late as Momo joins the fight with the Blazing Duet. He doesn't have much damage, and Zakus is willing to give his body up to allow the rest of the Homeboys to walk away through Tribrush.
Beautiful fight layering by TODAK, knowing which of their heroes they can send in first, and then delaying the fight long enough for the rest of their players to be able to connect it up. TODAK are demonstrating an intense level of skill right now, and the fact that Chiku was able to escape from all of that and take Zakus' life in exchange, TODAK are feeling themselves.
I mean, yes, they get value for money, but I feel like Zakus, I felt like he was scammed a little bit. The hitbox looked like it should have connected against the wall. I guess the direction just didn't push him there. I don't know. I thought that was a little unlucky.
Yeah, sometimes things just happen and you just gotta live with it. You can see now TODAK confident enough to invade the enemy jungle. Luckily, GB still has that retribution, so he will be fine. But you can expect that in the next couple of minutes, TODAK are going to really start honing in onto Homeboys' jungle. They don't want to give Ling farm.
Yumski is now in some trouble here. Tornapart Memory secures the kill, and now Momo in trouble. He's going to get dove under turret, but GB going to back off. He doesn't want to commit just yet, especially since Turtle is up. Wait, no. They're actually setting it up. Zakus looking to jump on in as Chiku face checks the Tribrush, sees Zakus, pushes him away, allowing Momo to continue farming the wave.
The Homeboys decided to sacrifice the turtle there because they know they are not going to be able to take the fight against TODAK yet, to try and potentially trade for either Momo's life or more gold from the turret shield, because the Brody is going to be able to take a lot of gold if he gets a bit of help. But because Momo was able to back off and defend it, that means that Homeboys unfortunately weren't able to trade up in that matter. And now TODAK might be looking for more.
Yeah, they try to go for more, but I don't think TODAK wants to fight just yet, right? There's no reason for them to fight. They could look for picks, but it's not going to be worth it because the whiplash or the splashback coming in from Homeboys is going to be way stronger. So I think it's better just to hold them hostage with this Minoan Fury.
Absolutely. TODAK, they know that they're going to have a lot more pressure on the map for the next few minutes before we can see Chibi as well as Bang picking up a couple more items. Homeboys, they're definitely detecting some movement by TODAK down here. So Anip, Zakus gonna play it safe, calling Bang over to provide some help. Someone's gotta have to make a move. Zakus.
Yep, he's gonna start this initiation here. He sees 3, and now Anip, he's hesitating to go back into the fight, but no Fury flickering on top of him to ensure the kill. That's so much damage. But Yumski, he's gonna get a good kick onto Chibi to allow Momo to escape in the meantime, but instead he jumps back into the fight, gets knocked up in the nick of time, just before Zakus died. That's so unfortunate. Momo could have gotten so much off of that.
Yeah, that was a little bit unlucky for both players there. Zakus unfortunately not getting the pin on Momo against the wall, even though he was right in the middle of the Tyrant's rage. And then Momo getting knocked up once he re-entered the fight. So honestly, things did end up balancing out there in terms of karma, but TODAK are still going to somewhat maintain their gold lead. But I'm honestly a little surprised that TODAK aren't playing more aggressively with this. It does look like they're putting a lot of their faith onto Momo and just trying to delay the game until the Claude gets his scaling.
Speaking of which, Zakus looking for an engagement towards Chiku to zone him out. The Minoan Fury is back up. He's looking for an angle to get as many people as possible. GD might be in some trouble forcing out the Tempest of Blades, but he gets knocked up and manages to get kicked. Wait, by Yumski at the same time. He's trying to get on out of there, but with the purple buff alone, he might not make it. Momo runs him down. They find the Blazing Duet and TODAK back off immediately. A ticking time bomb.
Chiku has been... Oh, hold on! Here comes Rival just to find one more on Bang before he can recall back to the base. TODAK constantly layering on the pressure right now. Their positioning is actually excellent. And having two tanks in Chiku guys and Yumski really does impede Homeboy's ability to engage.
Yeah, it's making them struggle quite a bit. And with Gushin on the top side of the map, Supot is looking to get on out of there, but Hormace is not going to let him go just yet. Breaking his immortality straight away, times the Abyssal Strike perfectly. Supot not even standing a chance. Purple buff now being contested here. They don't manage to secure it. Jiku guys even committing to him in Minoan Fury.
TODAK already expanding their battlefield. They know that their individual heroes have already hit their power spikes and can take individual battles around the map, basically making it very difficult for Homeboys to expand their lead. And Chibi gets picked off again.
Really nice combination coming in from Rival. He doesn't even use the Shadow Blade Slaughter first. He Shadow Blade Slaughters into Incandescence straight away to ensure the damage, and then lands the Sword Spike but doesn't even commit to it, just uses the second Shadow Blade Slaughter to ensure Chibi's death.
That basically confirms that Rival is comfortable on the Gushin, and it feels like he's even better with it as compared to his LUNATIX gameplay that we became quite used to here. Unfortunately, seems like we're going into another technical pause.
You can hear the collective disappointment of the crowd, but hey, we're trying to maintain competitive integrity here. Everybody should be playing on the same playing field with no technical issues whatsoever. If there's a problem with their phones, the players will make it known. So far, the score is 2-10, and as you can hear by the crowd, the support is leaning to their side.
And TODAK are just outplaying Homeboys right now. There's really no way around it. Homeboys not able to match up in terms of map pressure, in terms of rotation, in terms of overall gameplay, as TODAK are repeatedly finding the correct angles to engage on them, identifying weak points, vulnerabilities among the Homeboys' power spikes, their draft, and figuring out where to hit them where it hurts most.
I think Homeboys have realized that team fighting is really difficult now that Minotaur is in the mid lane, right? Just making sure that his stacks are full, his rage stacks is full, makes him such a very big, such a real threat, in a matter of fact, when these team fights start coming down to neutral objectives, to the side lanes. I personally believe that Homeboys should have put a little bit more emphasis on punishing Momo.
Yeah, I absolutely agree as well. I'm honestly surprised that they didn't put more pressure onto the gold lane because, like we mentioned, that Claude is their win condition. And TODAK were playing on the complete opposite side of the map. Unfortunately, it feels like Homeboys did bite the bait a little bit because TODAK were playing on the opposite sides precisely to distract Homeboys away from that gold lane, make him think, hey, we want to push the EXP lane, come up here, and allow Momo to just constantly scale up.
Yeah, it's about timings, and I feel like Homeboys are playing a little scared right now. It feels like they can take a lot more initiative, a lot more action in making things work, and still get away with it, because TODAK, again, they're just maintaining control of the tempo, and as long as they keep up at this pace, it's not the fastest in the world, it's a good slow pace based around their ultimates. Homeboys don't stand a chance.
Yeah, unfortunately as well, part of it does come down to flaws within the Homeboys' draft. They do take a little bit too long to come online, and we know Homeboys, they're a team that loves to fight. They want that early game momentum. But when you have Valentina, Ling, Benedetta, it takes a bit too long to start making that momentum happen.
I think worst of all is the fact that Homeboys are missing all of their tier 1 turrets, so they're not going to have a lot of safety walking up deep into the lane. TODAK can actually look for it's actually easier for TODAK to actually get ganks off in comparison to Homeboys, where Chibi was supposed to be that driving factor with his high mobility.
Yeah, but all TODAK has to do is plant Yumski and Chiku guys in various bushes around the map, and the amount of vision they provide is more than enough to allow the squishier members of TODAK to easily secure objectives and push out other sides of the map.
We have to talk about how far ahead Rival is. He's 5-0-2, and I just saw him purchase a Holy Crystal. I'm fairly confident that he has at least 3 items by this point in the game.
Yeah, no player really goes for that Holy Crystal unless they already have at least 2 items, so I agree with you there. And honestly, I'm very curious to look at the item build, so once we get the chance. But TODAK already sitting on that 6k net worth lead. So far, this Minotaur pick is really working out, and Chiku is demonstrating to us exactly how to manage that rage meter.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job, and now Shadowblade slaughtered as well as the way of the dragon to secure this kill. on to Chibi, who's just trying to find any way to bring this game back. It's falling out of their hands right now as TODAK are now looking to claim every tier 2 off of this single Lord.
TODAK have always been particularly skilled with macro gameplay, especially if they are in the lead in whatever game they're playing, and we are seeing that in full force, splitting across the map, pressuring every single tower, breaking an inhibitor with the first Lord of the game.
It's ridiculous. It's a 9k goalie for TODAK's side, and in this position, there's no way they can lose the next upcoming team fights. They just don't stand a chance. But Zakas, he's trying to make things work. He jumps on in with the Tyrant's Rage, doesn't find anything just yet. However, the purple buff currently being contested right now. Will Gushin get the one shot here onto Ling? Yes or no? Let's find out. Chibi is taking the 1v1, but quickly gets on out of there, stealing the purple buff away.
But will he be able to escape? Yunsky is looking for him. Will they try and find... Oh, Yunsky!
Yup, he finds it with the dragon, and he still has the Shunpo to catch up. Chiku flickering in the middle, finds 3 in the target. Eye for an eye was a good deflight, but the rest of the team slowly collapses on the other member. Zakas on him, as well as Subpot bite the dust.
That is GG right there. 15 seconds before any members of the Homeboys comes back. We are only 11 minutes into the game, and the crystal is exposed. No defense, and TODAK know it as they flex their way to victory.
One of the fastest games we've seen so far. A Minotaur mid lane coming out of Chiku. These valiant picks, weird things, make them work. Only TODAK is able to pull these off.
Unpredictability also means that the enemy team cannot prepare against it. They do not train against these types of hero picks. And Chiku once again showing us that he can basically play anything.
Wait, that's Amok's. Wait, Amok? Interesting. Look, I want to see the corner of TODAK later on. I'm pretty sure that was Amok's just chilling with the boys there. But let's have a look at their comms. Let's pull up the mic check for TODAK.
Aku hidup. Boleh. Tukar. Aku nak. Nice. Serius. Wow, nice ayo. Yun down. Belakang. Nice. Batai. Bawa. Semangat. Recall.
That's a calm. Make sure, recall, right at the end there by Chiku. What a shot caller.
He is really the shot caller. Honestly, TODAK constantly surprises us, and all of it does come down to Chiku, guys, being there as the shot caller for the team. His game knowledge, his sense, his awareness of the game state and the map position always seems to be top tier.
Yeah, he doesn't miss a beat, and I think so far he's been doing a phenomenal job with the team, making sure that they're on point in contention, and more importantly, looking for these right angles. I didn't expect, Minotaur to be this effective, and more importantly, with the flicker, almost ensuring that he lands his priority targets at the very least.
Rage management, always a difficult issue to think about when you want to play on that Minotaur, but Chiku made it easy. He seemed like it wasn't an issue at all. Anytime he wanted that Minuan Fury, he had the Minuan Fury, and he found the perfect positioning to go for it with that flicker. It really disrupted the way that Homeboys wanted to take these fights over and over again. And when we saw that last fight, when it comboed with the Blazing Duet, that was a work of art.
Yeah, it's really tough because Homeboys, as flexible as they are with the Valentina, they have to make a lot of tough choices, right? Because the most valuable ultimate for Valentina to take is going to be the Way of the Dragon. But who do you kick? Are you looking for Gushin? Are you looking for Claude with their strong AoE damage? Or do you kick the Minotaur away just so that he cannot use that Minoan Fury in the middle of your team?
It's a difficult decision to make, and you could tell that was weighing very heavily on the mind of Bang as well. There was very notable hesitation in his engagement, and that allowed for Yunsky and Chiku guys to control the flow of the fight themselves. I do feel like talking a little bit about Rival as well on this Gusion. He was having a great time. He has really well fit into the TODAK gameplay style, and while in the past he was more of a player that would secure objectives and split push for his team, now you're starting to see a little bit of styling from him. He wants to go for those kills as well.
I mean, he's got the mechanics to pull it off as well, and with the mystery shop, look at how many items he has. Woo, boy, glowing wand now becoming more prevalent here. But let's have a look at our MVP. It's gonna go over to Chiku without a doubt.
Yeah, no doubt about it there. 0, 0, and 12. 75% game kill participation. This Minotaur was a constant thorn in the side of the Homeboys, comboing with Yumski to clear up the mid wave quickly with the double concussive blast, rotating around the map, creating pressure on the EXP lane to distract Homeboys away from the lane that actually made an impact, and then contesting the turtles with confidence and impunity because they know that there is nothing the Homeboys can do about it.
Truly, they couldn't do much about it. I mean, let's have a look at the highlights and relive these moments all over again, brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Because again, it came down to just the positioning of Yumski as well as Chiku guys to get a full picture of what the fight was going to look like.
And Formaze as well, doing a very good job of winning out his EXP lane. We could see at even in the first couple minutes of the game, Momo already getting involved, getting free avarice stacks, picking up assists and kills that really does contribute to his gold value. And Chiku's aggression overall, identifying the correct timings to jump in for that Minuan Fury. Homeboys, you can tell, they are not prepared to deal with this. There's a lot of I think there's gonna be a lot of subconscious thinking from these players that when you see a Minotaur, you don't expect the Minuan Fury because you think it's gonna take a while for that rage to build up. And once it hits you in the face, it's already too late.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I think Homeboys just had to deal with such a very difficult draft from a TODAK side. As much versatility as they had, this Valentina pick, a lot of teams during the regular season had kind of figured out how to play around it.
And we can already see that TODAK, this is the reason why they were so happy to let it go. The Minotaur power pick. Absolutely no one would have expected this, and all of a sudden you have another hero added on to this long list of threats in the hands of TODAK.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have never seen it coming in the draft itself. You would have never expected it to be the answer to go around the Valentina and to be picked up relatively soon as well.
Yeah, I think Homeboys unfortunately just got really outdrafted there because they locked in the Valentina so early and then went straight for a Ling. They kind of forced themselves into a certain gameplay style, a very specific power spike that TODAK could easily draft around. And yeah, instantly you could see TODAK, they played around that perfectly.
Yep, it looks like the 2 weeks that they spent off the regulars, right after regular season, looking to pay off big time here. They're looking cleaner, they're looking a lot sharper, and the damage numbers are so very low. The game was just that fast.
It was a very, very short game. But honestly, looking at these damage numbers, Chiku, guys, on that Minotaur was actually doing quite a lot of damage himself. Yes, he's still in 4th place compared to the rest of his team, but he did more damage than 4 players on the side of the Homeboys with a tank Minotaur. No damage items, we already checked. So this is terrifying.
Yeah, oh my goodness, so much damage. I don't know. Maybe there needs to be a relook onto the Minotaur. We've seen it pop up a couple of times in our semi-professional scene, and it has been rising in popularity. This is the first time we're actually seeing it in a professional game on the MPL MY level.
Yeah, honestly though, I do feel like the draft mistakes from the Homeboys here did just come down to them being a bit too greedy. Picking up Valentina, Brody, and Ling in the first phase is just all of your cores being displayed wide in the storefront window. And we already know that TODAK can flex depending on what is necessary. The Benedetta and Kufra were not enough to counteract it.
Truly wasn't enough, but let's come back to the stats here. The player head-to-head between Yumski and as well as Leo Murphy. And yes, a majority of the stats we're seeing here, Yumski has a slight edge against Leo Murphy.
It's honestly quite impressive to see as well, having higher average assists, a much higher kill participation as well as a slightly increased unique hero pool. I am very curious to see exactly how Yumski would perform in comparison if like they were actually just playing a game against one another, because these are two very accomplished roam players. Admittedly, Yumski maybe a little bit newer, even it's a kind of a weird feeling. Yumski still feels like a new player despite having been with TODAK for such a long time.
I mean, he's just a young player. I think that's the best way to describe it. Yeah, but let's keep in context the MPL ID, and especially with the meta that they have over there, Alter Ego just generally play a lot slower, and the motions of which MPL ID plays, they're not looking to aggress unless they have a very clear advantage or they want to push an advantage. So his stats aren't going to be as inflated, where here in MPL MY, we fight beginning to end.
It's just headbutting one another from the start of the game to the end of the game non-stop, and honestly I would not have it any other way. That's what makes MPL MY so entertaining. But now, with 1 minute left before we go into game number 2, what I'm personally expecting from the Homeboys is just to draft a little less greedy. Go for more flexible hero picks, go for choices that will allow them to sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Adjust their draft depending on what they see from the side of TODAK. It's very difficult because we already know about their massive hero pool, but they gotta do it. They don't want to let go of their first chance here in the upper bracket so easily.
That's true, but then they are up against TODAK, and the way that they're playing right now, it's very clean, it's very calculated, they don't make many mistakes here, and even just the slightest of misplays coming out from the Homeboys, oh, you didn't connect to the wall, that's a little unlucky. You get punished for it. You try to contest for the turtle, you face check it with the wrong hero, instantly get punished for it. So I think Homeboys, this may be a warm-up game for them in and of itself, but I hope that they're ready to actually deal with what TODAK is bringing to the table.
We already saw what they brought to the table. In fact, their awareness of what their limits are exactly, and being able to take advantage of that to find the most benefit they can for the least risk possible is the skill that has allowed TODAK to stand out so much.
They've got a pie chart for this. They have a folder with a pie chart. I haven't seen a pie chart since the 5th grade.
I have to agree with you there. I wasn't even aware that people actually use pie charts unironically IRL.
I would expect a bar chart more likely, but a pie chart, I can't get over that. I'll probably be thinking about that till tomorrow, but for the time being, I do wish that the upper brackets were a best of 5. I think Homeboys will be able to adapt a little bit better, but in a best of 3, even if they do come up with a counter strategy to actually deal with the Minotaur, at the end of the day, there has to be some clear signals that TODAK probably has something else in store.
Yeah, TODAK has a lot of these niche sort of hero picks, off-meta choices that you will not see them pick up regularly, but will be drafted precisely to counter a certain style that they know their opponents are going to play. So even if you think that Minotaur is going to be something they have, that is a lot.
Another pie chart! Is he gonna, come on, flip one more page. Another pie chart! How many pie charts do they need, and what is it for? Is it supposed to be like the percentage of what they're going to pick?
The great mystery of TODAK's pie charts perhaps will never truly be answered, but if you guys can, do reach out to them on their social media. I am very curious to find out. But yeah, so TODAK, they have a lot of hero picks, but even if you think, okay, now we have to draft around the Minotaur, it is not a hero that TODAK is going to prioritize. They'll just grab something else depending on the situation.
I swear to God, I feel like Moon's just trolling us. He opens up that notebook and he's got a webway already. I don't know what the... It looks like he's looking at computer science server nodes for all I know.
Well, who knows, honestly. It could be anything. It could be his shopping list. It could be whatever he forgot at home and needs to remind himself to grab once he returns. Who knows? But without further ado, we will now return to the draft. It looks like they're going to be swapping sides. TODAK on the blue side now.
I love the idea of Moon just looking at Rival and be like, we need to get toilet paper on our way back. All right, but coming back to the draft, TODAK have already started banning out the Melissa as well as the Fanny. Homeboys, on the other hand, ban out the 2 AoE cores that were making their lives really, really difficult after the setup from the Minotaur, the Claude, as well as the Gushin.
TODAK recognized that with the Claude and Gushin removed, HOMEBOIS might be looking for a team fight lineup, so the Faramis will be the instant counter ban, not allowing them to have that cult altar. Now, admittedly recently, I feel like Faramis, since he got nerfed, with that cult altar overall HP as well as the damage on his Ghostbusters has become a much less contested pick, but his ability to enable big team fights is still going to be highly valued.
Wow, the Wanwan as well getting banned out for the side of TODAK. HOMEBOIS just making sure that if Momo is going to scale, it's going to be very uncomfortable for him. Paquito going to be the lock-in for the side of TODAK. A very good beginning as HOMEBOIS locking the Akai for themselves just in case. But let's not forget, both of these are strong starters in the draft because they are flex picks.
Yeah, exactly. And I definitely like this a lot more than the way HOMEBOIS started off their draft previously. It does look like they might be putting this Akai onto Chibi. They recognize the threat of the Paquito and need a hero that can very easily solidify the turtle objectives for themselves. But the Valentina gonna be picked up yet again.
That's interesting. I feel like Valentina, ooh, is it worth taking? I'm thinking of the other options here because when you see Akai, I'm thinking, okay, the response is definitely either you pick up the Diggy or you give up the Diggy. Then the second question comes through, then Valentina comes into play. Valentina takes Diggy's ult, so it counters Akai technically, and it becomes one big disgusting triangle where you can't seem to win if you don't pick them up at the same time.
Yeah, I guess in a way, picking up this Valentina is a bit of a deterrent to not allow TODAK to pick up the big ultimate that would allow them to easily counteract the heavy spin. TODAK, they're gonna lock in the Cho once again, not too afraid of the Way of the Dragon being stolen. And since Gushin was banned out, the LUNATIX most likely will be returning to the hands of Rival for Game 2.
I think HOMEBOIS should technically go for Diggy here, right? Just to ensure that they don't get counterpick. It generally works well against the Way of the Dragon, and also it keeps in check Yumski from moving around the map too much. At least he can build up those stacks really, really fast with Impure Rage, as well as the Auto Alarm Bombs.
Looks like they will go for the Grok instead. I do agree somewhat with the Diggy, but I also feel like that's not playing into the strengths of Zakus as a player. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to be all up in TODAK's face, and the Grok having immunity to CC will allow him to somewhat counteract the vision that Yumski is able to provide. But it is also very risky because he will be obviously weak to the LUNATIX.
Oh my goodness, HOMEBOIS showing a lot of respect to TODAK here. They ban out the Minotaur. You can see the frustration on Chiku's face. It's like, oh man, I really want to play that, man.
That's very unfortunate. Not going to be able to see the Minnow and Fury once again. So HOMEBOIS are still very wary of that. I'm not really too sure about the interaction between Minnow and Fury and Heavy Spin, whether or not Akai does get knocked up. But on the chance that he does, I can understand why HOMEBOIS would put a little more priority to that. They need to play around Heavy Spin to secure fights and objectives.
Clint ban coming out from the side of TODAK. I would never have expected a Clint ban of all things. Why would you ban out Clint? If they ban out Popo and Koopa, that does kind of give me an idea that they want to play Brody. Melissa's already gone. Claude's already gone. And let's not forget about Wanwan. So that just leaves us with lane bullies in general.
I think TODAK are specifically banning out Clint because, one, it is one of Anip's most comfortable signature picks. Anip doesn't play a lot of the more meta marksmen in the pool. He's comfortable with his comfort heroes. And Clint is a hero that can play very safely from the back line. With a Grok and an Akai, it would be quite difficult for even Yumski to be able to jump on him in the back. So they don't want to give Anip something that can easily counteract it.
Okay, so Carry gets banned out. Understandable from the HOMEBOIS because they have 2 tanks. I'm guessing if they want to play a 3rd tank, they absolutely can here. TODAK, on the other hand, I would make an argument that this might be an angle where they can actually show off 2 fighters in the side lanes.
Yeah, I agree with you there as well. Clint, one of the easiest marksmen to play into a fighter 1v1. And I expect that if we're going to be seeing that, the Yuzong going to be coming out from TODAK yet again to combo with this Paquito in the side lanes. We're not too certain of that for now, though, so HOMEBOIS will still have a choice to make.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to be really safe here, they can technically Well, then again, I'm surprised that Julian hasn't been picked up by any of the teams so far, or even banned, in a matter of fact. I guess he just doesn't fit the particular tempo and style that they're trying to play at here. But Seifel cracking his brain, trying to make sure that the whole team is on page with the idea of the comp.
Honestly, what are the chances that TODAK are letting Valentina through so that Beng prioritizes it over the Julian?
I suppose, but I think it's a good call from HOMEBOIS to actually take the Yuzong first to ensure that if TODAK wants to go for a double fighter composition, it's a little bit more difficult. They probably have to play Phoveus. Arguably, Momo has to play Beleric if he really has to.
Yeah, that is going to be the question. Momo has not shown a notable dominance on most fighters. Beleric would be an obvious choice, but we have to remember Momo has played Paquito side lane in the past, so they could give this to him and allow Formaze to flex into something else.
Maybe Esme, but then again, he is up against Yuzong. He could go for more lane dominating. It really depends on the style here, because right now the synergies between the members of TODAK's draft so far, they've got a lot of pick potential, potentially a lot of damage, but it really depends on the role. So Irithel gets locked in as well as the Uranus from TODAK. They are playing absolutely standard.
Now this is the signature TODAK lineup. The mid lane marksman, double fighter side lane, Lunox jungle, very balanced in terms of damage. HOMEBOIS recognizing that TODAK are going to have a little less pressure in the gold lane with a fighter, will go for a very hard-hitting early game marksman to potentially poke Momo out of lane.
Nicely done, and I think HOMEBOIS, this is a much more even draft against TODAK, and this is the most normal draft we're seeing out of TODAK, to be fair.
Yeah, but that's normal by TODAK standards. The double fighter side lane marksman mid is still very strange overall.
That is true. That is true. We'll see. We'll see what it's going to be at the end of the day. Who's going to come up here on top? As both compositions have very similar ideas. Double fighter side lanes coming out for the side of TODAK once again with Chiku guys on Irithel. Let's see what he can do against the HOMEBOIS with strong CC, a lane bully on that Bruno, and a Yuzong who's just ready to dive.
HOMEBOIS, their lineup has a lot of crowd control, so I'm a little bit worried whether or not TODAK will be able to respond to it, but we will only find out once we enter into the land of Dawn, and the brawl instantly starts.
Yeah, Zakus is about to die here. He has to forces out the flicker out of him. TODAK taking a very good level 1 trade, and Chiku guys very smartly taking the Queen's call just to ensure the slow.
Right. Honestly, Zakus needs to be a lot more careful. Grok as a hero is not as tanky as he once used to be. And with the armor shred from Chiku guys, they're going to be dishing out a lot of poke damage, which means that instantly TODAK will gain that mid lane control, allowing Rival to gain that Little Wanderer for free. TODAK, they're obviously very aware as well of the amount of CC potential from the HOMEBOIS, so they have 2 Purifies.
Yep. Right now, Sapad getting absolutely ganked here. Chiku ensuring the death by slowing him down, allowing Formaze to run him down with the Ionic Edge. My god, that is a very early gank.
You would not expect that, especially from a marksman mid lane. So HOMEBOIS thought that they could play more aggro because Chiku should be staying in mid and farming up his items. But no, that's not how TODAK works. Plus, again, the armor shred contributing a lot to taking down these tankier heroes.
Yep. Now 3 versus 2 so far. Yumski forced the flicker on out of there. GB, he wants to push back. Chiku finds the knockback with a heavy spin. Nicely played by the HOMEBOIS as they take a kill back.
That was very patient from GB, waiting in the bush until we could see TODAK put themselves out of position. Once he saw the flicker from Yumski, he knows there is no way this Cho can protect the Irithel, and that's going to be a revenge kill onto Chiku guys, hopefully slowing down his farm.
Oh, Momo tried to cheese out on him. That's so very smart. He knew he was going to hit level 4 off of that wave. He wanted to make sure he was in position for a kill angle, almost gets it, but smartly Ane makes it out. It's going to be HOMEBOIS who secure the first turtle of the game, and they even find Yumski in the process, but not even having to use his Petrify to ensure it.
Yeah, this is going to be the strength of HOMEBOIS' draft in this game. They have a lot of team fight potential. Even with 2 Purifies on the side of TODAK, there's going to be a lot more damage consistently coming out of HOMEBOIS, especially towards the early to mid game with this Yuzon, with this Akai, with the Grok. So TODAK needs to be a little more wary about that. They need more map awareness before jumping in.
Yep, Momo face checks the brush, ends up dying, still almost survives, but the auto attack from Anip was just enough to clip him, dealing just enough damage. Well played for the side of HOMEBOIS here as they're looking to push back against TODAK's unorthodox draft in game number 1.
Now, very unfortunate for Momo there. That football was basically a free kick and it landed perfectly on the mark, following Momo all the way despite having used the flicker. And this is going to be excellent for the HOMEBOIS. That's going to give a lot of gold shield over to this Bruno. Momo wants to stop this.
Yep, but he really can't. All he can do is just watch helplessly as Anip is getting free kick after free kick onto the tower, farming the entire shield, putting Chibi and as well as Anip further and further ahead. Topside is basically, can't really do much. It's 4 maze on Uranus. You're not really going to get any work done. So let's make sure we can control mid and continue to punish the bottom side of the map.
Yep, the HOMEBOIS playing very smart right now. You can see TODAK has to put a lot of pressure onto this bottom side. They cannot allow Anip to get any more farm, but because of that, it is slowing down the scaling potential of the rest of TODAK's heroes. You can see they are right now actually giving Chiku guys more farm in the jungle. Rival taking a bit of a backseat since he's already hit his level 6. They want to allow this Irritel to start contributing again.
Speaking of contribution, TODAK are just cutting off this Bruno. They are looking to gain some gold back for Momo to put him ahead of the curve or even it out a little bit. Zakas with a wild charge finds 2 onto Chiku guys and Yumski. They're not going to make any full commitments just yet, but Yumski is going to lock him in. Bang, actually stealing the ult and taking out Chiku guys. Anip even flickering forward to ensure that he gets the gold. And now HOMEBOIS on the top side of the map, they push out the mid lane and immediately start stealing away the purple buff.
Yeah, this is beautifully played from the HOMEBOIS right now. Again, they are a very momentum-based team, so if they gain an early game lead, it looks pretty good.
Yep, Anip now getting kicked. Oh, he slide tackles away to try and make it off, but he manages to get a 1-for-1 at the very end, and Big should be able to secure the kill. Momo forced the flicker on out of there. Zakas with the power of nature is going to chase him to the ends of the earth. Can they secure this? Yes, they can, as Big catches up and takes the kill.
Beautiful placement of the Guardian's Bulwark right there, stopping him right in the edge. The Guardian's barrier. It looks like he could pass it by, but turns out Momo just a little bit too fat to get across that corner. And now HOMEBOIS continuing to play around their early game pressure. Despite the fact that TODAK, that was actually a good idea to continue pressuring the gold lane since they know HOMEBOIS will want to extend their lead elsewhere. They went a little bit too aggressive, and because of that, gave up too many kills in return.
And now the siege continues, right? Bruno, he's already broken bottom tier 1. Top side is going to clear his wave. Once bottom side is cleared too, they can make things happen across the map. GB and Beg denying the rotations from 4 maze as well as Yumski. They are not safe to walk through the river.
And this is a big problem for TODAK right now. Their goal is just try and delay the game to allow Rival and Chiku guys to get more farm. But HOMEBOIS are not going to give that space to them. They have a lot of map control. They have a lot of pressure. This is where HOMEBOIS needs to play active to force TODAK into an uncomfortable position.
Yep, and now top side, we're seeing 4 members of Conceal coming out, a gank being set up. Sabat, if he sees this, he needs to go into Black Dragon form right now, but it's too late. He gets kicked in the nick of time before he's able to pop right off on the opposite side of the map. HOMEBOIS waste no time stealing away the jungle and also securing a tier 2.
That is actually very worth it for the HOMEBOIS. Yes, TODAK gets the kill, but they had to send 4 members up to the top lane. They still haven't gotten to tier 1 as well because they're waiting for the minion wave. And while all that is happening, a tier 2 falls to the HOMEBOIS. They get the turtle and they maintain their net worth lead, continuing to apply pressure across the map.
Yep, we do see Yumski getting a kick on towards Zakas' side. Really doesn't matter as Chiku guys is too low to join the fight. Zakas trying to finish him off, but here comes the Dragon himself. Black Dragon form from Sabat, chasing down his targets. Brilliant coming out of Rival just in the nick of time. Any commitment? Yes, there is. Sabat gets right on top of him, petrified to secure the kill, but they find a return on to Zakas in... Oh wait, Chiku, he ends up dying. He ends up dying regardless on the opposite side from GB.
Oh, that's unfortunate there. Homeboys only lose their roamer and they get the enemy jungle and mid lane / gold lane. So TODAK are actually losing out on a lot of these fights because of the fact that they are behind in terms of gold. They're not able to take these big 1v1s, even more so the big 4v4s, which means that Homeboys have free reign over the map right now. And TODAK not even having enough safe space to split push because of the presence of this Yuzong.
I think, what else could they do here? With the presence of Yuzong around, I think that TODAK is in a position where they have to make some sacrifices, right? Who is their main target? Are they looking to take out Bang? Are they looking to take out Bruno? Because no matter what, Bang is going to be a big threat. He keeps stealing the way of the dragon. He is looking for these counter ults time after time. It's getting a little frustrating for TODAK.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel like TODAK don't really need to worry too much about allowing Bang to steal the ult, because they're already aware that the Way of the Dragon is going to be the most obvious ability for Bang to steal. Don't put their mind into thinking about that and find different angles.
Yep. And now Yumski trying to actually save Momo from this predicament. He might be stuck himself. Should pose over the wall to make sure that he lives. However, on the bottom side of the map, we are seeing that both Chiku guys and as well as Formaze, actually Formaze creating some space to get some information on where Chibi and Sopat is. He doesn't steal away the purple buff, but it does net them a tier 2 now that Chiku can walk up safely to it.
The most important players on the side of TODAK in the next couple minutes is going to be Formaze as well as Chiku guys. They need farm on Iritel. They need the Uranus to split push.
Oh, the steal from Rival just in time. Chibi was not able to make it happen. Rival using the Chaos Assault, trying to get on out of there with the Darkening, but Bang with the Way of the Dragon is going to secure the kill on the opposite side. Momo finds a kill onto Zack is so far, but that's going to be Chiku dying over on him. He's too strong. Momo tries to secure this kill, but Formaze is able to steal it away. A little sad here as Momo ends up dying regardless, and Formaze in the middle of 3. Can he buy enough time? No, he cannot. It's going to be a 4-for-2 trade.
I don't feel like Formaze needed to jump into that group in the end there. He could have just walked away, and that would not have actually been a bad trade for TODAK since they are behind. They actually narrowed the net worth gap by quite a bit just by trading off the cores on the side of the Homeboys. But I'm honestly surprised at how many mistakes TODAK are making right now. It feels like Chiku is a little bit too aggressive, getting picked off way too many times for an Iritel that is going to be the primary carry for his team. And because of that, the rest of TODAK aren't quick enough to be able to follow up.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know how TODAK is supposed to get in onto the Homeboys. I think they just have to stall this game out for as long as possible, right? They need to get to the 42k mark. They need at least 4 items arguably for both Rival and as well as Chiku before you start seeing some real impact on the damage.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do, honestly. Just delay the game. Don't look for these fights because they are not necessary. The Homeboys will not be able to get push, will not be able to get objectives as long as TODAK doesn't give away free kills. And if they can distract them on one side of the map, they can allow Formaze to split push and pressure Homeboys' base.
Now they continue to move around the map. They're trying to clear these waves as soon as possible. Formaze as well as Chiku guys are working very closely together. But Momo trying to go for this flank. He's getting hit by literally everything. Ends up dying regardless. And Formaze slowing them down. Yumski gets the kick on towards Bang's side to try and take out that ultimate, but he ends up dying regardless of the situation. They're throwing bodies at the Homeboys.
Now I gotta be honest here. This is not the first time we have seen the TODAK throwing bodies in a game where they are losing. And in the past, it has actually worked for them. And while it did look like TODAK didn't manage to get a trade up in that last fight, you can see that Formaze was able to get the push up bottom side. They lost 2 members, yes, but Homeboys are still not able to get a push. They're still not able to get multiple structures with a 1-team fight. Although I do feel like TODAK can afford to give them a little less.
Yup, now, Formaze smartly going for a double proxy here to try and slow down this game even more. A very good idea for the side of TODAK, but Yumski still trying to make the play here. Rival with the Chaos Assault gets pushed away from the initial engagement with the heavy spin coming in from Chibi, but Momo tries his best. Chiku guys is able to take out Bang just in time as Sopan now rejoins the fight, looking for the engagement. It doesn't matter with the Petrify as the Purify is able to cleanse it away. On him, it's still getting some good damage, but Formaze is really tanky, and there are 4 low members. He can chase them one by one.
Formation absolutely definitely continue threatening Homeboys right now. And as long... Oh, yep, he gets that kill on Subbat. He might die to a nip though. The Bruno, a lot of damage inbuilt. Formaze, he already knows he's going down, so he's just going to stand there and accept his fate. But TODAK are actually starting to trade up here. Homeboys are taking these fights a little bit longer than necessary, and although they are winning in terms of kills, I feel like they may be giving away a little bit too much advantage.
We'll see about it. Rival can pull off another steal here that buys them an extra 3 minutes. This could be it. This could mean everything. Yumski, he's looking for an opportunity to kick GB away, but instead the heavy spin comes on through, and now GB in the midst of it. Who gets it? Who gets it? Oh, it goes down to the Homeboys, and now they're going to be running them down. Bang, trying to get on out there. A double kill coming out from Anip. His 11-2-2 score line proves to be too much for TODAK.
Neb is playing absolutely out of his mind right now, and giving him a hero like the Bruno is perfect against this lineup from TODAK. It's just such a big problem. None of them can survive this Bruno's damage. And Chico, guys, playing really weirdly here, just jumping in, trying to go for kills that he really is not going to be able to get, and feeding his life away.
Yeah, I do think that Chiku is trying a little too hard to debuff everybody so that they can get in on that fight. Their main damage dealers right now is going to be both Rival and, surprisingly enough, Formaze for the time being. But let's see how this high ground defense goes, as the inhibitors are now under threat. They're trying to hold the line here, as Chiku is even using the explosive arrows, but it's too late. They lose one inhibitor. They don't have enough damage to cut through the Lord fast enough. Second inhibitor coming through, but Zaka fights a wild charge onto one. Formaze is now in trouble. Anip actually getting kicked back into the middle of that fight. Brilliance as well being committed. The heavy spin to try and disengage him, but yes, he manages to survive. It's too late. He's been taken down. A 2-for-1 trade, and now TODAK bounce back from the damage. GB, is he able to pick off Yumski? No, Sumpa ends up dying to Rival regardless, and GB is now all by himself. His team being wiped out as Chico getting free hit after free hit. Bang is trying his best. Can he land this last one? It's too late. Chico turns it around once again.
Wow! TODAK once again making miracles happen, wiping out the entire team lineup of the Homeboys. That was a huge mistake. Homeboys did not need to extend that fight as long as it did. TODAK, their win condition in a majority of these battles is just picking off a nip. Whether or not a nip lives or dies is equal to whether TODAK wins the fight or not. So major props to Yumski for somehow being able to get the kick onto the enemy Bruno, because otherwise Homeboys would have ended the game right there.
What an incredible fight that was, truly. Now, TODAK are in prime position, like you mentioned, to actually bounce back into this game. They've gotten that past that 42k mark. They hit the item power spike just in time to deal with the Homeboys, and if we're looking at the items so far, 4 items coming out from Chiku, guys. 4 items coming out from the side of Rival as well.
Yeah, we can see that Anip, he already completed his build earlier. Obviously, the Bruno very farmed right now, but Chiku, guys, not too far behind. There's a lot of defensive build on the side of the Homeboys, and because of that, you can tell that their damage is lacking if they don't have Anip around to play with. So there's going to be a lot of pressure onto Yumski to be able to continuously find the pickoff on the Bruno.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Yumski. Even Momo committed pretty hard to that fight, utilizing his flicker. So I think they're just timing it together, right? They're just timing it together to get in front of his face, to dish out as much damage as they possibly can. If Rival can jump in with the Brilliance as well, then they have some commitment.
And this is a situation where the Homeboys may have to invest a little bit. They have to group together because they need to keep Anip alive. And as long as the Homeboys group together, TODAK can constantly pressure the other lanes.
Yep, Sabat already using the Black Dragon form. He won't have it for this upcoming fight. Momo looking for some angles here, but Formaze continuing to be annoying on the purple buff side. They are about to lose this. Yumski's in trouble, but Momo finds good kicks on the punches onto Anip. GB is a little too slow to save him, and also by getting kicked by the way of the dragon. Ironic in and of itself. Bangs on the run, forced the flicker on out of there, and now TODAK pushing back against the Homeboys' inhibitor turrets.
Surgically done again by TODAK. Homeboys were putting so much attention into making sure that Yumski wouldn't be able to engage onto a nip, that they're basically ignoring Formaze and Momo, allowing them to find the Bruno in the backline, and now TODAK are pushing into their base.
Yep, Momo continuing to put damage onto Chibi. It's not worth his time, but at the very least, keep him away from the rest of the team. As Yumski, he's got immortality, but he's on 1 HP. He ends up dying. Zakas with the wild charge finds 2. Is this the turnaround that we're looking for? Momo pushes them back once again. Jiku is locked against the heavy spin. Bang! Should be able to find it, but the power of nature steals the kill once more.
TODAK unfortunately overstayed their welcome a little bit there, so that is going to be a sigh of relief for Homeboys, as they're able to defend long enough for Anip to respawn and pick up those kills. Getting that heavy spin onto the Iritel as well, not an easy thing to do considering Chiku guys' mobility, but Chibi managed to do it, and that basically made sure that they would not end up losing right there and then.
Yep, they clear out these waves, and Homeboys, what used to be a devastating lead, they have been outscaled at this point of time. Bang can't deal with Rival. The Brilliance actually coming out early. The Wild Charge as well as the heavy spin. They're chasing for it. Subot is trying to cover the back line as Momo is able to get some good damage. The knock-up on him. He's trying to get on out of there again. The Brilliance comes out as Bang steals it, but Yumski finds it. No! He doesn't complete the kick. Anip is still alive. GB may have given his life to ensure that Anip lives. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but the chase is still going on. Jiku guys is still going after him, and Momo is not letting up. The conceal comes on through. This should be a full disengage.
Yumski is doing such a good job. Yes, he doesn't get the kick in the right direction, but the longer he keeps a nip crowd controlled, the more control TODAK has over the fight. And they were able to trade 1 for 2. They're looking for more.
Yep, Brilliance already coming out once again. Zakas with a wild charge onto 2. Bang looking for an opportunity, but Anip forced to flicker away. Bang has to get on out of there with the Brilliance off his own, but here comes that mid-wave. They're looking to end this. Anip is so low. They're rushing it down. Chiku guys will not stop. It's a 2-0 for TODAK.
The turnaround once again. TODAK showing us that if you are able to selectively throw bodies to delay the game, beating is not necessarily throwing your chances of victory away, as the defending champions will continue moving on in the upper brackets of the playoffs.
What incredible gameplay coming out from the side of TODAK. World-class players here up on stage. Homeboys, they've got some homework to do.
Quite unfortunate for the Homeboys, their first time ever in the upper bracket and instantly dropping down. So let's find out what the host has to say, throwing it over to the stage.
Tahniah diucapkan kepada pasukan TODAK dan pasukan Homeboys. Sebentar tadi mereka bermain dengan cukup baik. Satu perlawanan yang sebenarnya kita tak tahu siapa yang boleh menang, Rafael.
Ya, sememangnya perlawanan yang sangat-sangat hebat, tapi akhirnya telah dimenangi oleh pasukan TODAK. Kita boleh nampak kat bahagian belakang, diorang tunjuk diorang punya true sportsmanship dengan salam saud sendiri. Tapi dengan ini, mari kita invite pasukan TODAK untuk berdiri dekat tengah.
Dua berbalas kosong. Perlawanan yang sebenarnya cukup buat jantung kita hampir terjatuh, Rafael. Dan saya beri peluang pada awak untuk tanya soalan pertama.
Ya, terima kasih banyak. Tapi sebelum bagi soalan, first, Yums, awak punya show, bahaya. Disebabkan awak, saya akan main minum it. Okey, bila kita tengok game pertama tadi, pasukan TODAK menang, kita nampak dekat belakang ada Amox. Jadi dekat sini, siapa yang berani nak jawab? Okey, Ciku dahulu. Kenapa Amox kat belakang?
Sebab dia support kita orang lah.
Dia support korang. M1 dia ada. Hari ni dia ada. Kalau pasukan TODAK pergi ke M4, adakah Amox akan ikut?
InsyaAllah ada. Dia dan Azim bergabung lah.
Wow, gabungan Azim dan juga Amok. Dan saya nak paskan ni kepada Momo. Dan kita ada satu soalan daripada kita punya penonton. Nama dia Taufik Rubai. Soalan dia simple. Korang makan apa sampai power sangat ni?
Kita orang tak makan nasi. Cuma kita dah main Nintendo malam-malam.
Jap, betul ke semua makan nasi? Betul ke semua makan nasi?
Semua makan.
Semua makan. Kita percaya kat sini. Jangan percaya.
Nasi betul. Makanan ruci kita.
Nanti lepas ni kita minta kita punya media team untuk tanya antara pasukan Todak siapa yang tak makan nasi. Tapi dekat sini pun kita akan minta satu mikrofon dekat sini. Formis, awak punya EXP laner makin lama makin hebat. Dan sekarang ni ikut rasanya banyak fans Todak rasanya awak adalah raja EXP laner sekarang. Rasanya boleh kekal ke jadi raja EXP sampai ke grand final?
Boleh insyaAllah.
InsyaAllah dekat sini Formis kalau pergi kan Form memang adalah raja EXP dengan ni. Apa kata Formis? Bagikan kata kepada semua penonton yang hadir hari ini.
MPL mana suaranya?
Baik. Itu je. Alright. Terima kasih banyak kepada Formis. Todak diorang memang sangat hebat. Tapi dengan ni, apa kata kita dengar apa benda yang mereka bincangkan dekat dalam game tadi?
Mid, tolong mid. Yeay, dapat mid. Kita dapat mid. Nice. Tolak. Nice. Klik. Pergi mid. Dapat. Nice. Nice. Bal. Aku dikit. Try ke tanah tu je. Try. Gas. Dia ke depan. Tahu cik.
Some of the most crazy calls we've heard so far here today coming in from TODAK on their 2-0 victory against the Homeboys. Congratulations. Once again, a well-deserved victory.
Honestly, how do you play a game where you feed the enemy gold laner to that extent and then come back from that sort of deficit even after repeatedly feeding and throwing bodies into the enemy lines? No one can do it but TODAK, another example of great Mobile Legends gameplay.
Some ridiculous plays as well. I mean, you gotta give it to the members who feel like, oh yeah, they're just kind of doing their own thing on the side lane. 4 Maze, double proxying 2 waves, making sure he's opening up the map for Chiku himself, and Yumski, just a young prodigy as a support player. He's ridiculous.
I think part of the reason, unfortunately, that Homeboys were not able to close out the game themselves was simply because, like we already mentioned, TODAK, they were throwing bodies, they were delaying the game, they were split pushing, they were proxying waves to delay for as long as possible. Once they got to a point where TODAK actually could do some damage, Homeboys found themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place because they have to defend a nib. Like I mentioned during the game, Bruno surviving equals fight won. Bruno dies means fight lost. It's very simple, very obvious, and TODAK were looking for him in every single fight, which meant that Homeboys had to group together to protect him, allowing 4 Maze to get easy split pushes, and even though they were all grouped up together, somehow Yumski Momo still found the Bruno.
It's pretty, honestly, I would agree, it's just pretty ridiculous with how this game actually went through. Even with a Winds of Nature, it wasn't enough to actually protect Anip. I just think that it came down to a single press of a button. Either Chibi was a little too slow at using that heavy spin, or Bang just didn't have enough time to get the right ultimate to push them back. I mean, Bang was doing so much damage in these fights, 118,000, and it still was not enough.
What is ridiculous is the fact that you look at Rich Guy, Carry, Sandbag, Forgotten One, it is all on the side of the Homeboys, and yet it is TODAK that came out victorious. Damage dealt, damage taken, damage to tower, all in their favor. And again, TODAK are just demonstrating an example of their mad genius. Somehow, they figure out strategies that no one would rely on, that no one would fall back to overcome deficits, difficulties. Who would think? Throwing bodies, looking for fights, even though you're behind and know you most likely will not win, is still enough.
I honestly don't know. It's an incredible comeback victory. MVP, ini MVP kita, selected by you guys, going over to Chiku once again. 3-7-10, not the most impressive score, but after a comeback like that with a game DPM of 5,452, it made all the difference.
Now, I'm still gonna stand by the fact that yes, while some of his deaths were definitely strategic feeding to the Homeboys, there were also definitely a few mistaken deaths there where he thought he could win the fight but threw himself a little bit too far, and that's why you can see that his game KDA definitely not the prettiest for a marksman, but he knew that what his job was to do that consistent damage, to apply the armor break. And in the end, it's the results that speak for themselves.
Truly. Now let's have a look and relive the moments once again with the Samsung Galaxy A series here. I mean, the early gank was already pretty smart, but I think HOMEBOIS had some really good reads in the early to mid game, right? They knew that TODAK wanted to move in a particular manner. They were willing to trade objectives here, and the fact is, they were trading up against TODAK every single time.
Yeah, the HOMEBOIS definitely adjusted very well to the style of play they got used to by playing against TODAK in game number 1, as evidenced by their superior map control, their overall rotation and macro decision making, basically eliminating any chance TODAK had of snowballing an easy victory through early game advantage. But adaptation can go both ways, and TODAK, understanding what they needed to do to come back despite having a bad early game, is props to them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, had the HOMEBOIS taken this very first Lord, I think the game was basically done for. TODAK coming back from the brink right here against the HOMEBOIS after that second Lord push was insane. And once they evened up the scores, oh, these fights just got ridiculous.
Now, let's look at that. The HOMEBOIS all grouped up, forming a protective wall around a nip, and still he ends up being the first one taken out, the first one dying. TODAK recognizing that, yeah, the Bruno equates to whether you win or lose. So Yumski, he's ready to throw his life away. It doesn't matter if he doesn't get the kick he's looking for. He just needs to apply CC to a nip.
Yeah, let's have a recap of the keys to victories one more time, because it really came down to a couple of things. Number one, compositional strength. Game 1 definitely proved worthwhile for the side of TODAK. In game 2, early to late, they had some good bursting strength, zoning, and more importantly, just finishing with the synergies that they have together. The commitment of the KO punch was brilliant, and if you had to make sure to ensure a kill, Way of the Dragon, throw in 4 mates to run them down to make sure that they have no escape, and you have a solid comp.
Yeah, composition strength played a big role in TODAK winning game 1, but game 2, both lineups were strong. So a lot of it came down to jungle aggression, the mid laner impact, overall player coordination from TODAK in game 2 to secure that.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, even when it comes down to jungler's aggression, I feel that Rival played a very big part, especially in game number 1. Game number 2, he played a slightly different role. You can tell by the DPM slightly increasing, but not getting up to that 5k like we saw how Chiku was previous in game number 2 itself from the MVP scoreline. Generally, he's trying to bait things out. He's fishing for people to jump on top of him so he can use the brilliance.
There's a very different style in the way that both these teams were playing in that game too, even though they both had fighting compositions. TODAK, they were just going around applying as much overall DPS to their enemies as possible, while HOMEBOIS were feeding all of their kills into one player.
Let's talk about Yumski for a second here, right? Because, again, in game number 2, things were very, very different compared to game number 1. He was hovering around the mid lane, but honestly kept on going down to actually help Momo out. They wanted Momo in a position where he can actually continuously threaten Anip throughout the game, so they couldn't let him fall too far behind, especially after that first blood.
Yeah, absolutely not. Honestly, looking at this heat map, things are a little bit different than you'd expect. Yes, there's still going to be a lot of pressure towards that mid side, towards the gold lane, but there's also a lot of rotation through their own jungle. Yumski trying to scout out information by hiding in the tri-bush as well, and you could see that TODAK were playing overall aggressive but safe and analytical in how they want to approach these angles against the HOMEBOIS.
Yeah, I mean, after they get the kill onto the EXP lane, they come down, they end up dying in the mid lane, and then afterwards we get the initial death from Momo. He needed a bit of a helping hand, and Yumski made sure it happened. But let's not forget about his partner in crime, Chiku guys.
Yep, Chiku guys, literally everywhere on the map. This is from the 5th to the 10th minute as well, so honestly still fairly early in the game, and you can see, despite the fact that the tier 2 tower is still standing on the bottom side. Doesn't matter, Chico is gonna walk past it anyway. He wants to fight, he wants to apply armor break, perhaps a little bit too aggressively in certain times where you feel like he jumped in when the rest of his team was already dead. A little unnecessary, but hey, it works out in the end.
Maybe it's just to synchronize the death timers. You know, you come up all at once, you don't want to be lagging behind, you don't want to have to give up these objectives. Then again, it's really tough to say sometimes. We're probably going to have to do a VOD review to really get a better understanding, but based on the heat map so far, again, he is everywhere, everything all at once.
Yeah, Chico was already participating in fights very early on, which caught Homeboys off guard. This because they know that he's on the marksman. You expect him to farm up to maybe at least level 4 when he has the heavy crossbow, but nope, level 2 walks up to the EXP lane, gets a kill with 4 maze. TODAK, you can never predict what they're thinking.
They never know their next move sometimes, whether it be the draft or in game. But with that being said, let's have a look at the updated bracket after day number 1. TODAK make it to the next round of the upper brackets, and if they win one more, they've secured a spot for that ticket to M4.
That's the value of the upper bracket. You might think, that seems very quick. Well, that is because it is. And that's why all of these teams want to maintain their spots up there. But because Homeboys did end up losing to TODAK, they will be dropping down to the lower bracket where they will be facing off against RSG MY. And that's going to be a spicy matchup.
Yep, let's not forget Red knocking out Team SMG, moving on to the next round of the lower brackets where they will have to face one of the losers of the upper brackets, OE up against Team Hawk. Which one do you think is going to win? Which one is going to move on to face TODAK? And which one will have to face Red?
Well, who knows? These two teams have been very proficient. Orange Esports, definitely a team that has grown from underdogs to becoming one of the favorites this entire season. So I'm excited to find out. But with day 1, we've already witnessed 2 teams going home. What do you guys at home think? Let's check out our MPL predictor winners.
Yep, look it down below. Guys, if you want to participate in the hashtag MPL Predictor, use that hashtag, come up with a comment, make sure you give your prediction as well as game ID and server ID, and you can be just like these guys to earn yourself 749 diamonds worth of skins. And once again, a lot of TODAK fans leaning to their side. I don't know whether they were shaken in game number 2 especially.
Yeah, they're fan favorites for a reason. Their ability to maintain their mentality, considering whatever situation they're in, is something that you can praise them for. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of their gameplay as well as the rest of the teams here at the MPL playoffs when we continue to day 2 tomorrow.
Just ridiculous tenacity, honestly. Ridiculous tenacity. But speaking of tomorrow, coming up next, happening tomorrow, let's have a look at that schedule. It's going to be Orange Esports versus Team Hop in the upper bracket. RSG MY up against the Homeboys, and finally Red Esports will be having to deal with either Orange Esports or Team Hawk in the lower brackets.
Now, yet another day filled with tribulations, and we already saw 2 teams go home here in just day 1 of the playoffs. Tomorrow, we're going to be narrowing the original pool in half as we will be witnessing 2 more lower bracket teams leave and end their journey here at MPL Season 10.
Yep, it's going to be quite a ride here. Playoffs day number 1 coming to an end here with wow, I don't really know what to say. I felt like day number 1 compared to most other playoffs, usually it's very clear victor, but we've had some upsets here and we've had some major plays being made.
Like, have the results that we've seen here in day 1 been up to what you were predicting before we went into this?
Well, to a degree, but I didn't expect it in this manner.
Yeah, definitely not. I think a lot of the people watching at home, even watching here live as well, were not expecting a lot of this. So for all of you watching, make sure to join us here. Atmosphere is pretty fun.
Yep, guys, you've been watching the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 10 playoffs, day number 1. We'll catch you back for day number 2.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star. kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.